If you're ready to take your full stack development skills to the next level and create real world application with .NET Core, then you're in the right place. Welcome to Master Core MVC by building a YouTube clone app from A to Z. In this course, we're not just building any web app, we're crafting a full-fledged YouTube clone. Imagine developing a platform where users can register, create their own channels, upload videos, watch content, like and dislike videos, and as well as subscribe to channels and leave comments. We'll cover everything from backend architecture to a polished functional UI. Here's a breakdown of what you gain in this course. We design and develop a real-world project from scratch all the way to publishing. First, you'll dive deep into full-stack web development using .NET Core MVC, and then we use from Entity Framework Core code first migrations to create our database. And we also master ASP.NET Core Identity for robust authentication and authorization, so user can register, log in, create profile, and manage channels securely. Then you'll also implement the repository pattern and generic repository. And then we gain knowledge about how to upload files. We'll cover file uploads functionality both locally and as well as onto Azure Blob storage. And finally, we'll deploy our application to Microsoft Azure and making it accessible to users worldwide. I also show you how to host it into MyWindowsHosting as an alternative way. By the end, you'll have built a fully interactive, feature-rich web application that you can confidently show off to employers or clients. That showcases your complete skills set in .NET Core MVC and making it an impressive addition to your portfolio or resume. Okay, let's take a look at the project demo, what we have at the end of this course. Okay, here's the end result of the application that we are going to build together. So we have login page and as well as register page. Once you click on register, you can sign up to get started with the application, and we have validation here as well. So you need to provide the information for the form in order to be registered. But I already have an account, so I try to log in. I log in as my account, and then once you log in, you see all of the videos that has been uploaded to this application. And over here, you can see the title of the video, whose this video is from, and how many views they have, and when it was uploaded. And also you have a pagination over here. So you can go to the next page and it shows you the next page over here, and as well as go to the last page. And you can filter it by the category. So for example, if I filter by food, then I only see all of the foods video, and as well as you can search by. And over here you can watch any of the video. So for example, I select the first one and I'm going to watch this video, and over here I can see how many subscribers this channel has and whether I am subscribed and who's the channel name. And this is the description of the video and the title of the video, and here shows you how many views this video have and how many likes and dislikes they have. And also I can see any available comments. So if I try to watch the video, I can watch the video, and I stop the video and I'm going to put a comment. So I have test comment from Cheyenne, and if I post, then I can see the comment over here. So I go back to the home page, and over here on the side navigation I can see subscriptions. So if I click on subscriptions, then I can see I have subscribed to 2 channels, and each channel has 15 videos, and you can navigate to each individual channel. So if I, for example, click on John channel, I can see the information about John channel. And if I go back to home, then from the history you can see all the videos that you have seen, and you can sort it by visited. So if I sort it by visited, I can see I watched this video 2 minutes ago. And if I click on likes, this shows you which videos you have liked and as well as the dislike. I'll click on my channel. So if you click on my channel, if you don't have a channel, then you need to create your channel first before uploading a video. So for example, I'm going to create my own channel. Okay, I have provided my channel name and about, and then I hit create and I can see channel created. So we have a notification over here. So if you click on profile, you can edit your channel, and once you click on edit, then you can change your channel name or change your about of your channel. So I cancel this out and I click on my videos, and over here you see you don't have any videos. So let's upload a video. So I click on create video, and over here I need to select the category, and in my case I use game, and then I have my title and description about the video. Then I need to upload a thumbnail for my video. So I choose file, and over here I'm going to select thumbnails. So for example, I select the chessboard, and once you upload your thumbnail, then you see a preview image over here. Then I'm going to choose my video, and I'm going to choose a sample video that I have provided, and I click on save. And after it has been saved, then you can see created, new video has been created. And over here you can see when it was uploaded, the title, and how many views, comments, likes, and dislikes it has. So I try to log out, and I log in as another user. So I log in as John, and then over here I click on my channel, and this is John's channel. So it tells that John has 3 subscribers, and if I scroll down, I can see there are 15 available videos for John, and you can do a navigation over here as well, and you can provide how many rows per page you want to display. So for example, if I select 50, then I can see all the videos. And over here you have a sorting. So if you click on views, it shows you what's the least amount of views, and if you click one more time, then it shows you what's the most amount of views for this entire thing. And you can either edit or delete a video. So I try to delete my video. So if I click on the trash button, then you have a confirmation, are you sure you want to remove? Then if I hit OK, and that video is completely gone from my channel. And I'm going to log out, and we are introducing 3 roles in our application. One is the administrator, the other one is moderator, and the last one is user. So what you've seen so far was the user point of view, but I try to log in as moderator. So if I try to log in as a moderator, and for the moderator, we have a new drop down, and it's called moderator. So moderator can view all the videos, and they can remove any videos if they think this is not an appropriate video. And that's basically the job of the moderator. So for example, I can remove this video. So if I click on delete, then this is going to be deleted completely. So now I try to log out, and let's log in as admin. And admin has a full functionality. So we have a new drop down over here for the administration as well. So admin can create a category. For example, I introduce a new category for the videos. So I have entertainment as a category, and I save. Then I can see entertainment has been added, and as well as a Toastr notification over here. And if I click on administration drop down, then I can see all users. And for all users, you get all the registered users inside your application and their assigned roles. For example, Mary has 2 roles. She has user and as well as moderator, and they have the ability to lock and unlock a user, and also edit a user, and as well as creating a user. So now let's try create a new user. So I click on create user, then I'm going to fill up the information. So now I have Ben, and I'm going to assign admin user and moderator to Ben user, and I hit add user. Then I can see Ben over here, and Ben has the 3 roles. So if I try to log out and log in as Ben, then I can see the administration dropdown and as well as the moderator, because Ben has the 3 roles. And if I click on administration and I click on all users, I'm going to lock John's user account. So if I click on lock, then I have log user of John. So if I try to log out and I try to log in as John, then I can see I have received a warning message, and it says your account has been locked. You should wait until this amount of time to be able to log in. So admin can lock and unlock a user, and as well as delete a user entirely. Finally, we are going to deploy our application into 2 hosting environments. For the first hosting environment, I use from Azure. So if you take a look at the URL, I have published our application to Azure. And then after we publish to Azure, I have an alternative hosting environment. And I'm going to show you how to publish our application onto my Windows hosting. Okay, now let's talk about the requirements for this course. In order to be able to success for this course, you need to have at least 1 year of coding experience. And you also need to have some familiarity with C# and .NET fundamentals. You also need to have some knowledge of CRUD operation. Knowing how to implement basic create, read, update, and delete CRUD operation is essential. You also need to have Visual Studio 2022 installed and Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio installed on your machine. And the most important thing that you need to have is an eagerness to learn. Let's start building something amazing together. And thank you for checking on this course. Okay, now let's talk about where to find the codes and where to find the example of the codes. So if you come to my GitHub and come to the repository of ClipShare, then you'll see the entire code over here. And over here, you can see the commits. So if you click on the commits, for example, you're working on a section, and then you can view the codes that has been modified for that section. For example, if I scroll down, over here, I can see section 02. And if you click on this view commit details, then I can see what code has been added and what code has been removed. And for every other section, you see all of the codes that has been added for that section. And this shows you the progress for the course. And as well as you have a course resource attached to this section. So if you open your course resource, then you have the UML versions that I have developed, and you get the UML diagram of the entities. So as you can see, for each different section, we have a new UML because we have uploaded a new migration to the database. And you have file uploads sample over here. And over here, you get some thumbnail URL sample and as well as some video sample. Okay, let's create our project. I open Visual Studio, and then from here I hit create a new project. Then I'm going to choose MVC, and I'm going to choose ASP.NET Core Web App Model View Controller C#. So I select this one and I hit next. Then I choose the location. So I'm gonna choose it in my desktop. And for the project name, I name it as ClipShare. And the solution name is ClipShare as well. And I hit next, and I'm going to choose .NET 8, which is the current version. And for the authentication type, this is none, and I hit create button. Okay, my project has been created, and I'm going to start my project. So this is my project, ClipShare. So I'm going to stop the project, and I'm going to push it to my GitHub. So I open my GitHub account and I hit create a new repository, and I name it as ClipShare, and I scroll down and I create repository. So over here we have some commands, so I can open the project folder. So I navigate to my desktop and ClipShare, and over here just inside my solution level, I put my cursor here and I type cmd to open command prompt from here. And then over here, I'm going to add git ignore. And the command that I'm going to use is .NET new git ignore. So you need to have .NET CLI installed. So if I do .NET -- version, so I can see I have on 8. So you need to install .NET SDK. So you can install .NET SDK if you type .NET SDK, and you can install the .NET SDK over here. So you can choose the current version, which is 8, but if you're from the future and .NET 9 is available, you can install all other .NETs by clicking here, all .NET versions. So you can choose .NET 8 here. As of now, .NET 9 is in preview mode. So we're using .NET 8 for our project, and I recommend you to use the same version as I'm using. So after you have installed .NET SDK, then you can see your version number here. So over here, if I get back to my command prompt, and over here I can type .NET new git ignore. So you're going to create a git ignore file, which is going to ignore some files to be pushed to the GitHub. And if I open my git ignore, so I can open it like this. So these are some of the formats that are going to be prevented to be pushed to the GitHub. So I can close this, and then I open my browser and inside my repository. So I follow these commands. So I have git init, and then I have git add period. So this is going to add everything from this folder. And then I have git commit -m. Inside the string, we have project creation, and I hit enter. Then I'm going to copy the next command and I paste it over here. So this is going to branch main as my branch name, and then I copy the following command and I paste it over here. And finally, I'm going to have git push -u origin main, and this is going to push all my changes to the GitHub. So you need to sign into your Git account, and once you're authenticated, then you're going to push all your codes into the GitHub. And if you head back to your GitHub and you refresh, then you can see your files over here. Okay, I'm going to modify a little bit of my project. First of all, I'm going to change the layout and use a different theme for my website. So if I open the browser and if I navigate to Bootwatch, then we have some free themes for Bootstrap. So I navigate to the Bootwatch and we are going to use from Sandstone. So this is the theme that we are going to use for our project. So I can click here, download, and I can click bootstrap.css. So this is going to download the CSS files. So I navigate to the folder, and then over here I right click and I edit in Notepad, and then I'm going to copy everything and I open my Visual Studio, and inside here I open wwwroot lib bootstrap dist css bootstrap.css, and I open that and I'm going to remove all these and I paste with a new bootstrap theme, and then I'm going to start my project and we are going to see a different format of our theme. So we don't see that over here because I need to open my views and share folder and layout.chtml. So inside _layout.chtml, we are going to use from bootstrap.css instead of bootstrap.me. So I remove .me and then I click on hot reload, and if I take a look, then I can see a different format for my website. And I stop the application, and instead of having hot reload, I would like to have Razor runtime compilation. Inside my project folder, I right click and I click on manage NuGet package, and over here I scroll to the browse and I type for runtime compilation. So as soon as I type, I can see Microsoft ASP.NET Core MVC Razor runtime compilation. So I choose this and I select the latest version of the .NET that I'm using. So for now we are using .NET 8. So I choose the latest version of whatever is available. For example, if we were using .NET 7, so I was going to use from this because this is the latest version of .NET 7. But since we are using .NET 8, so I use the latest one and I install and I hit apply and I accept. Then I'm going to open program.cs, and over here after add controller with views, I can have .add Razor runtime compilation. So with this, we can, once we modify the CHTML file with just refreshing the page, we can see the output. But if we don't have this, then we have to hit the hot reload button every time. So I don't want to do that. So that's why I have installed this. And then I'm going to open my CS project. So I double click on ClipShare, and then we are going to make disable for implicit using and nullable values. So I make them both disable because this is a training course. So I would like to have all the using namespaces inside every classes that I'm going to use. And for the nullable, I want the traditional nullable values for the string. So that's why I am going to disable the nullable values. So once I save this, we are going to have some errors. So I can run the project and I see the errors. So over here, I can see we are going to include the namespace. So if I control dot, I can include the using namespace. So one error is fixed. And the next error is, so over here in models, we are going to have question marks over here. So I'm going to remove this. And if I run the project, then we are going to have some other errors. So inside my program.cs, I'm going to include the using namespace, and I do the same for the any red messages that I see. And if I run the project, then everything is back to normal. And then I would like to change the layout of my navbar. So I open my Visual Studio and I navigate to underscore layout. And over here, instead of have BG white, we have BG primary. And I'm going to have data-bs.theme equals dark. And then for each of my nav items, I'm going to have text.white. So I copy and paste, and this time I'm not going to hot reload. So if I just refresh, then I can see the effect. And for my ClipShare, which is our application name, I would like to have different styling. So I open CSS file and site.css. And over here, we are going to target to dash navbar brand. So if I head back to layout, this is navbar brand. The class name is navbar brand. And then I'm going to have color of PAL. So I select pale green for the color, and then font family is cursive. So I select cursive for the font family, and font size is 1.5 REM. And if I save and I refresh, then I can see different color. But when I hover over, this becomes white. So I can fix that by having, so I copy this and I paste it, and then I have colon hover. So for the hover, we are going to have the same color. So I copy the color over here, and over here now, if I refresh, then this doesn't become green. And if I click on privacy and home, then I would like to have an active class over here. So I'm going to create my active class. So inside site CSS, I have .active. And then we are going to have color of dark orange, and this is important. So to override any color, and I can format it by pressing Ctrl KD. And if I save and if I refresh, if I navigate, this doesn't affect because the active class is not being added to the whatever is active. So if I, for example, inspect my privacy, I can see there is no active class over here. But as soon as I type active, then this becomes orange. So we are going to handle that. So in order to handle that, I'm going to add a static detail class. So I stop the application, and I'm going to collapse all folders. And over here, I right click and I hit add new folder. And over here, I'm going to have utility. And inside my utility, I right click and I hit new class. And I have st. So this is for a static detail class. So this is a static class, and we don't need to instantiate. So that's why I have a keyword of static over here. And over here, I'm going to have a public static string is active. And this is going to have this.ihtml helper, and we named as HTML. And then we have string controller. Then we have string of action, and we have string of CSS class, and the CSS class is active. So we are having a predefined of active class. And then over here, I have var route data is html.viewContext.route data. And then I have var route action is route data dot values, and inside here we have action, and this might be null, so I put question mark dot to string. And then I have var route controller is route data dot values, then controller, and this might be null, so I put question mark dot to string. Then I have var return active is controller is route controller, and action is route action. And then I return active. If this is true, then CSS class, otherwise string.empty. And then I open my views and I open layout underscore layout. And over here, I'm going to have just inside my class, I'm going to have at html.isActive. So we need to import that. So in order to do that, I open underscore view imports. And inside here, I have using ClipShare.utility. So we are importing our static detail class over here. So then I head back to underscore layout, and then over here we can have is active. So we can see that is active over here, and we are going to pass home as the controller name and comma index as the action name, and we close it. So we copy this and paste it over here. And for the second one is privacy. And if I start my application, then we are going to see the effect of active class. So by default, home is active, and if I hit privacy, then I can see privacy. So basically what we are trying to do, so we have created a static detail class, so we don't need to instantiate. That's why we have static. Then we have provided a method, and that method is also static. So this is going to use iHTML helper. So if I open layout, and this is basically using this HTML. So this is iHTML helper. So that's why we have this keyword. And then we are going to have a controller and an action and a CSS class, and by default is active. And then we are going to access to the route action and route controller by using route data. So from the iHTML helper that we have received. And then we are going to return active if the controller is the same as controller name and the action is the same. So if both controller and action is the same, then we are going to return the CSS class, and the CSS class that we are returning is active. Otherwise, we return empty. So that's why we can see active over here. And if I click on privacy and I inspect, then I can see active class over here. But as soon as I hit home, so and inside privacy, the active class is gone. And the last thing that I would like to do, I would like to change my models folder into view models. So we are going to use different project for our models, and anything over here is going to be our view models. So I right click in my models and I rename it to view models, and inside my error view model, so we are going to update our namespace. So I have dot, and after my ClipShare dot, we have view models. So we are going to have some error. So if I run my application, then we can see what errors we have. So I double click over here and we are going to remove this, and instead we are going to bring the new one. So this is using ClipShare dot view models. And the next error is, so if I run the application, the next error is inside our view imports. So if I open this, and over here we have to have view models, and if I run the application, then we can see our application is working. Okay, now it's time to create our other projects. So in this application, we are going to separate out the entities classes into separate class library project basically, and our database access kind of things into a separate project called data access. So I stop the application, and over here I'm going to I close all the tabs. Then inside solution level, so I hit my solution ClipShare, and I right click and I hit add new project. Then over here, I'm going to search for class library. So as soon as I type class, then I can see class library C#. So I select this and I hit next. And I'm going to name it as ClipShare.core. So this is the core of the application, and this is going to hold our entities model. So that's why I name it as core. And I hit next, and I choose .NET 8, and I hit create. And then we are going to create another project, basically another class library project. So I right click. So inside my solution level, I right click and I hit add new project. Then I choose class library, and over here we have ClipShare.data access. So this is responsible to accessing to the database. And I hit next and I choose .NET 8 and I create. So I double click on ClipShare.core and I'm going to disable nullable and as well as implicit usings. And I do the same for data access. And I'm going to remove the default class from both of the projects. And I hit save all. Our ClipShare project is going to have reference to the data access, and data access is going to have a reference to data core. So ClipShare can have access to the data core through data access. So inside my data access, I right click and I hit add, and then I hit project reference. Then over here, I choose ClipShare.core. So we are going to have a reference to the core. So if I hit OK, then inside my ClipShare.dataAccess CS proj, I can see project reference to ClipShare.core CS proj. And then we are going to do the same for the ClipShare. So I right click and I hit add and I hit project reference. And then we are going to have a reference to the data access. So we don't need to have .core because we can have that access through data access. That's why I only choose one of them. So data access. So and I hit OK. And if I double click on my ClipShare, then I can see the project reference to the data access project. And I'm going to save everything. Then inside my core, I'm going to have a folder called entities. So I right click and I hit add new folder entities. So I name it as entities. And our entities is going to be the model classes for our entire application. So inside our course resources, I have provided a UML diagram. So I can open that UML diagram over here. And this is our model classes that we are going to use inside our application. So we are going to have app user, and this is deriving from identity user. And then we have channel video category, and we have some relation. So I'm going to explain this UML diagram as we develop. Okay, first of all, we are going to create our app user. So I open my Visual Studio and then I close all the tabs. Then inside my entities, I right click and I hit add new class and I name it as app user. And over here we have public, so make it as a public, and then we are going to inherit from identity user. So I type identity user. And we don't see that. So if I put my cursor and I press Control dot, then I can see we can install the package called Microsoft.ASP.NET.Identity.Entity Framework. So we can install that through here, or we can right click on the project. So I ClipShare.core and I right click and I click on Manage NuGet Package. Then I navigate to browse and I type identity. So as soon as I type identity, then we are going to choose Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.Identity.Entity Framework Core. So I select this one and I choose the correct version. So since I'm using .NET 8, I use the latest of 8. And as of now, latest stable is 8.0.7. So I select this and I hit install. and I apply. Then once I install that, then I can head back to my app user. And if I do control dot, then I can have it using Microsoft ASP.NET Core.identity. And this is a default classes written by Microsoft for identity classes. So if I navigate and go to the definition, so we can see we have ID, username, and some other fields such as email address, normalized email, password, email confirm. So we are going to make a use of this class. And by default, ID is a string value. So if I hover over ID, I can see this is a string value by default. And this is a good type of string value. So I would like to have an integer for this. So instead of having a string of ID for my ID, I would like to have integer value of ID. So if I head back to app user, I can define that by using inside angle bracket, I put int. So as soon as I do this, then we are going to have ID of integer value. And we have to do the same for the app roles. So I'm going to have, if I open my UML diagram, so we have app role over here. So I right click and I hit a new class and I name it as app role and I make it as public. And then this is going to inherit from identity role. So I select identity role from Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.identity and I have int over here. And if I open my UML diagram, our app user has name and created at. So name is string and created at is date time. So we are going to create those property. I open my app user and we are going to have prop and I press tab and inside the type is string and the name is name. And this is a required field. So I type required on top of that and I bring system.component model.data annotation. So this becomes a required field. And then we are going to have prop date time and the name is created at. And we are going to initialize that to datetime.utc now. So these are the two properties that we have for our app user. And for app role, we don't have anything. Then I'm going to create my next class called category. I head back and I hit right click on entities and I hit class over here. And I name it as category. So I might make it public and category is deriving from base entity. So all these three classes are deriving from base entity. And the base entity has the primary key of ID. So before that, I need to create my base entity. So I right click and I hit class and I name it as base entity and I make it public. And over here we have prop integer of ID. And this is the key. This is the primary key of all other classes. I open a category and I'm going to derive it from my base entity. So we have that ID over here. This is deriving from base entity. And then we have name over here. Type prop string name. And this is required. So I type required on top of this as well. And I can save everything. For now, we have created our base entity, which is a primary key, which holds the primary key. And we have created category, which is deriving from base entity. This will hold ID as well because it's deriving from base entity and it's going to have name property inside this class. And for our app user, we are deriving from identity user from Microsoft and we are having name and created at as well. And we have initialized our created at to datetime.utc now. So whenever a user has been registered, the created at is going to be initialized to the current time of that moment. And the next class that we are going to create is channel. Head back to my Visual Studio and I hit add new class and I name it as channel. So I make it as public and we are going to derive from base entity. And then if I open the UML diagram, we have name about created at. So I have prop string of name, and then we have prop string of about, and then we have prop datetime of created at, and we are going to initialize this to the datetime.utc now as well. And then we have prop integer of app user ID. So if I open my UML diagram, so we can see whenever a user has been registered, they can have a channel or they might not have a channel. That's why I have 0 to 1 relation. So a user might have 0 channel or 1 channel only, but a channel has 1 app user. So if I minimize my UML diagram, and I can set it up as like this. I have created my app user ID, and this is going to be a foreign key of my app user. And over here, I can type navigations, and then we have prop app user. So we are going to have a reference to our app user. And then inside my app user, I can set the navigations. After here, I type navigations. And over here, I can have prop channel, and I name it as channel. So we have created our navigation for our app user and channel. Then the next class that we are going to create is video. I right click on entities and I hit add new class, and I name it as video. So this is public and is deriving from base entity according to the diagram. Then we are going to create all these properties. First of all, we have prop string of thumbnail URL, and this is going to be, for example, a photo URL. So that's why we have named it as thumbnail. And then we have prop string of title. Then we have prop string of description. Then we have prop string of content type, and we have prop byte array of contents. So I make all of these as required. Thumbnail is the photo URL for a channel that we are uploading a video. That video has a thumbnail, and the title is the title name of the video, and description is the description, content type and contents, and we are going to save that video inside our database. So that's why we have content type. For example, the content type of that video, whatever is that, MP4 or whatever, and the contents is the byte array. So we are going to store the videos as a byte array into our database. That's why we have contents, and the type is byte array. And if I open my UML diagram, then we have some relation over here. So a channel can have many videos, but a video has only one channel. So a video is belonging to one channel, and a video has only one category, and a category can have many videos. So that's why we have one-to-many and one-to-many relation over here. So we are going to set it up as this. We are going to have category ID, which is a foreign key, and channel ID, which is a foreign key. Over here, we have prop int of category ID, then prop int of channel ID, and we are going to set the navigations as prop category, and I name it as category. And we can say that this has a foreign key, so I can have foreign key, so I need to bring it from a data annotation schema. And inside here, I have inside quotation, I have category ID. I'm going to say that this has a foreign key of category ID, and then I'm going to have the same for my channel. So I have prop channel, and I name it as channel. And if I copy my foreign key and I paste it over here, then for the channel, we have channel ID. So I copy this and I paste it over here. And Entity Framework is smart enough to know that in order to access to the channel, it looks for the channel ID. And inside our channel, so if I go to the channel, we have the ID inside our base entity. So the name is channel, and once we have channel ID, then Entity Framework knows this is the foreign key of channel table. So that's why we have name it as channel ID or category ID to say that this is a foreign key of that table. All of these classes that we are going to create is becoming a separate table. If I open my UML diagram, we have configured category and channel, but we are going to finish the navigation for channel and categories. If I open channels, I'm going to have, so inside my navigations, I'm going to have prop I collection. So I select I collection, and inside angle bracket, I have video. The type is video. So basically the video class, and I name it as videos. We can have access to our videos through this navigation, and we are going to have the same for category. So if I open category, and over here I can type as navigations, and we have prop collection of video, and I name it as videos. That's the way that we have defined one-to-many relation. So if I open my UML diagram, so we have one-to-many relation between these two and one-to-many relation between these two. And then we are going to handle comment, subscribe, and like, dislike classes. So these are, some of them are bridge table and some of them has some contents. So the difference between these three classes are they have a combination of two primary keys and foreign keys. All of these three classes have only one single primary key, which is ID, but these three classes have, for example, here we have primary key of app user ID plus video ID, and subscribe has the same app user ID, channel ID. We are going to set this up later, but for now, let's create our classes. For example, app user has many comments. A single user can have many comments, but each comment is belonging to one video. And again, a video can have many comments. And over here, each user can subscribe to many channels. So that's why we have C over here. So this is a bridge table between app user and channel. A user can subscribe to many channels, and a channel can have many subscribers. And again, so here a user can like or dislike many videos, and video also can have likes or dislikes. That's a many-to-many relation. We are going to set it up like this. I'll head back to my Visual Studio, and first of all, we are going to start from comment. Right click and I hit add class, and I name it as comment. I make it as public, and over here we have PK of app user ID, comma video ID, and FK is app user ID, and also and FK video ID. So the combination of these two is a primary key, but each individual is a foreign key. That's the goal. We have prop integer of app user ID, prop integer of video ID, and then if I open my UML diagram, then we are going to have content. So a comment has a content and posted at. So we have prop string of content, and then we have prop date time of posted at, and we are going to initialize it to datetime.utc now, and the content is required. So I make it as required for content. And for the navigations, and I have prop app user, and we have prop video, and I name it as video. I complete the navigation by navigating to app user. Over here, I can have prop collection of comment, and I name it as comment. So I have completed the navigations, and we are done with comment. And then we are going to finish the navigation for video. So I open video, and just below here we have prop collection of comment, and I name it as comments. That's how we have defined it over here. The video can have many comments, and app user can have many comments, but each comment is belonging to one app user and one video. And then we are going to create our subscribe class. I'm going to create a new class, and I name it as subscribe. So I make it as public. And then over here we have the same thing. We can open my comment class, and I copy this. And if I head back and I paste it over here, and this is a combination of app user ID and channel ID. For the video ID, I just substitute with channel ID. And this is app user ID. And then the next is channel ID. And we can have the navigations of app user and channel, and we name it as channel. So we can finish the navigations. If I head back to app user, and just below my comments, I can have prop collection of subscribe. So I choose subscribe, and then I name it as subscriptions. And then I can copy this, and if I head to my channel, then over here I paste it over here. Then instead of subscriptions, we name it as subscribe. subscribers. Inside our channel, we name it as subscribers. And inside our app user, we name it as subscriptions. And the final class is like dislike. I create a new class and I name it as like dislike. And I make it as public. And if I open my URL, so we have app user ID, video ID, and like as a boolean. I can do a little bit of copying and pasting. So if I open comment, and I can copy all these, and if I head back to like dislike, and I can paste it over here. So the PK is app user ID and video ID. And then we have prop boolean of like, and we are going to initialize it to true. So if a user hit like button, so it becomes true. If it hits a dislike button, then it becomes false. For the navigations, I can copy from comment class. So I copy all these 3 lines and I head back and I paste it over here. So we are going to finish the navigations. If I navigate to app user and I copy this down, and instead of subscribe, we have like dislike, and I name it as like dislikes plural, and I copy this. And if I head to video, then I can paste it over here, and we are going to have like dislikes over here as well. And with this, we have configured our entity models. So I'm going to save all the classes, and we are going to handle database access in the next video. Okay, let's create our data class. So inside data access, I'm going to install a package. So I right click and I hit manage NuGet package. I'm going to close all the tabs except this one. So I choose close other tabs. Then inside browse, I search for SQL Server. So we are going to make a use of SQL Server as our database. I use Microsoft Entity Framework Core SQL Server, and I choose the latest of my current version .NET. So I'm going to use the latest of .NET 8, and I hit install. And then I'm going to add another NuGet package. So I search for tools. So in order to apply migration, so we need to have tools. And then I install the latest of .NET 8 as well. Okay, if I open my CS project, I can see I have added 2 packages. And then over here, I right click and I hit and create a new folder. I name it as data. And inside data, I'm going to have a class and I name it as context. This context is deriving from IdentityDbContext. And that's how we are going to access to our database. So first of all, I make it as public, and I derive it from IdentityDbContext. So this one, I choose from Microsoft NET Core Identity Framework Core. And since we have defined our app user and app role to have integer as a ID, we have to configure that over here as well. So inside angle bracket, I have app user, comma, app role, comma, int. So we are going to tell that app user and app role as integer type of ID instead of a string. And then we are going to create a constructor. So I type CTOR and I press tab. And inside my constructor, we are going to have DB context options. So I choose this, and we are going to pass context, the name of the class that we are creating. And then we have options, and we are going to pass the options to the base class. So that's a typical way of defining DB context basically. And then over here, we are going to have prop DB set, and we have category, and we name it as category. So this is our database table, and I copy these 2 more down. And then the next one is channel, and we name it as channel. And the last one is video, and we name it as video. So why we have not created like, dislike, subscribe, comment over here? Because Entity Framework Core is smart enough to know that they need to create these classes as well, because we have defined the navigations. So if I open app user, so we have defined the navigations over here. So through these navigations, Entity Framework Core is going to create all these 3 other classes as well for us. We don't need to write the DB set over here. And since I have told that we have a combination of primary keys, so we need to tell the entity framework what kind of primary key we have for these classes. In order to do that, we have to manually configure that. So I'm going to, after here, I'm going to have a protected override void on model creation. So I select the second one. And over here, we can manually configure our database. I'm going to create a new folder inside my data. So I right click and I hit add folder. And then I name it as config. And inside here, I right click and I hit a class. And I name it as comment config. So this is the configuration for comment class. Over here, we make it as public. And this is going to derive from an interface. It's called IdentityConfiguration, this one. So I select identity type configuration from Microsoft Identity Framework code, and we are going to pass the class type, which is comment, okay, and we need to bring that. So if I press Control dot, we can have using ClipShare.core.entities. Since we have the reference from data access to core, so we can see that over here. Otherwise, we won't see that. So you need to add the reference from data access to .core, as I have shown you earlier. And inside here, we can put my cursor and I press Control dot and implement the interface. So over here, we are going to configure our database for comment table, and we are going to say, so we are going to define the primary key, which is a combination of both app user ID and video ID. So the way we do, we have builder.asKey, and this is how we defining. So we have x goes to x.appUserID, comma, new, and inside curly brace we have x.appUserID, comma, x.videoID, and I close the curly brace and I close the parentheses. So we are telling that our primary key is the combination of these two. Then we have builder.has1, and then we have a goes to a.appUserID dot with many, c goes to c.comments dot has foreign key, c goes to c.appUserID on delete behavior dot cascade, and I copy this down. For the second one, we have video with many of comments, and this is video ID, and on delete is restrict. Explanation for here, first of all, we have defined the primary key, and for here we are defining that we have a one-to-many relation. And for the one, if I open my comment, if I go to the definition, so we have app user, which is one. This app user is referring to app user. If I go to the definition, it's coming to here. And if I head back, with many comments. So if I go to the definition, then we can see inside our app user comments. App user has many comments and has a foreign key of app user ID. So if I go to the definition, this is the app user ID. That's why I told you earlier, we have each individual as a foreign key and the combination of two as a primary key. And on delete is cascade. So whenever a user has commented on a video and that user gets deleted from the database, then any associated comments gets deleted automatically. So that's why we have delete behavior cascade. And the second one has a video. So if I go to the definition, this is the video comments. And if I go to the definition, so we are inside our video and comments, and has a foreign key of video ID. And on delete behavior is restrict. In SQL Server, we cannot have two cascades. SQL Server throws some exception. That's why one of them should be restrict. But in other databases, such as Postgres, we can have both cascade over here. But for SQL Server, we cannot have. If a video has some comments, and we want to delete that video, we have to delete the comments first. Otherwise, the SQL Server throws exception. So those foreign keys has to be removed first. Then the video can be removed. So that's why we have restrict. But for the cascade, could directly remove app user, even though the app user ID is inside a comment table. It's going to automatically drop that row inside our comment as well for cascade. But for the restrict, no, we have to do it manually. And then I head back to context and over here we can have builder.apply configuration new comment config. So we are going to apply the configuration for comment. One of them is done. Then we have two more: subscribe and like dislike. I can right click and I hit add new class. So the next one is going to be subscribe. So I type subscribe config and I hit add, and I make it as public. And this is going to deriving from identity. So if I open this, I can copy identity type configuration and I paste it over here. And the type is subscribe. We are going to select subscribe from entities. And then we are going to implement the interface and can do some copy and pasting. So if I open comment and I can copy all this and I paste it inside my subscribe config. So if I open my UML diagram, so we have combination of app user ID and channel ID. This is app user ID and channel ID. So I can modify my comments over here, and over here we can have as one app user, and we name it as subscriptions inside our app user. So if I go to the definition inside app user, we have named as subscriptions over here, and on delete is cascade, and the next one is channel. So has one channel with, and we name it as subscribers. So subscriber is how we name it inside our channel, and the foreign key is channel ID, and on delete is restrict. And if I go to context, then I can copy this one more time and I can have subscribe config. And the last one is like dislike config. So I hit add class like dislike config, and this is public, of course. And if I open one of them, so I copy identity type configuration and we are deriving from that entity, and the type is like dislike. So I select like dislike from entities and we are going to implement the interface. I can open one of them, so I copy all these and I head back to like dislike and I paste it over here. And if I open my UML diagram, so like dislike has app user ID and video ID. So the first one is true, so has one app user with likes, like dislikes, and then has video with like dislikes, and the foreign key is video ID and restrict. And if I head back to context, then I can copy this one more time and we have like dislike. So any config file we have, we can have it over here, or a shorter way of having all the config files is by using builder.apply configuration from assembly dot. So we need to bring a system.reflection dot get execute assembly. So this is a shorter way. So if I have the top code, so I can comment out the below codes. So that's a shorter way. So this one is a shorter way and the below one is a longer way. But I prepared the longer way because then we can go to the definition and see what's going on in there. So I'm going to put the shorter way anyways, and I put $sign. So whenever I put a $sign, that means there's a code in there. It's not a comment. And we can save all the files. Okay, the last thing is we need to add our migrations. So we need to have SQL Server installed. So I have my SQL Server installed over here. And then I open my ClipShare, and inside app settings and development.json, I'm going to add my connection string. So I have connection strings, and default connection is server equals. So for the server, if I open my SQL Server, so I copy my server name. This is my server name, and I paste it over here. Then we have semicolon, database equals ClipShare, semicolon, trusted underscore connection equals true, semicolon, multiple active results sets equals true, semicolon, trust server certificate is true. So this is my connection string. So we have the server name, database, the database name that we are going to create, trusted connection, multiple active results set and trust server certificate. So I save these and then I open my program.cs. So we can add the SQL Server service to here. So after my builder.service, I can have builder.services.add dbContext, and we type the type is context. So we need to bring ClipShare.data access.data. That's how we have reference from ClipShare to data access. That's why we see that over here. Then we have options. Then we have options dot use SQL Server. Then we have builder dot configuration dot get connection string, and inside connection string we have name it as default connection. So I copy default connection and I paste it over here, and I put semicolon and I put semicolon over here. So with this we can apply our migration. So if I open my manage NuGet package, so we are going to apply our migrations. So over here I'm going to choose data access. So we are going to add the migrations inside our data access inside data. So I can have add the migration, and the name is model creation, and we are going to forward it inside our data folder. So I have -o. That's how we are going to say the path. So we have data /migrations, and I hit enter. So this has failed because it says this package is missing. So we need to install this package. So I copy this package name, Microsoft.entityframework.design. So inside my ClipShare, I right click and I click on manage NuGet package. And over here, I paste that package and I select this one and I choose the latest version of my .NET version. And I hit and I apply. Okay, once that package is installed, then I hit the previous command and I hit enter. So the build is succeeded, and these are all the classes that we are going to create inside our database. So if I connect to my database, as of now, we don't have ClipShare over here. So now we are going to have ASP.NET roles. All these ASP.NET are coming from the ASP.NET identity. So these are all the default for Microsoft identity classes, and the only thing that we did is we have said that the ID is integer value, and for the roles the ID is integer value, and we have added these two values inside our ASP.NET user. So we have added name and created add, but the rest is coming from by default. And we have created a category, and the category has name property, nullable is false, and ID is primary key. Then we have all other ASP.NET predefined classes. Then if I scroll down, then we have channel. So in channel, we have ID, name, about, created at, app user ID. And for the app user ID, this is a foreign key to ASP.NET users. So that's basically our app user. And on delete is cascade. And if I scroll down, we have subscribe. Subscribe is, if I open the UML, so this is a combination, the primary key is combination of app user ID and channel ID. So over here we can see app user ID and channel ID as the primary key. So over here that has described that. For the app user is cascade, but for the channel is restrict. So with all this in place, we can do update database. So I believe I have misspelled something. So this is the result. Instead of results is result. So I remove S, and then if I hit update database, then we are going to create our database. So I can refresh my database and I can see ClipShare over here. So I can see all the tables coming from here. So ASP.NET users and comment, and I can see the structure of subscribe class over here. So if I right click and I hit a script table as created to new query editor, then this is going to tell what's the structure of this table. So it says we have two properties or column. One is app user ID and the other one is channel ID. And the primary key is these two. And we have a foreign key for app user ID, and delete is cascade, and we have a foreign key for channel ID. And the reference is going to channel table. Okay, our database has been created, and before I end this section, I'm going to add a new folder and we call it as extensions. I close all the tabs, and then inside my ClipShare, I'm going to right click and add a new folder, and I name it as extensions. So inside extensions, we are going to create a new class, and I name it as web application builder extensions. This is a static class. This holds a public static web application builder. So I choose web application builder and I name it as add application services. And we are going to have this web application builder, and we name it as builder, and we close the curly brace, and over here we are going to return builder. And if I open my program.cs, then we can cut this code and paste it over here. So that's basically for cleaning up our codes. So I need to bring the using namespace, and then if I head back to program.cs, then I can have builder.addApplicationServices. So we are going to call this method that we have created. So this is a static class. We don't need to instantiate, and this has a static method as well. This has web application builder, and we have this keyword. That means once we use builder, then we are passing builder to this value. So that's why we have this, and that's why we can have builder.add. We have added this method inside our builder, and inside this method we are going to define our application services. So one of them is adding the SQL Server service. That's one thing that I wanted to do. And the other one is creating another static class inside our data folder. And so I right click on data and I hit add class, and I name it as context initializer. So this is responsible to updating our database. Any migrations that we have or any values that we want to see to our database, this is responsible for that. So we have public static context initializer, and then we have public static void initialize, and we are receiving context. So I have context and I name it as context. Then inside here we have if context.database.get pending migrations .count. If it is greater than 0, then we are going to have context.database.migrate. So we are going to apply the migrate. So I head back to program.cs, and just below here we have void initialize context. We have created a method called initialize context, and inside here we are going to call this context initializer. But this context initializer is expecting to receive context as an argument, so we need to inject context inside here. So the way we do, we have using var scope is app.services.createScope. Then we have var services is scope.service provider. Then we are going to have a try and catch exception, and we name it as ex. So we need to bring exception. Then we have var context. So we are injecting context over here from scope service provider get service, and we are going to place the type as context. So we have injected the context, and then we are going to call context initializer. So I copy this name, and inside program.cs I paste it, and then we have initialize, and we are going to pass the context to our method. And for any error, we have var logger is service.get service ilogger, and the type is program. So basically the program class, and we have logger.log error ex. We pass ex, and we can say an error occurred while migrating the database. And then just above run we can have initialize context. So we are going to call this method. So inside here, before running the application, we are calling this method, and over here we are making use of a scope and service, and we are going to inject a context by using dependency injection, and we pass context to our static class that we have created. So static class and static method of initialize. So if I go to the definition, so we are going to check if pending migration is greater than 0, then it applies the migrate. And if anything happens during this, we are going to log the error message. So with this in place, I can drop my database. So let's drop our database. And just before hitting yes, so I can close all this, otherwise it's going to give me some error. So I'm close all the tabs from my database, and then I head back and I press Y over here. So this is going to drop my database. So if I refresh, then I don't see ClipShare, but when I start the application, this is going to create my database because of that. So we don't need to manually type update database every time. So this is going to handle that automatically. So if I run my application, and if I watch here, so I can see this has created my database. If I refresh, and I can see ClipShare over here. And that's the end of this section. We are going to commit our changes. Since we have created our repository, and so we need to close our Visual Studio and open it one more time. So if I open ClipShare solution, then we can see what changes we have inside our Git changes. So we have 32, and then I navigate to Git changes and I type the following commit. So I have typed section 02, web project, setup, and entities. So I hit commit R and I push to the GitHub. Okay, we are going to create some dummy users and we are going to create the roles. So first of all, I would like to move my utility into a separate project. So I collapse all my projects, and then I right click inside my solution. I right click and I am going to create a new project, and I choose class library and I name it as ClipShare.utility. So in this case, we can access to our static detail class through my other projects as well. So I hit next and I choose .NET 8 and I hit create. Then I open my ClipShare utility static details. So I can copy and paste the class. So I copy public static class st, and inside my class.cs, I paste it over here. And then I'm going to rename class 1 to st. Then I'm going to remove my utility. So I remove utility folder from ClipShare project. And over here inside the utility project st class, then I'm going to fix this. If I press Ctrl dot, then we need to install Microsoft ASP.NET Core.mvc.view feature. So I select find and install latest version. So I hit this, and this is going to install the proper package for me. So we have installed this one, and the red error is gone. So now we are going to make a reference from data access to utility. So inside my data access, I right click and I hit add and project reference. And then I'm going to check the utility as well. So data access has reference to both core and .utility. And then if I run my project, let's see if everything is back to normal. Okay, I can see my utility is working, and we have put it into a separate project. So I stop the application, and then inside my st, I'm going to add more properties. So just above my method, I'm going to have public const string admin role equals admin. And then I copy these two more down. For the next one is moderator role. And the role name is moderator. And the last role is user role. And we name it as user. And then I'm going to have public static read only list of string, and I name it as roles equals new list of string. And over here I have curly brace, and I have admin role, comma, user role, comma, moderator role. Now I can see an error, so this should be a static. As soon as I make it a static, the error is gone. So basically we are going to create 3 roles for our application, and roles is going to return a list array of admin, moderator, and user. So if I navigate to my database and ASP.NET roles, this one, if I select top 1000, we are going to create 3 roles over here. That's what we are trying to do. And at the same time, we are going to create 3 users inside our context initializer. So I open data access, data, and context initializer. First of all, we are going to create our roles. In order to create roles, we need to inject role manager. And in order to create users, we need to inject user managers. So just after this, I'm going to have, comma, user manager. So I select user manager from Microsoft.ASP.NET and I pass app user as the type. And I need to select this one. And I name it as user manager. Then I have comma, and then I have role manager. So I select role manager and I pass app role as the type. And I name it role manager. User manager is responsible to create users, and role manager is responsible to create roles. And then after my applying the pending migration, I have if role manager dot roles dot any. If there are no roles inside our application, then we are going to create those roles. So I have for each var role in sd.roles. So that's why I have brought my utility into separate project, so I can access to that utility and sd class. So I have sd.roles. Then I'm going to have await role manager dot create async, and I pass new app role, and for the name is role. So basically I'm going to look through my roles inside my sd class. So if I go to the definition, I'm going to look through this list string, and for each role I'm going to create that role. So this is responsible to creating that roles for me, and this is coming from role manager, and role manager is coming from the built-in Microsoft ASP.NET Core identity. If I head back, then we are going to make a use of await and async. So in order to make a use of await and async, our method should be async task as well. So for this one, we had public static void, but now we are going to put async, and then instead of void, we are going to have task. So I bring task. So we are going to have public static async task. And since we are going to make a use of async, so I can name it as async over here. So we are going to rename our initialize into initialize async, since we are making use of async task over here. And then I'm going to have if user manager dot users any. So if there are no users, then I'm going to create my users. So I have var admin equals new app user, and name is admin. So I type admin. Email address is admin@example.com, and username is admin, and I put a semicolon over here. Then I have await user manager that create async, and I pass admin as the object that I have created from app user, and I'm going to pass password. So for the password, we have password 123, and this is the password for admin user, and I put semicolon. Then I'm going to assign roles into my admin. So I have await user manager dot add to roles async. So I select plural roles because we are going to assign 3 roles into our admin user. So first of all, I pass my admin as the app user, and then inside bracket I have st.admin role, comma st.user role, comma st.moderator role, and I put a semicolon. Then I'm going to create my second user. So I copy all this and I paste it down here. And instead of admin, we have John. So I substitute admin with John. So I can make it this as a capital J. And for the admin, I can make it as capital A. And then I pass John, and the password is the same, but John is only holding a user role. So instead of add two roles, I have add to role, and this time is expecting a single role. So I remove the bracket and I remove admin role, and I also remove moderator and the ending bracket. So we are assigning user role to John, and this should be John as well. And the last user we are going to create is Mary. So I copy this and paste it down here, and we substitute with Mary, and name is Mary, Mary at example.com, username is Mary. I pass this and I pass Mary to the add to role, and the role is moderator. So this function, and we are going to apply any pending migrations, and as well as we are going to check if there are no roles, then we are going to create the roles. And if there are no users inside our database, we are going to create the following users. And we are going to assign the roles into the users that we are going to create. And we use password 123 with capital P to the each users that we are going to create. So we need to do some more work. So I open program.cs, and first of all, we need to correct the name. So we put async just at the end, and this context initializer .initialize async is an async method. So we need to have a wait just before that. And then this is going to expect user manager and role manager. So we need to pass those services through the parameters. So after my context, I'm going to have var user manager equals scope dot service provider dot get service, and we are going to inject user manager. So I select user manager from Microsoft ASP.NET Core.identity, and then we are going to pass the type, which is app role, and we put parentheses. So we have injected user manager inside our initialize context, and then I copied this down, and the second one is role manager, and we are going to inject from role manager, and we pass app role. So for the first one, it should be app user instead of app role, but for the second one is app role. And then we are going to pass user manager. So we have comma user manager and role manager. So I have named it as roller, so I correct that. So we have role manager, and we pass it over here. And when I hover over, it says the await operator can only be used within an async method. So this method should be converted to async task. So instead of void, I type async task, and I can bring task from using system.threading.task, and I can rename it to initialize context async, since we are using an async task inside our method. So just above here, I can copy and paste the name, and before here, I can type await, since we are making a call to an async method. Just before running our application, we need to provide the role manager and user manager into our service. So if I navigate to my add application services, if I go to the definition, then we are going to provide the services over here. So after here, I'm going to have public static web application builder, and I name it as add authentication services. And then this is going to have this web application builder, and we return builder as well. And just above here, I'm going to have builder.services.add identity core. So I select add identity core, and I pass app user as a type, and then inside parentheses, I have options, and I put curly brace, and inside my options, I'm going to have options.password require length is 6. Then I have options password require digit is true. and I have options dot password dot require lowercase is false, and I copy this, and for the next one we have require uppercase is false. Then I copy this one more time, and we have require non-alphanumeric is false, and we have options dot sign in dot require confirmed email is false. And then the last one is options dot lockout dot allow for new users is false. And after here we have dot add roles, and we pass app role, and we put a parenthesis. Then we have add role manager, and we pass role manager, and along with that we pass app role. Then we have dot add sign in manager app user. And then we have add user manager app role. And then finally we have add entity framework stores, and then context. We pass context over here. So over here, basically, I'm going to provide the services for Identity Core. And with that service, we will be able to use from user manager and role manager. But without this, we were not able to use those. So first of all, I'm going to provide the services for Identity Core, and we are going to pass app user as a type for our Identity Core. And if I go to the definition for app user, this is deriving from identity user. And inside our options, I'm going to provide some options that our password required length is 6 characters. So below 6 characters, it throws some exception, and required digit is true. So it requires some digit value as well, but the rest is false. So it doesn't require lowercase, uppercase, non-alphanumeric characters. It doesn't require to confirm email address, and it does not lock out the user for new users. So depending on your situation, you can modify these options. But for our application, we are going to set the rest as false, and only the required digit is true, and the required password length is 6 characters. And after that, we are going to provide the services. So we have add roles, and we pass app role. If I go to the definition, this is deriving from identity role, and then we are providing add role manager. So this is required for injecting role manager. And then we are going to provide add sign-in manager. And following with that, we are going to provide user manager. And finally, we are going to say our context is add entity framework for stores, which is our database, is defined inside this context class. So if I go to the definition, so this is deriving from IdentityDbContext. So with all this, we are going to provide identity service to our application, and we can inject those whenever we need. And then I'm going to have builder.services.add authentication. We are going to use from cookie authentication. So I type cookie authentication defaults, and if I press control dot, then I'm going to bring using Microsoft ASP NET Core .authentication.cookies. And then I have dot authentication scheme. So if I hover over this is a const string of cookies. So we are going to tell that we are going to make a use of cookie authentication. And then I'm going to have dot add cookie, and inside here we have options goes to, then I open and close curly brace, and we have options dot expire time span is time span. So I need to bring a system dot from hours 24. Then we have options dot login path is /account /login, and we have options dot AccessDenied path is /account /accessDenied, and I put semicolon. So basically I'm going to provide the authentication service as well, and I'm going to tell that we are going to make a use of cookies. And inside options, we are going to tell that the cookie expires from 24 hours. So whenever we are going to create a cookie, it is going to expire within the next 24 hours. And the login path is account login. So we are going to create that account controller very soon. And for any access denied, we are going to navigate the user to account controller and access denied action. So we are going to handle these two very soon. But for now, I would like to provide the authentication service into my application. So with all this, I head back to my program.cs, and just after builder application services, I'm going to have builder.add authentication service. So I select the second one and I open and close the parentheses. And after this, I'm going to provide the pipeline over here. So make sure that you provide the authentication just before authorization. So we have app use authentication. So we have provided the pipeline and we have provided the services into our application, and then inside our initialize context async we have injected the user manager and role manager. If I go to the definition to initialize async, we are going to create the roles and then we are going to create the users. So with all this, I save everything and I'm going to run my application. And if I open this window, then I can see it has executed some codes for me. So it has created the roles and then it has the users as well. So if I head back to my database and if I refresh and for my tables, then inside ASP.NET users, if I select top 1000, then I can see the 3 users that we have created. So admin John, Mary. And then if I select top 1000 for ASP.NET roles, then we can see we have admin user moderator. And then if I select top 1000 from ASP.NET user roles, so this is a bridge table between ASP.NET users and ASP.NET roles. So if I select that, then I can see user ID with 1 has role number 1, user ID with 1 has role number 2, and user ID with 1 has role number 3. So that's the admin user. So if I see admin has user ID of 1 and the user number 2 has role number 2 and user number 3 with user ID number 3 has role ID with number 3. And if you remember from the previous section, we have defined our app user and role user to include ID as an integer. So if I open my ClipShare.core entities app role, so we have defined that identity role is using integer value as a ID and app user is using integer value as a ID, and that's what we see over here. Otherwise we were seeing some GUID characters over here for user ID and as well as for role ID. So with all these changes, we have created 3 users and we have assigned roles into each individual users. We are going to create a login and register button over here, and we are going to handle login page as well. So I head back to my Visual Studio and I stop the application so I can close all the tabs, and then I open controllers. So inside my controllers, I'm going to add controller. And I select MVC controller empty, I hit add, and I name it as account controller. So this controller is responsible for login and register. First of all, we are going to inject user manager and sign in manager. So I'm going to create a constructor. So I type CTOR and I press tab. Then I'm going to inject user manager. So I select user manager from Microsoft ASP.NET Core.identity and I pass app user and I name it as user manager. Then I have comma sign in manager and I pass app user and I name it as sign in manager. Then I'm going to initialize my user manager and sign in manager. So I press control dot and I hit create and assign field underscore user manager. And for the sign in manager, I do the same. So we are going to create the 2 private read-only user manager and private read-only sign-in manager, and we have underscore user manager and underscore sign-in manager, and we have initialized those with our dependency injection. And for my index, I'm going to have HTTP GET, and we are going to receive a string return URL equals null. So if there are return URL, then we are going to handle that as well. And then we are going to create our first view model. So I open my view models and I create a new folder. So I name it as account. And this account is responsible for all view models for my account controller. So I hit add class inside my account folder. I name it as login underscore VM. VM stands for view model, and I hit add. And then over here, I'm going to have prop a string of username and prop a string of password and prop a string of return URL. And for the username, I always want it to be in lowercase. So the way I do, I can have private string underscore username, and inside my username, so if I press enter, and I can manually provide the getter and setter, so I press enter over here, and for get, this is going to get it from underscore username. And for the set, we are going to set underscore username equals value dot to lower. So we always want this to be lowercase. And we are going to make a use of data annotation. So for username, we make it as required. So we bring required from system.compound model data annotation. And for the password, we make it as required as well. And inside required, we can have error messages equals username is required. And for the display, I can have display name equals username or email. And for the password, we can provide some error message. So I can type error message equals password is required. So this is our view model for login. And we are going to pass this view model into our views that we are going to create very soon. So I head back to account controller. And over here, I'm going to have var login VM equals new login underscore VM. And then I am going to assign my return URL. Return URL is return URL. And I put semicolon over here. And I'm going to pass a login VM into my view. And then I'm going to create my views. So if I expand views folder, then I can see I have only home and shared folders. So if I right click and I hit add view and I select the first one, razor view empty from MVC view, and I hit add. And for the name, I'm going to name it as login. So since we are going to name it as login, then we need to modify our name over here. So I cancel this. So over here, I name it as login, and then I right click and I add view, select razor view empty, and over here I name it as login as well. So we have login.chtml, and I hit add. Then this is going to create a new folder for me inside account folder, and we have login.chtml over here, and we are going to bring our model to this view. So I remove this, and then I'm going to have add model, and this is coming from, so if I open login underscore view model, so I can copy the namespace over here. So I can copy this and I paste it over here, and I put dot, then I can bring login view model over here, and over here I can type p login form here, and I'm going to modify my underscore layout.chtml. So after my ul tag, I'm going to have div, then I'm going to give it a class of me1, and I'm going to have a tag class of btn secondary me2. Then inside class, I can provide my active link. So I copy at html.isActive. So I copy this and I paste it inside my a tag class. So I paste it over here. And for the controller, we have account, and for the action, we have login. And then I provide ASP controller is account, and ASP action is login, and I close and I name it as login. So if I run my application, I can see login button over here, and if I press login, then I can see login form here, and the active link also works. So basically we have created account controller, and inside our account controller we have injected the user manager and role manager that we are going to use very soon in order to log in. And then we have created an action, and inside our login action we are going to receive return URL, and we are going to assign return URL to our model, which is login underscore view model, and we are going to pass our model to view. And then if I go to the view, so if I right click and go to view, then we are going to be navigated to our view. And over here, we have specified that our model is login VM, and we have provided namespace and the class name. And inside the underscore layout, we have provided a div, and we have provided a class of BTN secondary, and we have provided the active, and for ASP controller is account. So this is going to look for account controller and look for login action. So once we click login, this is going to trigger this action for us. And this action is going to forward us to our view, which is login.chtml. And that's what we see over here. So if I go back to home and if I click on login, so over here, you can just under here, you can see that it is going to redirect us into account/login. And that's why we see login form here. Okay, I would like to use from Bootstrap icons. So I can open my browser and I can search for Bootstrap icon. And if I select Bootstrap icons, then I scroll to the bottom of the page, and inside CDN, so over here, CDN, I copy this link and I head back to my Visual Studio, and inside my underscore layout, and just above here, just after my Bootstrap, I can paste it over here. So we can make a use of Bootstrap icons to our applications. Then for my login, I'm going to use, so if I scroll up and if I search for door open, so I select door open field, and I can copy the I tag and I paste it just before login. And if I save and refresh the page, then I can see the icon over here. And another thing that we are going to do, so inside my nav bar, instead of container fluid, I'm going to make a use of container only. So I remove fluid and I save, and if I refresh, then I can see more space on the edges. So with these changes, let's stop our application and let's complete our login form. So I'm going to remove my p tag, and then I'm going to have div So I have div dflex justify content center. I have core large 5, and I have main form signing, and these are all Bootstrap classes. And then we have our actual form. So our actual form, the method is post, and inside our form we are going to have input hidden, type is text, and ASP for return URL. So we are going to have a hidden input field for return URL. And if I go to the definition, so this is going to refer to our return URL from our view model. So I go back to my CHTML file, and then we have div So I have a div text center margin Y4. So margin Y is up and down. And then we have h3 tag, which is containing login. And then we have div form floating margin top 5, margin bottom 3. And we have an input tag, which is referring to our username for our model. So if I go to the definition, so this is referring to this username. That's why we have ASP4. So this is basically binding username, this input tag into our username. And as well as for return URL, this is binding this input tag, which is hidden to return URL. And for the placeholder, we have username or email. So the user can log in via username or email address. And the class is form control. And the label is ASP4 username. So I'm going to test my login form. So I start the application, and if I go to login, then I can see my form over here. So this is the login, and we have username or email over here. I can see username or email is coming from whatever I input over here. So if I go to the definition for username, so we have name it as username or email. So I can modify this. Instead of username, I can type it put your username or email. So if I save and I restart my application, then if I navigate to login, then I can see put your username or email. And that's where this is coming from. And if we don't put anything, so imagine I just comment this out and I restart my application. And if I navigate to login, then I can see username. And this is the default name, or basically the name of the property that we see over here. So that's why I have put display over here. So we can put our own text values. So I put it back and I remove put your as well. And I make it as capital username. And I can continue my login form. So I head back to my login form and I can make my password input field. So I copy my div tag and I paste it down here. And we are going to remove from margin top. So we don't need that. And for the placeholder, we use password. And ASP4 is password and label is password. And then we are going to have div. And after my password, I have created a div, which is degree, the margin top 4, and padding from left and right 1. And then I have btn large, btn info, and the type is submit, and we have submit button. So I restart my application and let's see our form. So I navigate to login and I can see my login form. Okay, let's create our login post. So I stop my application and I head back to account controller. And after here, we have public iAction result login. And we are going to receive login view model and we name it as model. And I open and close curly brace. And this is going to be HTTP post. So I put HTTP post on top and we are going to validate anti-forgery token. And over here, I'm just going to return to view and I pass model and I put a breakpoint over here. So if I run my application and if I hit to my login, and as soon as I hit login, then I can see I get an error. So I can see value was null. Since this is going to make null value into lowercase. So that's one thing that we need to take care. So I can stop the application and I'm going to check if question mark string that is null or empty, and we check for value, and if this is true we can have value dot to lower, otherwise we going to pass null. So with this change I restart my application and I'm going to do the same as well. So I navigate to login and I hit login without filling up any of the form. So as soon as I do inside my login, I can see password we receive null, return URL is null, username is null. But we don't want to receive those null values, so we can check over here. So I can have if question mark model state that is valid. So if the model is not valid, that's the question mark, then we are going to return to view and we pass our model. And I put a breakpoint. So if I start the application and I come to login and I hit, then if I step forward, then over here I can see model state is false. We are going to come to this inside if statement. We don't see anything over here. So I can provide the error messages over here. So I head back to login.html and just above here I can have div class form floating. And over here I can have div ASP validation summary and I include all, and class is text danger, and I close this. So I'm going to remove my breakpoint and I'm going to save my login.html and let's see. So as soon as I do that, I can see username is required, password is required, and these are the error messages that we have provided inside our errors. So inside error message, we have provided username is required, password is required. If I remove one of these, for example, I remove for password and I'll just only make it as required. And then if I restart my application and for the login, if I do, I can see the password field is required. That's a default text message coming from the project, but I can modify that text message by using error message. So that's one way of handling the validation. but we are going to handle the validation inside our server side. So inside our controller is server side, but inside login is client side. So we want to have both server side and client side validation. In order to do that, we are going to add validation script partial. Just below here, I'm going to have add section, and I have the script, and inside curly brace I have partial name equals, and the name is underscore validation script partial. So I can stop the application, and just here I can right click and I rename. So I can copy the name and I head back to my login.html and I paste it over here, and I close my script tag. And that's number one that we need to do. And the next one is just below here, we can have span ASP validation for username, and the class is invalid feedback. And I can copy this and I paste it for my password. ASP validation for is password. So instead of invalid feedback, let's make it as text danger for now. So I place text danger for both classes and I start my application, and I'm going to put back the breakpoint. So I want to see if I hit the controller. So if I run my application and I navigate to login, and if I press login, then I can see username is required, password is required, username, password is required. So basically we are trying to do client side validation before going back to the server. So that's why we never hit our breakpoint, because we have provided the client side validation over here by using partial validation script partial. And if I go to my validation partial script, and this is holding jQuery.validate.min.js, and this jQuery file is responsible for providing the client side validation, and this is going to read and understand all of required field values, and if something is required, then this is going to provide the validation for us in our client side. That's why we never hit the breakpoint. So I can see username is required, password is required, but I would like to have a red box inside my input fields. So the way we can do, if I just inspect my input field, I can see we have an extra class input validation error. And if I refresh, so if I inspect, I can see my input doesn't have that class, but as soon as I hit login, I can see input validation error class is added to my input fields. But the way that Bootstrap works for this form, we need to make it as is invalid. So if I head back to login.html, and inside my input for username, I type is invalid. If I type that, so we are manually adding the class. And for the text danger, we are going to make a use of invalid-feedback. And if I save, then I can see the red box over here. And if I log in, I can see username is required. But if I remove is invalid from my class, and I restart, refresh my page, and if I hit login, I don't see that error message, because that is required for the Bootstrap in order to provide the message for me. So we can fix that issue by navigating to wwwroot lib bootstrap dist css bootstrap.css, and over here we are going to substitute is invalid class with whatever we saw over here, input validation error. So I can copy this into my clipboard and I head back to my Visual Studio. I can press Ctrl F and I search for is dash invalid. And for all this is invalid, we are going to replace it with input dash validation dash error. And then I hit replace all. Then I hit OK. Then I restart my application. And if I navigate to login, and if I hit login, then I can see the red box over here. And that's how we fix the problem. Okay, let's complete login. So I head back and then I stop the application. And then after my if statement, I'm going to have model.return URL is model.return URL. And I put double question mark. this double question mark is null coalescing, which means if the model.return URL is null, then we are set model.return URL to URL.content, and we assign the home page, and the home page path is as this. So we are checking if the model.return URL is something. If there's something, then we are assigning to return model.return URL. Otherwise, we are assigning URL of our web application. And after here, I have var user is await user manager dot find by name async, and we pass model.username. And in login, if I go back, so we are going to check for both username and email address. So first of all, we check by the username, and then we check if user is null. Then we are going to have user equals await user manager dot find by email async, and we pass model dot username. With this, we are going to check the user by username. If this is null, then we are going to check by email address. And after these two, if the user is null, then we are going to return some error message. And we have model state dot add model error, and for the key, so the first one is key, we return string dot empty, and for the error message we return invalid username or password, please try again, and we return the model to our view. Then I'm going to check the password, so I have var result equals await sign in manager dot check password sign in async, and we pass the user and model.password, and for the lockout on failure we pass false. So we don't want to lock out the user, that's why we pass false as a third argument. So even though the password for the user is invalid, we're not going to lock the user out. And then we are going to check if result.succeeded, then we have await handle sign in user async, and we pass user. So we are going to create this method very soon, and then we return local redirect, and we return to model.return URL. Else, so for the else part, that means the password is invalid. So I copy these two and I paste it down here. So we return invalid username or password, and I'm going to remove the extra return view. So that's our login functionality, and this complains. And if I hover over here, this complains, and we need to pass task over here. So I have async task, and inside angle bracket, I put action result. And then we need to complete our method. So I copy the name, and just after my login, I'm going to create a region. So I have hashtag region, and I call it as private methods. I end the region. So this is just a comment for developers. So we understand this region is only for private methods. And I have private async task, and I paste the name, handle sign in user async, and we are going to receive app user. So I have app user and user. And over here we have var claims identity equals new claims identity. So I select claims identity from system.security.claims, and inside parentheses we have cookie authentication defaults, and then we need to bring, so if I press Control dot, we need to bring using Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.authentication.cookies, and then we have authentication scheme, and basically this is a const string of cookies. So we are telling that the authentication type is cookie, and I press semicolon. Then I have claims identity dot add claim, and we are going to assign some claims into our identity. And the first claim is new claim types dot name, and we pass user dot username. And I'm going to copy this 3 more times. And the next one is email, and we pass user dot email. And the next one is given name, and we pass user dot name. And the last one is name identifier, and we pass user dot id dot toString, since the user ID is integer value, and we need to assign only string values into claims. So if I hover over claim, we have a type and a string value. So that's why I have converted my ID to a string. And after here, we are going to assign the roles. So I have var roles equals await user manager dot get roles, async, and we pass user. Then I have claims identity.add claims. So I select the plural claims, and I have roles.select role. For each role, we are going to assign new claim. So I have assign new claim, and we are going to pass claim.types.role, and we pass the role. And finally, we have var principal equals new claims principal, and we pass claims identity. And after here, we have await HTTP context dot sign in async, and we pass the type. The type is cookie authentication defaults dot authentication key, and we pass the principal. So over here, I'm going to add a comment of so we are going to assign identity claims into our user.identity. So we are going to get all these values by using user.identity, and I'm going to show that very soon. And then we are going to sign in the user using Microsoft built-in .NET identity. And then I navigate back to _layout.html. And after home privacy, the UL tag, I'm going to have if. So I'm going to use @if user.identity that is authenticated. If the user is authenticated, then we display the following, else we display the following. So I cut my login div inside else part, and then inside my if part, I'm going to have So I'm going to have if the user is authenticated, and I'm going to have the following UL tag, else I'm going to have the following div tags. For the authenticated part, we are going to have, we get the name of the user by using @user.identity.name. And we are going to have extra a tag for logout, but otherwise we are going to have the login. So let's try our functionality and let's see if that works. So I'm going to start the application, and I hit login, and I log in with admin. So I have admin at example.com, and I put the password, and when I hit login, then I'm going to cut inside my breakpoint. So let's step forward. So we have received password and username, and then if I step forward, then the model is valid. So we are going to assign the return URL, and we are going to get the user. So first of all, we get it as the username, but this is an email. So if I step forward, then the user is still null. So if the user is still null, then we are going to get it from the email. So if I step forward, then I can see we have fetched the admin account. Then I'm going to step forward, and the user is not null. Then we are going to check the password, and we pass the password, and if the result is succeeded, so I can see result succeeded, then we are going to come to this function. So if I step into, then over here we receive the app user, and we are going to assign some claims to our user, and we are going to sign in the user using cookie authentication. So I'm going to have claims identity, and then claims identity is going to have bunch of claims. So one of them is username, and the other one is email, and we have given name and the ID. So I step forward, and then we are going to get the user roles. So this function is responsible to return the user role, and we are going to get the user role by using user manager. And if I step forward, then I can see admin has 3 roles: admin, user, moderator. And for each roles, that's why we have select. So select means for each. We are going to assign a new claim, and we pass that role into that new claims. So if I step forward, then we are going to have a principal, and we pass the claims. And finally, we try to sign in the user with the principal that we created. So if I continue, then I can see admin over here. So that means we are logged in, but the logout button doesn't work. So if I head back to _layout.html, and the problem is instead of li for the bootstrap icon, I have to have I tag. So if I save and I see my result, then I can see logout button. So I'm going to check the cookie over here. So I'm going to inspect and then I navigate to application and I'm using Chrome. Then inside cookies, then I have HTTPS localhost. If I click on this, then I'm going to see ASP.NET Core.cookies, and this is the value that is stored inside our cookie. And if we destroy this cookie, so I'm going to delete, and if I refresh, then we see login because the cookie is destroyed, and this is responsible, or this is checking for that cookie. And inside that cookie we have one of the claim as name, and that's how we can see the name over here, and we were able to see admin over here. I stop the application and let's create a new partial view for our authentication. So I right click on shared and I add and I hit on view. Then I select razor view empty. Then I hit add and I'm going to name it as underscore login partial and I hit add. Then I head back to underscore layout and I cut this part and I head back to underscore login partial and I paste it over here. And after login, I'm going to have another A tag. So I copy and paste the login over here. And the second one is for register. So I substitute the name with register. And for @HTML is active account register. So I correct this. And ASP account is account and action is register. And for the username, so instead of using @user.identity.name, I'm going to create some extensions. So I scroll up and then inside extensions folder, I right click and I add a new class and I name it as user claims extensions. And this is a static class and this is responsible to return any claims that is inside the cookie. So we have public static string get username, and this is going to receive this claims principal. So I select claims principal from system.security claims and I name it as user. And over here we return user.find first and claims type. Inside parentheses we have claims types. So I select claims types dot name and I put question mark for the null reference check and I have dot value dot to lower. So this is my username. And for the second one, I copy this and I paste it down here. And the second one is get email. And the claim types is email. And I'm going to copy one more time. And the third one is get name. And for the claim types, we are looking into given name. So if you go back to account controller and inside handle sign in user, we have passed user.name into given name. So that's what we are fetching over there. So inside user claims extensions. And the last thing is, so I copy this and I paste it down. The last one is get user ID. And for user ID, we are going to return integer value. So I remove a string and I substitute with int. And for the returning, we need to parse it to integer value. So I have int.parse and I put a parenthesis and inside the whole value, I parse my name identifier to integer. So we have claims dot name identifier. So if I head back to account controller, so we have assigned the user ID into name identifier and we have converted to string since this is taking only string values. So if I hover over claim, this takes the string value. We are going to get it back, and getting this back we need to convert it back to the integer value. And I'm going to make a use of get name inside my underscore login partial. So if I head back to underscore login partial, I'm going to have @user, so I remove identity.name and I have get name. And for this to be affected, we need to import it. So we need to import user claims extensions. I head back to user claims extension and I copy the namespace, and then inside my view imports, I'm going to import it over here. So I have @using and I paste the namespace. And finally, I need to bring underscore login partial into my underscore layout. So I head back to underscore layout and just the part that we have removed, I'm going to have angle bracket partial name equals underscore login partial, and I close my tag. So with all this, I'm going to check the functionality. I'm going to start the application, and I can see I have login and register over here. So for the register, I'm going to change the icon. So I head back and inside login partial. For the register, I'm going to have BI person plus field. So I substitute the class for my register. And if I save and I refresh, then I can see a different icon. So let's try to log in. So this partial view is coming from underscore layout. And for the first time, we are not authenticated. So that's why we see the else part. So as soon as I hit login, and over here we have username or email. So I have admin and the password is whatever we have assigned. And if I log in, and I'm going to remove my breakpoint, and if I continue, then I can see admin over here and log out. So this admin is coming from the extension, the user claims extension that we have created. So that's coming from here. I can put a breakpoint, and if I refresh, I am inside my breakpoint. So we have passed the user, and inside user we have identity and we have claims. In one of the claims we have the given name, and that given name is whatever we have assigned it to that. And if I head back to account controller, we have assigned it to user.name. So I can continue, and that's why I can see admin over here. Okay, let's complete logout. So if I press logout, then we don't have that action over here. So I stop the application and I head back to account controller. So for the logout, after here, I'm going to have HTTP GET, and after here we have public async task of action result, and I name it as logout. And then over here we have await HTTP context dot sign out async, and then we are going to return redirect to action, and we return to index for the action name and home for the controller. So I start the application. We are going to sign out the user using HTTP context. So that's basically is going to remove that cookie for us. So if I try to log in with admin, this time I'm going to log in with the admin user instead of the email address. So for the password, we have password. And let's fix this password to be visible to others. So I can head back to account login.chm, and inside here I can have type is password. So for the input ASP for password, the type is password. If I save and if I refresh, then this becomes invisible. So I have admin as the username and I put the password over here. And if I log in, then I can see admin, and I'm going to see my cookie. So I open the developer console, and inside my cookie I have ASP.NET Core cookies, and if I press logout, then the cookie is removed, but we have misspelled the index. So I can see what's going on inside my account controller. We have index, so I fix the spelling for index. Okay, let's complete the registration. So I start the application, and after login, I'm going to have register. Just before my logout, I'm going to have HTTP GET, and we have public action result register. And over here, I'm going to return to the view. So I'm going to create my view. So I hit add, and I create add view over here. Select view, razor view empty, and then I name it as register. So over here, we need to bring the model, but before we need to create the model. So I right click on account, and I hit add, and I hit class, and I name it as the register underscore VM. Then here we have prop a string of email, prop a string of name, prop a string of password, prop a string of confirm password. Okay, my register underscore VM is as follow. So we have email, name, and password, and we have confirm password. For the email, we are making as required, and the error message is email is required, and we are going to have some regular expression for the email check. So this is a regular expression, and that's for the email check. So if it is an invalid email or valid email address. I'm not going through with all these regular expression. You can search them online, and there are a bunch of regular expression that you can use for your email validation. And then next we have name. The display name is name. Inside parentheses we have username, so the name becomes a username of the account. We make it as required, and the error message we have name username is required. And then we are going to set some string lengths with maximum of 15 characters and minimum of 3 characters. And this is the regular expression for our name, and it cannot start with numbers, it has to start with characters. Then we have password, and this is the regular expression for our password. So you can copy and paste from here, or you can go into my GitHub account and copy the regular expression from the repository of this project. And then we have password must contain at least 1 letter, 1 number, and be between 6 to 15 characters. And then we have confirm password, and the confirm password is required, and the display name is confirm space password. So we have our view model for a register. So I'm going to copy the namespace, and I head back to my register.chtml, and I remove here, and then I have @model, and I paste it over here. Then we have register_vm. Then I'm going to copy and paste some of the code from login. So I open login.chtml, and I copy all this, and I paste it inside here. So we have deflex justify content center, core large form, and then we have a div tag and main form sign in, and then we have the form. And after the form, we don't have any input for return URL, so I remove this. And here I substitute with h1, and inside class I'm going to have h3 font weight normal, and instead of login I have, so I have sign up today to watch free clips. And after here I'm going to have my first input for the name. So we have name, and for the placeholder I remove this, and we have name in parentheses username. So we have name in parentheses username, and the class is form control, and the SP for the label is name, and SP validation is name. And then I copy this and I paste it down, and then the second one is email. And for the placeholder, we name it as email, and this is email, and SP validation is email. Then the third one is going to be password, so this is fine. And for the fourth one, so I copy this and I paste it, and we have confirm password. The type is password, placeholder is confirm password, and label is confirm password. And for the validation, we have confirm password. And for the login button, we have btn warning. So instead of info, I name it as warning. And then we have register. I save all and I start the application, and let's take a look at our registration page. So I hit register, and this is our form. So we have some extra margin over here. So I head back. So inside email, I'm going to remove margin top 5. And then if I save, and let's take a look. So this is much better. So we have name, and the name becomes the username. We have email address, password, confirm password. Okay, I stop the application and I head back to account controller, and we are going to have HTTP post, and I name it as public async task action result, and I name it as register. And we are going to receive register VM, and we name it as modal. And just after HTTP post, I'm going to check for the validation anti-forgery token. And this anti-forgery token validates the anti-forgery token. If the anti-forgery token is not available, or if the token is invalid, the validation will fail, and the action method will not execute. So that's basically only within our application we can call this register action. That's why we have put anti-forgery. And this anti-forgery has its own cookie. I can show this very soon, but that's basically for checking if the API call is within our application. And this is for more security. And this basically adds up more security to our application. And after here, I'm going to check if model dot is valid. And if the model is not valid, we return view and we pass the model. And if the model is valid, then I'm going to have if is question mark model dot password dot equals model dot confirm password. So I'm going to check if the password is the same as confirm password. If that's not the case, then I have model state dot add model error, and for the key I have confirm password, and for the value I can say confirm password does not match password, and I return to view and I pass the model. Then the next check is going to be if await check email exists async, and I'm going to pass model.email. And if the email does exist, so we are going to handle this function very soon. So I copy this and I paste it over here. And for the model error, for the key, so the first one is key. So the first one is key and the second one is error message. For the key, I pass email, and for the value, I can say email address of, so I can convert it to a string interpolation. So I add $, and over here I can have curly brace, and then I pass model.email is taken, please try using another email address. And then I'm going to check if await check name exists async, and I'm going to pass model.name, and I can copy this and I paste it here. And for the key, we pass the name. Then we can say, so I say the name of model.name is taken, please try another name. And after all these three checks, then I'm going to create my app user. So I have var user to add is new app user, and then I'm going to assign name is to model.name, username is model.name.toLower, and we have email is model.email.toLower, and then I have var result equals await underscore user manager dot create async, and we pass user to add, and I'm going to assign user role to our user account. So I have await underscore user manager dot add to role async, and I have user to add, and I can pass sd dot, so I need to bring sd from ClipShare dot utility dot user role. So we have await user manager add to role, and we pass user to add, and we pass the user role into our user. And then I'm going to check if result that succeeded. If the result is not succeeded, then I have for each var error in result dot errors, and we have model state dot add model error string dot empty error dot description. And after the for each, we are going to return to view, and we pass the model. But if the result is succeeded, then we have await handle sign in user async, and we pass user to add. And finally, we are returning redirect to action, and we redirect to index of home controller. So we need to create these two methods. So I copied the name, and inside my private methods, just above here, I'm going to have private async task bool, so it returns boolean, and I paste a name, and we are receiving email. And over here I have return await underscore user manager dot users dot any async, then we have x goes to x dot email equals email dot to lower, and then I copy the second one and I paste it down here. And then I copy this method and I paste it down here. And for the second one, I need to make it as check name exists async. So I paste it here, and then we receive name. And for here we have x.name.toLower equals name.toLower. So let's start our application and let's see everything works. And then I'm going to explain everything over here. So I hit register, and then I choose ABC at example.com, and password. So password 123, password 123. So I'm going to put a breakpoint inside my account register. So inside HTTP post register, I put a breakpoint, and if I hit the register button, then I can see I have password as a confirm password, password as this, and name is abc at example.com. And I'm going to step forward. So the model is valid. Then we are going to check if the password is the same as the confirm password. Otherwise, we return some error message. So that's not the case. Then we are going to check if the email does exist. So if I open my ASP.NET users and I select top 1000, then I can see abc at example.com doesn't exist. So we're good. So I'm going to step forward. So we're not inside that. Then we are going to check for the name. If that doesn't exist, then we are going to make a new app user. So I step forward, and inside my app user, we are going to have the name as abc, and username is abc, and email address is abc at example.com. And over here, we are going to create the user. So if I step forward, then I can see result that succeeded. So over here, I can execute my database. I can see abc has been created. But if I see my result, I can see password hash is null. So that means we are missing something. We need to pass model.password inside create async. So we are going to handle that very soon. And after here, we are going to assign the user role into our newly created user account. Then I can see the result is true, and we are going to sign in the user. So if I continue, then I can see abc over here, and the user has been signed in. So I stop the application. First and foremost, we are going to pass the password. So I have comma, and we pass model.password, and that's how we assign the password to the user. So create async is coming from user manager, and this is expecting an app user and a string password. So let's start the application. And this time I'm going to create a new user with the same name as John. So I hit register. Then for the name, I have John test at example.com, and password is 123. And if I hit register, so we have email as test at example.com, and the name is John. The name does exist. So if I step forward, so I can see I'm inside my fourth if statement. And then if I continue, and now I can see the name of John is taken. Please try another name. So this add model error is going to assign an error message into a key. And Razor page is smart enough to understand, since the key name is the same as the name. So if I open register, so this part is going to assign that error message over here, because we have assigned the key name as a name, and over here is going to check for all the error message, and the key value is name. So I'm going to remove John, and I put Tom. And for the email, I'm going to have John at example.com. So we have John taken. And then I need to put in the password. So I put password 123, password 123. And if I register, then I continue, then I can see email address of this is taken. Please try using another email. So this time I'm going to make a unique email address, but for the password, I'm going to put different password. So the first one is password 123, and the second one is password 321. And if I register, then over here, if I continue, I'm going to check for the similarity of the password and confirm password. If I continue, then I can see confirm password does not match password. And finally, I'm going to create Tom user. So I put password 123, password 123, and if I register, then if I continue, step forward, and the result is succeeded, and we are going to create the hash password for our user. So if I execute my database for Tom, now we have password hash. And if I step forward, then we are going to assign the user role into our Tom. So I can verify that if I select top 1000 ASP.NET user. So the last user is number 5, ID number 5. So I can see number 5 has role ID of number 2 and the role ID. So if I select top 1000 for ASP.NET role, the role ID of number 2 is user. And if for some reason the result is not succeeded, then we are going to fulfill the model state error using result.errors. But in our case, this result was succeeded, then we are going to sign in the user using handle sign in user async, and we return to index of homepage. And if I continue, then I can see Tom over here. And if I open the developer console, so that anti-forgery token, if I expand cookies and HTTP localhost, so that's the token that I was talking about. This is the anti-forgery token, and this is going to verify that every request is within this application. Okay, I stop the application and let's create a new controller, and we are going to handle authorization. So I hit add and I select controller inside controllers folder, and I select MVC controller empty, and I'm going to name it as channel controller. So I hit add, and inside here I'm going to only make it available for authorized user with the role of user role. So just above on top of my channel controller I have authorized. So I select authorize from Microsoft ASP.NET Core .authorization, and inside parentheses I have roles equals, and I use from string interpolation $, quotation, then I have inside curly brace sd.user role. And then we are going to create the razor page for index. So I right click on view and I hit add view. Then I select razor view empty and I hit add, and I name it as index, and I can have p tag channel index over here, and I can create a new razor page inside my account folder. So inside account folder, inside views, I right click and I add a new view, and this view is going to be named as AccessDenied, and I hit add. So we have created AccessDenied.chtml, and over here we have div So inside my AccessDenied, I have a div section, and we have the following class, and we have said that AccessDenied, you are not authorized to view this page, and we have created a button to go back to the home page. So I start the application, and I'm going to put a breakpoint inside my channel controller and inside index. So over here, I'm going to access to that channel. So I type /channel and I hit enter. And as soon as I hit enter, then I can see I am being forwarded to account login, and we do receive the return URL, and the return URL is saying that we were navigating to channel. So that's the return URL that we had inside login. And if I try to sign in, and if I hit login, then I can see I am inside my breakpoint inside my channel controller, because Tom user has the role of user. And if I continue, then I can see channel index over here. But let's try to log out, and let's try to log in with. So if I open context initializer, I can see Mary has moderator role. So Mary should not be able to see the channel. So I'm going to log in with Mary. Inside login, I type Mary and I put the password and I hit login. And over here, I try to navigate to channel. And if I hit enter, so we need to create that action result inside our account controller. So I stop the application and I head back to account controller. And just after logout, I'm going to have HTTP GET, and we have public IAction result. and we name it as AccessDenied, and we return to view. So if I right click on view and I go to the view, then this is coming inside AccessDenied, and I can have a channel button inside my underscore login partial. So I open underscore login partial, and just before my logout button, I'm going to have @ if user dot is in role st.user role, the user has a user role, then I'm going to have li. So I'm going to have li with class of nav item, and inside there we have nav link text white, and I have the is active for channel controller and index action, and we have ASP controller for channel, and ASP action is index. So I start the application and I try to log in. So I log in with Mary, which doesn't have user role, and I don't see the channel over here, the channel button. So I try to navigate to channel manually from here. So if I press enter, then I can see access denied because Mary doesn't have that role. And the reason is inside channel controller, we are checking for the authorization, and the roles is user. So if any user that has the role of user, then they can access inside this controller. Otherwise, it's going to navigate to the access denied. And where is that access denied is coming from? So that's coming from, if I open web application builder extension, and we have assigned it over here, options.accessDenied path goes to account controller and access denied. So inside account controller, we have access denied as another action name, and we have created the access denied.html. So I'm going to log out, and let's try to log in with admin. So admin has 3 roles. One of them is user. And if I type the password, so I can see admin and my channel over here. So this button is coming from underscore login partial, and we are checking if the user is in role whatever we input. Admin has the role of user, that's why we see this li tag for admin. And if I hit channel, then I continue, I can see channel index over here. And the last thing, I can push the footer down. I can set some min height. So I can open wwwroot css site.css, and over here I'm going to target to .main, and we have min height of 700 pixel. And I need to pass the class name to, if I open underscore layout, and inside main we have class, and we can pass main class over here. And if I save, then I'm going to refresh. So I can see this has pushed my footer, but this is a little bit too much. So I'm going to make it as 550. So I navigate back and I put 550 pixel. So this is much better. So with all these changes, we are going to end this section and we commit to the GitHub. So I stop the application, I close all the tabs, then I navigate to Git changes, and I add the following command. So I have typed section 03, comma, login and register user in place, and I commit all, and I push to the GitHub. In this section, I'm going to introduce you with repository pattern. What is repository pattern? The repository pattern is a widely adopted design pattern that promotes a separation of concern by decoupling the data access logic from the rest of the application. It provides a consistent interface to interact with data persistent, such as database. So what is repository pattern in common language? When we want to access to our database, we are going to use from entity framework. But from now, we are going to use from repository pattern to access to our database. That is going to be a separation of our application logic and data layer. And the repository pattern is responsible to connect to the database and provide us the data access logic there. In order to begin, I'm going to create my interfaces. So I expand core project. And inside my core project, I right click and I add a new folder, and I name it as IRepo. So I is for the interface and repo is repository. and I press enter. Then I right click and I add a new interface. So I hit new item, and here I choose interface and I name it as IBaseRepo. This is the base interface for our repository patterns. And we are going to make a generic type of repository for our application. So in order to do that, I remove internal and I substitute with public. Then I have public interface, IBaseRepo, and I'm going to give it a type. And we are going to receive the type using the angle bracket T. So T is the type of our class that we are going to create. And we can say where T is base entity. So I choose base entity from ClipShare.core.entities. So what we are trying to do here, we are trying to say that our base repo is from of base entity. And what is base entity? So if I open entities and open base entity, this is the base entity for our models. So for example, if I open category, category is deriving from base entity, and that base entity holds the ID. And for any other models that is deriving from the base entity, we are going to tell our IBaseRepo is from the base entity. So for example, if I open like dislike doesn't inherit from the base entity. So we're not going to make a repository for this like and dislike. And we are going to access to like and dislike through either app user or video. And the repository that we are going to make is only for the model classes that are deriving from the base entity, such as channel, category, and video. But for any other bridge classes such as subscribe, like, dislike, and comment, we are going to access to those through one of the classes that are going to have a reference. For example, if I want to access to comment, I'm going to access it through app user or video. Okay, I get back to IBaseRepo, and over here we are going to create the interface methods. First of all, we have void add, and for add we are going to receive T class and we name it as entity. And the second one is void update T source T destination. And for remove we have void remove T entity. And we have also void remove range. We are going to receive enumerable of T entities. And then the next one is task bool any async, and over here we are going to receive an expression. So we have expression, so I choose expression from link expression, and then inside angle bracket we have func, and then we have the T model, and it returns bool, and we name it as criteria. The next one is task of type T, and we have get by ID async, and we receive int ID, and we receive a string include properties is null. So we are going to set include properties to null by default, but the user can provide some string value over here. And I'm going to explain everything as we develop our application. Then we have task T model get first or default async, and we are going to receive expression of func T bool, and we name it as criteria, and comma we have string include properties. So I copy this and I paste it down here. The next one is task of type enumerable of T, and we name it as get all async. And over here we are going to receive the criteria. So I copy this and I paste it down here. In fact, we are going to make it as null. So the default value is null. Then we are going to include properties. So I copy include properties and I paste it down. And the lastly is func iQueryable. So I choose iQueryable, and this returns T, and we have comma I ordered queryable, and this gets a type of T, and after here we have ordered by is null, and I put semicolon. So I bring this down. So for my get all async, we are going to receive criteria, and this is null by default, and we are going to receive include properties, and we are going to receive order by, and all of them are nullable. That means optional. If none of them are provided, then we are going to return list async from that model. And the last one is task int, which returns an integer value, and we name it as count async. and we are going to receive criteria. So I copy this and we are going to make it as nullable and I paste it down here. So this is our interface for BaseRepo. That's our interface for IBaseRepo, and we need to implement this BaseRepo. So I'm going to implement the implementation inside data access. So I open here and I right click and I add a new folder and I name it as repo. And inside repo, I'm going to add a new class and I name it as BaseRepo. Okay, I'm going to make it public, and public class repo is going to receive T class. So T is a generic. That means any base entity class we can provide for our BaseRepo. And this is going to inherit from IBaseRepo, which also receive T, where T is a base entity. So I select base entity here from ClipShare.core.entities. Then over here, I'm going to inject my context. So I'm going to have a constructor. So I press CTOR and I press tab. Then I'm going to have context from my ClipShare.data access.data and I name it as context. And I'm going to inject my context. So I create and assign field property underscore context. And then just below my underscore context, I'm going to have internal db set and I pass the T class and I name it as underscore context set. Then over here inside my constructor, I'm going to have underscore context set equals underscore context dot set and we pass the T class. So that's how we are going to provide generic type of repository. So basically we are going to provide the type over here as T and we are going to set our DB set based on the T that we are going to receive. For example, category. So if we pass a type of category, then our DB set will be DB set inside angle bracket category. And then over here, we are going to have underscore context set is underscore context dot set. So we are going to set our context based on that model that we receive. Then I'm going to implement my first method inside my interface. So I open IBaseRepo and I copy this and I head back and I paste it down here. So we are going to have public void add and we receive T entity. And over here we have underscore context dot add entity. Whenever we are trying to add something into the T base that we receive, for example, we are going to add a new category or we are going to add a new channel. So that's basically that. We are going to use that. And the next one is, if I head back, is update. So I copy this and I head back and I paste it over here. Then I have public void update T source T destination. And we have underscore context set dot entry and we pass source dot current values dot set values and we pass destination. So based on the destination, we are going to update the source value, and that's what we are trying to do over here. Then I'm going to have my remove. So I copy remove and I paste it over here, and I'm going to have public void remove. And over here we have context set dot remove entity. So whenever we are trying to remove something from our database, that's what we are trying to do over here. Then we have remove range. So I copy remove range and I paste it over here. So I have public remove range, and over here I have underscore context dot remove range entities. So we are going to remove a range of entities that we receive. Then I'm going to have my any async. So I copy this and I paste it down here. So I have public and I paste it. So just before task, I have async. So I have public async task bool any async, and we are going to receive a criteria. And this criteria is an expression of func based on T. So if I open and close the curly brace, that's basically whenever we are trying to use from any async function from entity framework core. So for example, if I open ClipShare and open account controller, and if I head down inside private methods, we are going to have any async, and this is the func. So this is the func expression that we are going to pass it to our BaseRepo. So that's what that means. So even if I have over any async over here, I can see this is going to receive func app user. That's what we passed as a user. So user manager user is the app user, and in our case is T. And whenever we are trying to do anything with any models such as category or channel, then that's going to be replaced over here. And this is the predicate, and I name it as criteria. And this is the expression that we pass to. So if I head back to here, basically our criteria is going to hold that expression. Okay, then I have iQueryable of type T, and I name it as query. Then we have equals underscore context set, and for our query we have query equals query.where, and we pass criteria inside the parentheses. Then we return await query.anyAsync, and this anyAsync returns a boolean of true or false. So basically we are going to pass the criteria or the func expression that I showed you earlier, and based on that expression, which includes the T model, we are going to create an iQueryable, and then inside our iQueryable we are going to make a use of where clause, and we pass that criteria. So based on that expression, we are going to use from Entity Framework core method as anyAsync. So we have query.anyAsync. So this anyAsync is coming from the Entity Framework core, but we name it as anyAsync as well. So this is our own arbitrary name, but this is the name of coming from Entity Framework core. Then I head back to my IBaseRepo and I copy the next and I paste it here. So just before pasting, I have public async and I paste the value. Then I copy iQuery and I paste it here. So we are going to have a query of context set of type T. Then I'm going to see if we have anything inside include properties. So I'm going to check if not empty of string is null or empty, include properties. Then we are going to have query equals get query with included properties. And we pass query and we pass include properties. So I need to make my private method, and this is going to be a static method. So for a static method, we don't need to instantiate. So just below here, I'm going to have a region of static methods, and I'm going to end my region. Then over here, I'm going to have public static iQueryable of type T, and over here, I copy the name and I paste it over here. Then I'm going to receive iQueryable of type T, and I have query. Then I have string include properties, and in fact I remove equals to null because we have checked over here. So this holds some value. Then I open and close curly brace. Then I'm going to have var props equals included properties dot split, and inside the parentheses I have new char array, and inside curly brace I pass comma. Then I have a string split options that remove empty entries. So basically for include properties, we are going to pass as a string value, and that is going to be separated by comma. For example, we are going to access to our channel, and our channel includes video. Okay, so basically what we are trying to do, we are going to have for the include properties as video. Or if I head back to channel, we are going to have also subscribers. So we can include the property as a subscriber by using comma, and I paste subscribers over here. So for the first one we have videos, and for the second one we have subscribers. That's how we are trying to include the property of videos and subscribers when we are going to retrieve channel, and we are going to separate it by comma. So that's why we have a string included property and we define it as not. So if this is not empty, then we are going to include all those properties based on this example that I showed you. And we are going to have var included properties that is split by comma, and we remove empty entries. So for example, if we have comma, comma, and then we have subscribers, then this is going to return only 2 values rather than bunch of empty string values. That's what this option does for us. So I'm going to remove the example. And after here, I'm going to have for each var prop in props Then I'm going to have query equals query.include prop. So we are going to include those prop and we are going to pass it to the query. And that's the query that we receive inside our method. Then we are going to return our query. So that's our static helper method. And once we are defining as a static, then we don't need to instantiate that. So that's why I have used from static. Then I get back to my get by ID async, and over here I return await query dot where x goes to x dot id equals to id dot first or default async. So that's where we are going to return our entity inside here. Then I head back to IBaseRepo and I copy the next and I paste it down here. And before I paste, I have public async and I paste the value. So get first or default is pretty much the same as get by ID. So I can copy this part and I paste it down here. And I return, so I copy this and I paste it down here, return. Instead of passing our expression, so we return where and we pass the criteria. And we have first or default async. So over here, we created our own expression, but over here we are going to receive our expression, and that's why we use inside our where class. Then the next one, if I head back to iBase, I copy this and I head back to BaseRepo, and over here I have public async and I paste the value. So for get all async, we are going to receive criteria, include properties, and order by, but all of them are optional. So we need to make sure that if the string value is null or empty, or if that criteria is null, if it is null, then we do the default steps. Otherwise, we make a where class by criteria. So I copy iQueryable and I paste it down here. Then I'm going to check if criteria is not null. If this is not null, then I have query equals query.where and we pass the criteria. And after here, I'm going to check for the include properties. So I can copy my include properties if statement and I paste it here. And the last one is if order by is not null. So the order by is also an expression. And if order by is not null, then we can return await order by and we pass the query and we say to list async. Otherwise, we are going to return query dot to list async, and we need to pass await before here. So for this get all async, we are going to receive the expression, we are going to receive include properties, and we are going to receive order by, and all of them are optional. So we are going to check if the criteria is not null, then we make our where class, and if the include property is not empty, then we are going to include the properties. And for the order by, if this is not null, then we are going to return our IEnumerable T models with order by the expression that we receive over here. Otherwise, we are going to return query.toListAsync. So if all of them are null or empty, then we are going to return query.toListAsync. For example, we have category and we are going to receive underscore context.categories.toListAsync, something like that. And the last one, if I head back to IBaseRepo, I have count async. So I copy this and I paste it down here. And before here, I have public async task. And inside my parentheses, I'm going to copy this and I paste it down here. So the criteria could be null. And then we return await query.countAsync. And as soon as we implement all of the functionalities from our interface, then the error goes away. Okay, we have created our IBaseRepo and BaseRepo. We are going to create our first repository, which is iChannel repo. So I close all the tabs, and inside iRepo, I right click and I hit new item. Then I select interface and I name it as iChannel repo. So I make it as public. Then this iChannel repo is going to derive from IBaseRepo. And we pass, so inside IBaseRepo, we are going to receive the type. And over here, we pass channel. So I select channel from ClipShare.core.entities. So if I go to the definition for IBaseRepo, T is the type that is going to receive. And inside iChannelRepo, we are going to derive from IBase, and we pass the channel as a T type. And inside iChannelRepo, we're not going to add anything because it holds all the value that we need inside IBaseRepo. So I make it as empty. And I'm going to implement iChannelRepo. So inside data access repo, I right click inside repo folder and I hit class and I name it as channel repo and I make it as public. And channel repo is going to derive from BaseRepo and we pass channel. So I select channel from ClipShare.core.entities and then we have comma iChannelRepo. So this is going to be implemented from IBaseRepo and as well as the interface for iChannelRepo. And this is complaining because we need to pass the context to the base class. So inside BaseRepo, if I right click and go to definition, we are going to receive a context. So inside channel repo, since it is deriving from that class and it provides the type for that class, which is channel, we need to pass the context. So I have a constructor over here. So I type CTOR and I press tab. Then I have context and I select context from ClipShare.dataAccess.data and I name it as context. And I pass it to the base. So I have base context. So we have created our first repository, which is channel repo. And we are going to make a use of UnitOfWork pattern. So in order to do that, I come back to ClipShare core, iRepo, and I hit and add a new interface. So I select interface and I name it as iUnitOfWork and I press enter. Then iUnitOfWork is deriving from iDisposable. So I select iDisposable and I make it as public. Then we have iChannelRepo and we name it as channel repo and we have only getter. Then we have task bool complete async and I put a semicolon. So iUnitOfWork is holding iChannelRepo and this has a method which is complete async. So we need to implement UnitOfWork. So inside repo, I right click and I add a new class and I name it as UnitOfWork and I press enter. Then inside here we have public class of UnitOfWork and this is deriving from iUnitOfWork and we need to implement the methods. So if I put control dot and I implement interfaces, then I have this. It has provided me the foundation code for my UnitOfWork. So first of all, I'm going to inject my data context. So just above here, I'm going to have CTOR. Then I'm going to have context and I use context from ClipShare data access. Then I name it as context and I'm going to initialize this. So I press control dot and I create an assigned field. So I'm injecting my context inside here. Then we have public iChannelRepo and we name it as channel repo. And for throw new implementation exception, I remove this and we have new channel repo. And channel repo is expecting to receive context. So there is no argument given that correspond to the required parameter context. So we pass underscore context to channel repo. Then for the complete, we have public async task, complete async. And over here, we have bool result is false if underscore context dot change tracker that has changes. Then we have result equals await underscore context dot save changes async. And if this is greater than 0, then we store the value into our result and we are going to return result. So basically for complete async, we are going to save to the database. And in that level, we are going to make a persistent to our database if there are any changes. So by using underscore change tracker has changes, we are going to check if there are some changes and it tracks that changes. Then we are going to implement underscore context that save changes async. And underscore save changes async is returning an integer. If this is bigger than 0, then that means true. Otherwise, that means false. There were some problems while saving to the database. And that's what the result is doing. So the result is a boolean, and by default is false. And if this returns greater than 0, then this becomes true. That means our saving to the database was successful. If the save changes async was less than 0, then that means the saving to the database was not successful. And finally, for the public void dispose, we have, so I remove this, underscore context dot dispose. So I'm going to dispose my context. So we have injected our context, and we are going to dispose the context inside here. So with UnitOfWork, we are not going to make a separate service for each individual repository. So we have created only one repository so far, which is channel repo, and we are going to soon create more repository for category and video and anything which is deriving from base entities. But with UnitOfWork, we are going to only provide UnitOfWork service inside our application, and we are going to inject UnitOfWork, and through UnitOfWork we can access to channel repo, and through channel repo we can access to BaseRepo. So if I open channel repo, and this is going to derive from BaseRepo, and inside our BaseRepo we can implement all the methods that we see here: add, update, remove, and everything that we see here. That's why I have used from IBaseRepo and BaseRepo in order not to make any duplicate codes. Okay, I'm going to add a new interface for my category. So I right click on iRepo and I add a new item, and I choose interface, and I name it as iCategoryRepo. Then I open iChannelRepo and I copy this part, and I head back to iCategory and I paste it here, and I make it as public, and I'm gonna use category. So I select category, and the last repo that I'm going to make is for video. So I right click and I add a new interface, and I name it as iVideoRepo. Then I copy this, and inside iVideo I paste it here, and I make it as public, and the model is video. And I open iUnitOfWork and I copy this and paste it down here. The next one is iCategoryRepo, and I name it as category-repo. And the last one is iVideo, and I name it as video-repo. Then inside repo I right click and I add a new class, and I name it as category-repo, and I can add another one, and I name it as video-repo. So inside video repo I make it as public, and I open channel repo and I can copy this part, and I head back to video repo and I paste it here. Then the type is video, so I select video from ClipShare.core entities, and the interface is from iVideo repo, and we need to inject context and pass it to the base. So I open channel repo and I can copy this part, and I head back and I paste it here, and the constructor name is video repo, so I replace the name. Then I copy this part and I open category repo and I paste it over here. I make it as public, and the type is category, so I select category, and the interface is iCategory, and I need to create a constructor. So I head back to video repo and I copy the constructor, and I head back to category and I paste it here, and I correct the name with category repo. Then I open UnitOfWork, and inside my UnitOfWork I copy these two more down. The next one is iCategory, and the name is category, and the repo is category repo. And I do the same for the video. Okay, my UnitOfWork is done. Then I open application builder. So inside extension, web application builder extension, I open this, and then I'm going to provide the service inside my add application services. So after my DB context service, I hit enter and I have builder dot services dot add scope. And for the scope, we need to have the interface and the implementation. So for the interface, we have IUnitOfWork. So I select IUnitOfWork from ClipShare.core.iRepo. And for the implementation, we have comma UnitOfWork. So for the UnitOfWork, we select from ClipShare.dataaccess.repo. And then I open and close the parentheses. So I have provided the service inside my application builder. And then we can do the dependency injection for UnitOfWork. And through UnitOfWork, we can access to category, channel, or video repo. And all of them has access to the BaseRepo. Okay, I'm going to save all my files and then I close all the tabs. Now I'm going to create a new controller called Core Controller. So I right click on controllers folder and I hit add and I hit controller. I select from MVC controller empty and I hit add. Then I remove number 1 and I name it as core controller. So this is basically the base controller or the core controller of any other controllers. And I hit add. So core controller is deriving from controller from Microsoft ASP.NET MVC controller. That's the same as if I open channel controller, the same as this one. But over here, we're not going to have any iAction result. So I remove this and instead we are going to inject our UnitOfWork. So any controller that is going to derive from controller is going to have the UnitOfWork injected as dependency injection. So over here, I have private IUnitOfWork. So I select IUnitOfWork and I name it as _UnitOfWork. Then we have protected IUnitOfWork, UnitOfWork. So I name it as UnitOfWork and it goes to _UnitOfWork. If this is null, so by double question mark equals, we are going to check if this is null. Then we are going to inject UnitOfWork. And the way we do, we have HTTP context dot request services dot get service. And inside angle bracket, I put IUnitOfWork. So we see the red line. So if I put control dot, we need to bring using Microsoft extension dot dependency injection. So I bring that. So once I do this, then I'm going to open channel controller, and inside here, instead of deriving from controller, I'm going to derive it from core controller. So I select core controller. And by doing this, we are going to inject automatically the UnitOfWork. So core controller is injecting the UnitOfWork. If this is empty or null, then this is going to inject that by using request services.get service. If we were not doing this and we were going to inject the IUnitOfWork directly into our channel, so the way we do, we had to create a constructor, and then over here we had to do IUnitOfWork and we named as UnitOfWork. And if I control dot, I'm going to create an assigned field. So that's how we are trying to inject. But using that technique, then we don't need to do this. So I can remove this part and we can access to UnitOfWork by using, if I go back to core controller, UnitOfWork. So using this variable name, we can access to UnitOfWork. So if I head back to channel controller, then I'm going to make a use of this. Over here, I'm going to pass my model to my view. So if I go to the view here, so this is my view that we created in the previous section. So I'm going to add a new view model. So inside view model folder, I'm going to add a new folder and I name it as channel. And inside here, I'm going to create a new class and I name it as channel add edit _vm. And inside here, we have prop, a string of name, prop, a string of about. So if I open my channel entity, so inside ClipShare core entities, I have channel. So we have name and about. and this is our view model. So we are going to fetch the model from the database. So if I open channel controller, over here I'm going to have var channel equals await. So as soon as I do await, this is going to automatically put async before IAction result. But also we need to put task over here. So I have task, and inside angle bracket I put IAction result. So inside here we have var channel equals await UnitOfWork. So this UnitOfWork is coming from the core controller, and we have dot channel repo dot get first or default async x goes to x dot app user id equals user dot get user id. And then we are going to check if channel is not null, then we are going to create our model. So just above here I'm going to have var model equals new channel add edit underscore vm. So that's our view model. And then if the channel is not null, we say model.name is channel.name, model.about is channel.about. And then we are going to pass the model. So I copy the model and I pass it to my view. Then I go to my view. So I right click and I go to view. And inside here, I remove the p tag and I'm going to bring my model. So I have model and I need to paste the namespace. So I open channel add view model and I copy the namespace and I head back and I paste it here. And then we have dot channel add edit underscore vm. Then over here, I'm going to check at if a string is null or empty, model.name. If the model.name is null or empty, we are going to have a p tag and we can say so we say you don't have any channels yet, use the form below to create your channel. And inside else part, we are going to have a p tag, and then we have name column and we pass model.name. And I copy this. For the second one, we have about and we have model.about. So if I run the application, so I'm gonna log in as John. So I hit login and I log in as John. Then I'm going to put a breakpoint. So inside my channel controller, I'm going to put a breakpoint over here. Then if I hit channel, then I'm inside my breakpoint, and if I step forward, so we are going to fetch the channel, but the channel does not exist. Then if I continue, then I can see you don't have any channel, but I'm going to create a channel for user John. So I open my SQL Server and inside channel, I right click and I hit select top 1000. So I'm going to manually insert some value into that. So I have insert into. So I'm going to have insert into channel values, and for the name I pass it as John channel, and for the about I set some description about the channel, and for the created ad I pass get date, which returns the current date, and for the app user ID I pass John's user ID. So in order to get John's user ID, you need to select top 1000 for ASP.NET user, and I chose John, and the user ID for John is number 2. So I inserted this value into John's channel. So I'm going to repeat the same behavior. So inside my channel page, I'm going to refresh, and over here I'm going to step forward, and this time we are going to fetch it from the database. So we see some description about the channel and the name is John channel. And if I continue, then I can see name John channel about this. So it's time to explain everything that we have written so far. So first of all, we have created the IBaseRepo, and the IBaseRepo is saying that this IBaseRepo is the type of base entity. So it's going to receive the T model, and then it's going to restrict it to the base entity where T is base entity. And then we have bunch of methods signature there. So we have add, update, remove, everything. And then we have created our base repo, and this is going to receive the T model, and it is going to inherit from IBaseRepo, and it says where T is base entity. So our base entity is holding the ID, And if I open category, and category is deriving from base entity, and that ID is coming from base entity. Whenever we see a base entity or any model that is deriving from the base entity, then we can create a new repo for that. So that's why we are restricting to the T is coming from the base entity. So this T can be either category, channel, or video. Okay, and then inside BaseRepo, we are going to implement the functionality for each signature that we have seen inside our IBaseRepo. And then we have introduced IUnitOfWork, and IUnitOfWork is deriving from IDisposable. And then we are going to create the 3 repo that we have created. So these are the signature for the 3 repo that we have created. And also on top of that, we have complete async, and this is for saving. And then we have created UnitOfWork. So UnitOfWork is deriving from IUnitOfWork, and we are going to inject context. And then we are going to implement those signatures. And the 3 signatures are, and one of them is iChannelRepo. We name it as channel repo. And this is going to provide channel repo, and it pass underscore context to channel repo. And the same goes to the iCategory repo and iVideo repo. And it's going to implement complete async as well. So for the complete async, that's where we are going to save to the database. And for the dispose, we are going to dispose the underscore context. Then we have provided IUnitOfWork service inside our web application builder. So if I open web application builder, and inside add application service, we have provided that service over here. And after that, we have injected IUnitOfWork inside core controller. So inside core controller, we have injected that IUnitOfWork because we have provided the service over here. Then inside channel controller, we are going to fetch the channel from the database based on the expression that we are passing through here. So get first or default async is coming from channel repo, and that's basically coming from the base repo. So if I go to the definition, and this is the expression, the criteria. So if I head back, so, and if I go to the implementation, so this is the implementation for that. So if I put a breakpoint here, and I'm going to repeat the same behavior, so I refresh, and then I continue. So once I continue, then I can see this is my criteria. And this is that where clause that we have provided inside channel controller. So inside here, we have provided that app user ID is user.getUserID. And this getUserID is coming from the cookie. So if I go to the definition, in previous section, we have created user claims extension, and from the user, we are going to get the user ID that we have provided inside the cookie. So if I head back to BaseRepo, so I open BaseRepo, and we are inside our breakpoint. So we have that where clause over here. And then if I hit continue, and then inside here, we are going to make a query based on the T. And T is over here is channel. So our T model is channel entity. And then if I step forward, so if I hover over query, then I can see query is coming from Microsoft Entity Framework Core internal DB set, and the type is clipshare.core.entities.channel. So we can say that our T is channel over here. And then we are going to check if the included properties is null. So this is null for now. Then we are going to return await query dot where the criteria and first or default. And the criteria was if the app user ID is the current user ID of that logged in user. So if I step out, and over here we have fetched the channel from the database. That's why we see the channel information over here. And the purpose of creating the base repo was to not to create any duplicate code for any repository that we are going to create for our application. So we have created one base repo, and we have implemented the generic type for that. And we are going to make a use of that inside category, channel, and video. Okay, let's handle the form. So if I open channel, then inside here, I'm going to create my form. So I'm going to close all other tabs. And after here, I'm going to have So I have created my form. ASP action is create channel. Then I have one for the name and one for the about. So we have label name and we have input for name and ASP validation for name. Then we have label for about, and for the about we are going to use from text area. So I open channel add edit underscore VM, and inside here both of them are required. So I put required on top. So I copy required and I paste it for about. And then we are going to display. So I hit display, and inside parentheses I have name equals channel name. And we are going to make a use of regular expression. So we have regular expression for our name. And inside regular expression we do have So inside regular expression, we are going to restrict it to only characters. So we're not accepting any special character. So we only accept from A to Z lowercase or A to Z uppercase. And we accept the minimum for 3 and maximum for 15. And for the about, we are going to have a string length, and for maximum is 200 and minimum is 20. And for the error message, I say so about must be at least 20 and maximum 200 characters. And for the display, I have name equals about your channel. So this is our view model. So I head back to channel controller, and we need to create another iAction result. So over here, I'm going to have HTTP post, and I have public async task of iAction result, and I name it as create channel. And I'm going to receive channel add edit view, and I'll name it as model. So if I open index from channel, and the ASP action is going to call create channel. That's what we have provided here. So the name of our view is called index, but we are going to post to a different action result. So I have provided that over here. So the post method is create channel. So if I open channel controller, this name should be exactly the same as we have provided inside here. And then I'm going to return to view, and I pass the model. So let's put a breakpoint, and I'm going to start the application. So this time we are going to log in as admin, because admin doesn't have the channel yet. So I have logged in as admin, and I hit my channel. Then we can see our form, channel name and about. So I put some dummy text here, and then I hit create. So once I hit create, then I can see I am inside my create channel. Then inside model, I can see the name and about that I have provided inside my form. But when I continue, then I'm going to receive an error. And the error, it says the view create channel was not found. The following location were searched inside view channel create channel CHTML, and inside view shared create CHTML. So the reason this is failing is because if I head back to create channel, we are going to return to view, and the view that is going to search is called create channel. So according to the error message, is going to search for create channel.chtml, but we don't have that here. So we need to let the user to be forwarded inside index, and for the index we do have the CHTML file. So in order to do that, I'm going to return redirect to action, and I pass index. So if I save the file and I hit the hot reload, then inside here, if I provide the dummy text and if I continue, then we don't see that error message. Another problem is for the model that we have provided the name and about is gone. So we can pass the model along with our redirection. But before forwarding the user back to the view, we need to add some validation. So I stop the application, and inside here, I'm going to check if this question mark model state is valid. So if the model is not valid, then we need to, so if I open account controller, and let's see what we were doing inside register. So inside register, we were trying to see if the model is valid. If the model is valid, then we are going to check if the password equals to confirm password. If it doesn't, then we are going to add to the add model error. So we are going to add a custom error inside model state.add model error, and we pass to the view. But inside the channel controller, our view is named differently. So we don't have the create channel for HTTP GET. For the HTTP GET, we have only index. So we need to forward the model as a string to index. There are some ways in order to pass the model to index, and one of the way is send it as a string. So for example, if I'm trying to send the model back to the view, and our view is called index, so over here I'm going to have a string model. So I'm going to receive my model as a string value, and if the model is not valid, then I'm going to have return redirect to action, and the action name is index. And then I'm going to return my model as a string to index. So the way I do, I have new, and inside curly brace I have a string model. So this is coming from here. Now my string model is, I'm going to convert my model into a JSON object. So I have JSON convert. So I select JSON convert from Newton.json. And then I have serialize object, and I pass my model. And I put a semicolon. And let's put a breakpoint over here, and let's put a breakpoint over here. So I'm going to run my application, and I'm going to log in as admin once again. And I open channel. So at first, when I open channel, I can see the string model is none. But when I hit create, then I'm inside create channel, and the model state is invalid. So if I hover over model state, then I can see two entries inside model state. And inside here, we can see the name validation. And for the errors, we can see the channel name field is required, and as well as for the about. So if I step forward, then I'm inside my if statement, and I'm going to convert my model into a string value. So if I continue, then this is going to redirect to the index, and it is going to pass the string value into here. So if I continue, then I'm back to my index. And if I hover over a string model, I can see I have my model as a string value. For name, the value is none, and about, the value is none. But if I continue, then I can see an empty 4. So we are going to fix this issue. So if I head back, we need to pass the error message aligned with our model. So I'm going to stop the application, and then I open channel add edit underscore VM. So in order to pass those error message, we are going to have a list value for those error messages. And for those error message, we are going to create a separate view model. So inside view models, I right click and I add a new class, and I name it as model error underscore VM. And inside here, we have prop string of key and prop string of error message. And then I open channel add edit, and inside here we have prop list value of model error underscore VM. So I select this and I name it as errors. So we need to bring list. So I use from using system collection.generic, and we are going to initialize it to empty list. So I have equals to new list model error underscore VM and open and close parentheses. Then I head back to channel controller, and inside here I'm going to loop through all of the error messages. So I have for each var item in model state, and if item dot value dot errors dot count is greater than 0, then I'm going to add into my model.error. So I have model.errors.add new model error underscore VM. So I select this, and I'm going to bring the namespace. Then inside here, I have key equals item.key. And for error message is item.value.errors.select x goes to x.error message dot first or default, and I put a semicolon over here. So along with our model, we are going to pass the error message into our index. And then I scroll up, and inside my index, I'm going to check if is question mark string that is null or empty, and I check for the string model. So if the string model is not empty, then I'm going to deserialize my model. So I have model, which is from here, equals JSON convert dot deserialize object, and I pass channel add edit, and I pass the string model. So I'm going to deserialize my string value into the channel add edit underscore VM model. So basically the string JSON object will be converted back to the model. And then I'm going to check if model.errors.count is greater than 0. And then I'm going to have a for loop. So I have for each var error in model.errors. And I'm going to pass to the model state dot add model error. So if I open account controller, so basically we were adding some error message into model state. So we are going to do the same here. So we have model state dot add model error, and we pass error dot key and error dot message, error message. And I'm going to close the if statement. And after that, I'm going to return to view, and I pass the model. And then I open index.html, and inside here, I'm going to check if the model name is empty, and we put or, and model.errors.count is greater than 0. So if the model has some errors, then we are going to display the form again. And at that time, we know that there are some problem with the form. So let's try this out. So I start the application, and I log in as admin. Then when I go to my channel, then at first the string model is empty. So if I continue, then I can see the channel name. So I'm going to submit my form without filling up this name and about. So I hit create. Then if I step forward, the model is not valid. Then we are going to have 2 error messages, and inside each one of them, we do have a key and the value. So, and inside value, we can see errors. And inside errors, we can see the error message that there. So basically the key value is item.key, and error message is, we are going inside item.value.errors, and we are going to select the error message only. So as I have shown you, so for example, for the first one, we have value errors, and inside errors, this is an array, and we have error message. So we are going to select the error message only. And if I put a breakpoint here and I continue, then my model contains, for the about is none and name is none, but for the errors, it contains 2 errors, and one of them is name, and the message is channel name field is required. The second one is the about your channel field is required. So I can fix the error message here, but for now it's okay. So when I continue, then I'm inside my index iAction result. Then I can see the string model, and that has been passed through a string value. So if I step forward, then I'm going to check if the string model is not empty, which is not empty. Then I'm going to deserialize my model. And if I hover over my model, then I can see that's exactly the same as what we saw inside here. And I'm going to check for the errors. So if the count is greater than 0, and then I'm going to add each individual error into model state.add errors. And if I put a breakpoint here, so my model contains those errors, and I have provided those errors inside model state add model error. And if I continue, then inside here, so if I head back to channel index.html, I'm going to check, first of all, I'm going to check if the model.name is string null or empty, which is true, but also the second condition is also true. So model.errors.count is greater than 0. And over here, we do have ASP validation for name and ASP validation for about. So that's what we see over here. So the channel name field is required and the about your channel field is required. I can fix the error message for about. So if I open channel add edit, and for the required, we can have parentheses error message about field is required. So I can provide the error message for about. And I'm going to stop the application and I save all the files. Okay, let's complete create channel. So this is the validation for the model, but we want to do our own validation. And our own custom validation is we're not letting any duplicate channel names. So if I select top 1000 for channel, so we have John channel as a name. So we're not going to let another John channel for another user. That's another validation that we want to handle. So I head back and I'm going to remove my breakpoints. And after here, I'm going to have var channel name exists equals await UnitOfWork dot channel repo dot any async, which is our own function that we have implemented inside BaseRepo, and we are going to provide the criteria, which is x goes to x.name.toLower equals model.name.toLower. So if this returns true, so we can check if channel name exists, then we can provide another error inside our model.errors. So I have model.errors.add new model error underscore VM, and inside curly brace I have key as a name. The key is the name, and error message is, so we have the key for name and the error message channel name of model.name is taken, please try another name. And I'm going to return to the action. So I copy this and I paste it down here. So let's try this. I'm gonna run my application and we know John channel is taken. So I'm gonna register a new channel for admin. Okay, I have logged in as admin and then I'm going to say John channel, which is exactly the same as here. And I'm going to provide the about and I hit create. So I'm gonna put a breakpoint here. And if I hit create, then inside here, I'm gonna see I have another error. So if I continue, then I can see channel name of John channel is taken. Please try another name. I head back and I stop the application. So if everything is fine, then we are going to add the channel. So we have var channel to add equals new channel. So I select channel from ClipShare.core.entities. Select this one, which is our own entity. And then for app user ID, I provide with user.getUserID, which comes from the cookie. And name is model.name. And about is model.about. And I put a semicolon. Then I'm going to add it to our channel repo. So I have UnitOfWork.channelRepo.add and I provide channel to add. So this channel repo.add, if I go to the implementation, is coming here. So we have underscore context set.add entity and we have provided channel as a T. So I go back and finally we are going to save it to the database. So we have await UnitOfWork.complete async. So at this stage, we are going to save to our database and we are going to return back to the index. But before we return back to the index, I would like to provide some notification, and we can provide that notification with creating a new shared Razor page. So inside shared, I open shared, and inside here, I'm going to right click and I add a new view and I select Razor view empty. I select add. And in here, I'm going to have underscore notification. That means this is a partial view. So when we start with underscore, that means this is a partial view and we can use it anywhere. So I hit add. Then over here, I'm going to check my temp data. So I have @ if temp data of notification is not null, then I'm going to provide the jQuery. So I open underscore layout and I scroll down. Then I copy the jQuery script and I copy this and I head back and I provide it here. Then we are going to have a script we are going to use from jQuery. So I have $function. So this $function, it means when the document is ready. Then I'm going to have const. Okay, this is code inside our notification. So we have $sign function, which is if the document is ready, then we are going to have const notification model, and this is going to get the value from temp data. So I have @sign, so that means it comes with a C# code. Then I'm going to split by semicolon, and for the first we are going to have is success. So if it is success, then we return true. And then the next element is title, and the next element is message. And then we are going to have var model content inner HTML, and I have used from backtick. So this is backtick. Then I have provided the HTML code here, and inside here, and we are going to check if the is success is true. Then we return BG success. So that means the header becomes green, otherwise it becomes red. And then we are going to provide the title, and we have an X button to close the notification modal. Then for modal body, we have the message, and then we have the footer. And for the footer, we have OK. And we are going to append this notification to our notification modal content, which is here. So this is our HTML code. So we have a button for launching the modal, but this is disabled. The display is none. So this is not being shown anytime. But we have a ID, and we are going to append the modal content. So all these codes are going to be appended inside here, inside this div tag. And then we are going to trigger the button with click event, and this button pops up the modal for us. So we are going to provide the notification contents inside temp data notification with a key value of notification. And in order to be effective, we need to provide this partial view inside our underscore layout. So I open underscore layout. Just below my footer, I'm going to have partial name is underscore notification, and I close the tag. So we are providing the notification to our entire application. So with this change, we can apply that notification. So I open channel controller, and just before we redirect to the index, I'm going to have temp data and notification. So that's a key. So if I go back to underscore notification, this is the key. So this has to match. So I can copy this and I paste it here. And then we can have, so we are going to pass if whether it is success and the title and the message, and we separate them with semicolon. So if I head back to underscore notification, we are going to split those with semicolon. So inside here, for the first argument, we pass true and we provide semicolon. Then we can provide the title, and the title is channel created, and we press semicolon. And for the message, we can say your. So we have provided the message as well, and we are going to redirect the user to the index. So let's try our application, and this time I'm going to create a new channel for admin user. So I start the application. So I have logged in as admin, and I go to my channel so I can remove my breakpoint, and I hit continue. Then I'm going to provide the channel name as admin, and I provide some valid description, and I hit create. So once I hit create, then I can see my modal, and I can see channel created. Your channel has been created, and you can upload clips now. And as soon as I see this message in the background, I can see name admin about, and this is the about for the admin channel. So basically we have been redirected to here, and the string model was empty, so we don't see the error message. And then we are going to fetch the channel from the database, and we provide our view model with the fetched value from the database, and we provide the model to the view. and we can see name admin and about here. So if I execute my channel here, so I can see admin has been created. Okay, I'm going to remove admin. So if I do delete from channel where ID is 2, so I execute this, and if I execute select 1000, so I have only John. So I'm going to refresh so I can see the form, but this time I'm going to intentionally put some error message. So I'm going to duplicate the John channel and I put it the name here, and I'm not going to provide anything for about. So as soon as I create, then I can see about field is required. But when I put some values, and I can see channel name is taken. So when you take a look at the URL, you can see some nasty URL along here. So there is another alternative way to get rid of this. And at the same time, we can provide the error messages to different actions. So instead of passing those error messages as a string value, we can provide that through session. So I'm going to stop the application. So first of all, we need to provide the session service to our application. So I open web application builder, and inside here, I'm going to have builder.services.add session. So I'm going to provide the session to our application, and we are going to provide the pipeline to our application as well. So I open program.cs, and if I scroll down just below use authorization, I'm going to have app.use session. So I'm going to provide the session to our application pipeline as well. Then I head back to channel controller, and instead of passing this as a string value, so I'm going to pass it as a session. So just here, I'm going to have HTTP context.session.set string. So I need to bring set string from Microsoft ASP.NET Core HTTP. So I select this, and I'm going to provide the key and value. So for the key, we have channel model from session. And for the value, we are going to convert our model into a string JSON. So I copy this and I paste it over here. So for the key, we have channel model from session, and for the value, we have the JSON object. So I put a semicolon, and this time I'm going to remove my route values. So I'm going to remove this, and I copy this and I paste for our name exists, channel name exists. So I paste it down here as well, and I'm going to remove the route values here as well. But in fact, I'm going to comment this out. So you might wonder, what's the alternative way? So this is the alternative way. So I comment this out, and I'm going to return to redirect to action, and I provide only index. And then I head to the top to our index, and this time I'm going to have a string model equals HTTP context.session.get string, and we provide the key. So what is the key? This is the key. So I copy the key value and I provide it over here. So we are going to get our string model using session instead of the route URL. So I can provide a breakpoint here, and I start the application. So I log in as an admin. So when I hit create, we are going to see two error messages. So once I hit create, then inside my index, I can see a string model is null because we haven't provided that through here. So we have removed that piece of code from here. And instead, we are going to provide our model into session. So if I step forward, then we are going to get our string model from this session. So as soon as I step forward, then I can see we have that model coming from session. And if I continue, then we don't see that nasty URL over here, but we still see the error messages in our screen. So that's another alternative way to pass some model error state to different action name. So with that changes, I'm going to create the admin channel once again. So I have provided the channel name and the about for the channel. So once I hit continue, and if I step forward, then the string model still has some error message. So that's another issue. So we need to remove that session. So if I select top 1000 and then I can see admin was created. So I'm going to delete that once again. So I have removed the admin channel, but if I provide even though the correct values, we still see the messages. So in order to get rid of that, we need to destroy our session. So whenever we have provided the error messages here, then we are going to destroy the session. So the way we do, we have http://context.session.remove, and then we have to provide the key value. So we are going to destroy the session. Let's restart the application and see that in action. So I log in as admin. So far admin doesn't have any account. So if I select top 1000, this is only John. And when I hit my channel, then I continue and I provide empty form. So as soon as I provide the empty form, and if I continue, then I can see the error messages here. But when I provide admin and I provide some about, so I have provided the form and with valid inputs. So when I hit create, then I'm inside my breakpoint. And if I step forward, then I can see the string model is null because previously we have removed our session. And when I continue, then I can see that error message is gone. So it depends on you whether you want to follow this method to provide the errors through our session, or you can provide through the routes model. That's why I have provided the commented code over here. So with all these changes, I'm going to stop the application and let's commit our changes to the GitHub. So I select Git changes, and in here I provide the following commit. So I have provided section 04, generic repository added with creating channel, and I commit all, and I'm going to push it to the GitHub. In this section, we are going to work on some of the functionality for admin. An admin can create, edit, and delete category. So if I open database, so we have a category, and admin is capable of performing CRUD operation for category. So first of all, we need to create admin dropdown inside our underscore layout. So I open underscore layout, and after my privacy, I'm going to have @if user is enroll user dot is enroll, and then I'm going to look for sc.admin role. If the user is in role of admin, then I'm going to display the following li tag. So I have a li, and I have a li tag, which is nav item dropdown. Then we have a tag, and we have admin dropdown for the ID. Database toggle is dropdown. Area expanded is false. Then I name it as administration. Then I have a UL tag, and we have dropdown menu, area labeled by admin dropdown. And then we have an a tag inside our li tag, which the class is dropdown item, and it is going to open inside AdminController and look for admin action. So I run my application and I'm going to log in as admin user. Once I log in, I can see my dropdown. And if I click on this, I can see category. So we need to create our admin controller with category action. So I stop the application, and then I right click on controllers and I hit add new class. Then I call it as admin controller and I hit enter. Then the controller is going to derive from core controller, which we have introduced in the previous section, and we are going to authorize. So I put authorize attribute on the top, and then we are going to restrict it for roles, and the role that we are going to restrict is admin role. So I have $, quotation, and inside quotation I have curly brace and st.admin role. So I'm going to restrict my entire admin controller for only admin role. Then I'm going to have public iAction result. So I bring iAction result, and then I name it as category, and I'm going to return to view. So I need to create my view as well. So I right click and I hit add view, and inside here I select from view razor view empty and I hit add, and I name it as category, and I hit add. So inside here I'm going to have the following HTML tags. So I have a div class, and then I have h2 categories, then I have a button, and this button is going to call create new record from JavaScript. And then I have a table, and inside table we have a t head which has ID, name, and actions, and then we have a t body, and our t body has a ID, and we are going to fetch our t body dynamically using API call with Ajax. So I run my application and let's take a look. Okay, I navigate to category, and then this is our category page that we can see. So we're not going to use from privacy, so I can remove my privacy now. So I stop the application and I head to home controller, and for privacy action I remove this from here, and also I can remove privacy from home folder. So I inside home folder I right click for privacy and I delete my privacy. Then I can navigate to underscore layout and I can remove this li tag, and if I scroll down inside footer, so we have privacy inside our footer as well. So inside here I'm going to remove privacy action, so I remove this, but instead I'm going to redirect to index, and we name it as ClipShare, and I can remove ClipShare here, and instead of having 2024 I can have @datetime.now.year, and I'm going to add a text center class as well. And before running our application, I'm going to do another modification. So I open index.chtml from home folder. So I open my home page, and instead of having the default text, so I remove this, and I'm going to have I have ClipShare is your go-to platform for sharing and discovering amazing video clips. Okay, I'm going to start the application and let's see all the changes that we have made. So I can see my homepage text is different and the privacy page is gone, and this is our footer. Okay, let's work on AdminController. So if I open category, then we are going to populate our T-body dynamically with using API call. So I need to create the APIs inside my AdminController, and the APIs that are going to return API responses. So before that, I'm going to create my API response class. So inside my view models, I right click and then I add a new class and I name it as API response. So this class is responsible for sending API responses. So we are going to have prop int of the status code. So that's a status code for the API. Then we have prop string of title, and we have prop string of message, and we have prop, and this is the object. The type is object, so I select object, and this is the result. So the API response has a result. Then we have prop boolean of is success, and I'm going to create constructor to initialize these properties. So I put my cursor inside API response and I control dot. So I press control dot and then I select generate constructor and 3 dots. So I select that, then I'm going to select all of them and I hit OK. So first of all, title can be null. So I initialize that to null, and as well as message. Message can be null and result can be null as well. So we don't need is success. So I remove this from the constructor argument, and instead I remove this, and instead of that I'm going to have if status code is either 200 or the status code is 201. Then we set is success to true, else we set it to false. So for the title, we are going to get the value from the constructor. If the value of the title is not null, then we are going to set it to the title. Otherwise, if the title is null, we are going to set it to the default values. And how do we do that? So by using double question mark, then we can have get default title, and we pass a status code. And we are going to do the same for the message. So we have double question mark and get default message, and we pass a status code. So we need to create these two private methods. So I copy get default title, and underneath of here, I'm going to have private string, and I paste the value. Then we are going to receive int status code, and I close the curly brace. And over here, I'm going to make a use of switch statement. So I'm going to have return status code switch. So we are going to make a use of switch based on the status code, and based on that, we are going to return different values. So if the status code is 200, then we return success. So the title value will become success, comma, and I copy this and I paste it down a bunch of times. So for the next one, we have 201. And for the 201, we also have success value. And the next one is 400. So for the 400, we have bad request. So the title becomes bad request. And for 401, we have unauthorized. And the next one is 404. And we have not found. Then I copy this one more time. And the next one is 500. And the title becomes internal server error. And finally, we are going to have a default value, which is underscore. So the underscore is the default value, and we are going to return null as a title name. And I put a semicolon over here. So if I head to the top, the title is going to be set by the title that are going to be received from the constructor. But if the title is null, then we are going to execute the right what's inside the right side of the double question mark. So we are going to execute get default title, and get default title is going to receive a status code, and based on that, we are going to make a use of switch, and for each status, we are going to set or return different values, and that return value will be set to the title. And we do the same for the message. So I copy get default message, and underneath of here we have private string get default message, and I open and close curly brace. Then I can copy my switch statement from the title and I paste it down here, and I basically have the same meaning as for message. So since we have a multiple argument constructor, we need to create default constructor as well. So I have CTOR and I press tab. So this is our API response, and our API response is going to hold the status code, the title, message, and the result value, and whether it was success or was not success. Then I head back to AdminController, and inside here I'm going to have a region. So I select region and I name it as API endpoints, and I end the region. So I select end region. Then inside here I'm going to have HTTP GET, and I have public async task of iAction result, and I name it as get categories. And over here I'm going to have var categories equals await UnitOfWork, which comes from core controller dot category repo dot get all async. So I select get all async here. And if I hover over category, then we have category entity, but we are going to convert this to a view model. So inside my view models folder, I'm going to right click and I hit a new folder. So I create a new folder and I name it as admin. So this admin folder is holding all the view models for AdminController. Then I right click and I add a new class and I name it as category add edit underscore vn. So that's our view model. And inside here, I'm going to have prop integer of ID and then prop string of name. And for the name, we are going to make it as required. So I select required. And then I head back to AdminController. And for each categories, we are going to convert it to a list of category add edit underscore VM. So I can have var to return equals categories dot select, and select is looping through each categories. Then inside select we have x goes to new category add edit VM. So I select category add edit VM, and inside here I have curly brace and id equals x.id, comma name equals x.name, and I put a semicolon over here. Then I'm going to return JSON, and for the JSON we are going to return new API response. So I type new API response and I'm going to import my using. So I have using ClipShare.viewModels, and our API response is expecting to receive a status code. So we type 200, the status code is 200, and then we are going to pass the result. So we don't need to pass title and message, we can only pass the result, and the result is under fourth argument. But we can pass the result as, if I type result colon and I pass to return, so our to return is the result. And if I hover over to return, I can see this is a type of IEnumerable of category add edit underscore VM. So for each categories we have use from select, and select is going through each of the category, and we name it as X, which is each category. And for each category we are going to convert it to new category add edit underscore VM, and we pass the values over here, and we are going to return our JSON, and inside our JSON we need to pass the object. So for our object we are going to return our API response, and inside our API response we are going to have a status code, title, message, and result, and I put a semicolon over here. So our API endpoint is done, so we need to work on the category HTML file. So I open category.chtml, and we are going to populate our table body using Ajax to make an API call to the one that we have just created. So I'm going to have add section and scripts. So this is our scripts. Then inside here we have a script, and we have var categories is empty array. Then I'm going to have $sign function, and I'm going to call get categories, and this is a function that we are going to create. So $sign function is whenever the document is ready, and this is a jQuery function type. And after here I'm going to have function get categories, and inside here I'm going to make a use of Ajax. So I have $.ajax, and I open and close parentheses, and inside here I'm going to have curly brace, and the URL is /admin/get categories. So that's the URL of the endpoint that we have created. So if I open AdminController, we have get categories, and get categories is inside AdminController. So I'm going to head back to the category. Then we have comma, and type is get, and then success is function, and the function receive data. And over here I'm going to console.log my data, and I need to add a semicolon over here. So I have semicolon for my Ajax. So with all these changes, let's save everything, and before running our application we need to provide some categories inside our table. So I'm going to right click on category, and I hit add top 200 rows, and here I'm going to have movie. So our first category is movie, and if I select the next one, so we can see that movie has been created. And if I head back to here, and if I select, I can see movie has been created. I'm going to create one more. So for the second category we have music, and I can verify with here. So let's run our application. Here I have logged in as admin, then I hit category, and inside here I'm going to open developer console, and once I open the developer console I can see I have received an object, and the message was success. That's a default value for 200. If success is true, and the result, we can see we have received two data for the result. One of them is movie and the other one is music. So that verifies that our functionality is working as expected. Okay, I stop the application, and then I open category.chtml. So over here, I'm going to remove my console log and I'm going to have $dot table body. And that's the ID of table body over here. So I copy this and I paste it down. And then I'm going to empty. So empty my table body. Then I'm going to have categories. So I select categories equals to data.result. So as you saw, we have stored our items into data.result. So if I open the browser, we can see the result is here. We have the items inside our result. Then I'm going to make a loop into my categories. So I have categories dot map, and inside my map I'm going to have value and index. And after here I'm going to have const tr tag equals, and I'm going to make a use of backtick. So I use backtick. Then I have So I'm going to have a tr tag. Inside tr tag, we are going to set the ID, and the ID is tr underscore index. So for each category, we have index, and it starts from 0. So for the first tr, we have tr underscore 0. That's the ID for our tr tag. And then we have 1, 2, 3 td tags. And then we are going to close our tr. Then I'm going to have $sign and tag table body. So I copy table body and I paste it here. And I'm going to append my tr tag. So I copy tr tag and I paste it over here. I am missing a quotation. So closing quotation for the ID. So make sure the ID has as this format. So ID equals quotation tr underscore, and we are going to make a use of backtick. So with backtick we have $sign, and inside curly brace we can provide JavaScript variables. So that becomes tr underscore, for example, 0. And if I save, then I'm going to refresh the page. Then I can see two tr tags over here because we have 2 categories so far. So we are going to populate the values inside our table. So I open my category, then after here I'm going to have display table row, and we pass display as the mode, and we pass index, and we pass value.id. Finally we pass value.name. So the value is coming from over here. So for categories we have used from map, and for each item we name it as value, and we have index for each iteration. So we need to create our display table row function. So I copy the name, and just after my function I'm going to have another function and I name it as display table row. And over here we are going to receive the mode, we are going to receive the index, ID, and name. And I open and close the curly brace. So I can put a semicolon over here for categories map function. And inside my display table row function I'm going to have $sign. So I'm going to empty out my tr. So that's why we have used from ID over here. So we can empty that tr by using jQuery. So I'm going to target to ID of tr. That's why we have tag over here. And then we are going to concatenate it with the index, and that becomes tr id underscore 0, and that's the ID of our first tr tag. So if I right click for the first one and I inspect, then I can see the ID is tr id underscore 0, and the next one, if I inspect, is tr id underscore 1. So we are going to target for each row, and we are going to remove or empty this out. Then I'm going to have let inner HTML equals empty string, and I have, so I'm going to have inner HTML plus equals backtick td, and inside our td for the first one we are going to provide the ID, and then we are going to check if mode is display. Then we are going to provide the following codes. So I have inner HTML plus equals, and I use from backtick. So I have the TD. Then we have if statement, and we are going to check for the mode if the mode is display. So we are going to later add edit mode as well. But for now, we are going to work on the display. So if the mode is display, then we are going to disable all of the actions classes. So one of the action classes, if I scroll to the top, we have provided that action class inside our create button. And then we are going to disable that, and we are going to add a new TD tag. And inside the first TD, we are going to add an input tag. And inside input tag, we are going to have a ID, and we are going to have a value, and we make it as disable. So the user cannot modify that if they are in display mode. And then I add another TD tag, and inside TD tag we have two buttons, and one of them is warning and the other one is danger. So the first one is edit and the second one is delete, and both of them are using from actions class. So since there is no IntelliSense in here, make sure to code the HTML correctly. And inside our button, we are going to make a JavaScript call. So we have onClick equals display table row, which is the current function. So I can copy display table row and I paste it over here. And then we are going to pass the following arguments. So for the first one, we have edit, and the second one is $, index, and the third one is inside single quote, we have $, and name. And for the second button, we are going to have onClick equals delete record, and inside parentheses we have $ID for the first parameter, then we have comma, and we have inside single quotation $name. And then I can complete my if statement with edit mode. So I have else, and for the else I copy the first actions prop and I paste it down here and I make it as true. So the actions, all of the actions gonna be disabled. And then I can copy my TD tag and I paste it over here, and I can copy the inner HTML for input tag and I paste it down here. And instead of disable, we are going to remove the disable attribute. And then I can copy the rest. So I copy all these and I paste it down here. So for the button, we have save. So instead of display table row, we have save. And we provide, so I can remove the first argument, which is edit. But for the save, we are going to provide the index and as well as ID. So we have $index and $ID. And I can remove the single quotation around it. And for the class, we have btn success. And we don't have the actions class for save and cancel. And then I can name it as save. And this is for saving. Once they are in edit mode, they can save the result. And for the second button, we have, so in fact, I'm going to remove my second button and I can copy display table row. So I copy this and I paste it over here. And we are going to have the mode is display. So I substitute edit with display, and we need to provide the mode, which is the first argument, the second one is index, and the third one is ID. So I am missing ID. So I have $, curly brace, ID, and I have comma. So we have 4 arguments, and I can fix the top one as well. So I have comma, $ID, and I put another comma for the fourth argument. So the fourth argument is going to be name, but the third one is ID. Then we have btn danger, text white, and I can remove me2 and actions, and we name it as cancel. So with all these changes, let's see what we have so far. So if I refresh and if I edit, then I can modify the text and this becomes save and cancel, but all of the buttons becomes disable. So that's why I have provided actions class over here. I can disable all other which holds the class of actions, and with a jQuery function call of prop disable true or prop disable false. So I can handle that easily. And if I cancel, then this becomes in edit mode and all other buttons becomes clickable. So if I hit edit for the second one, so the first row, the buttons becomes disable and as well as the create. And if I cancel, all other buttons becomes clickable. And let's handle editing the each row next. Okay, the next step is when we are trying to edit something over here. So we are going to handle once the user is updating the category and hit save. So over here inside edit mode, we have a save button, and on click we are going to call save function here. So we need to create that. So after here, I'm going to have function and I name it as save, and save is going to receive index and as well as ID. And inside save, I'm going to get the name from the input value. So inside input, we have defined that by ID. So I'm going to have const name equals $, and I pass tag, and we have the ID as input ID underscore. So I copy and paste it over here, and I'm going to have plus index. So we are passing the index to the save function over here, so we can have access to that index. And then I'm going to have dot val, and I put a semicolon, and I'm going to check if name is not null or empty. Then I'm going to create my model, and I'm going to have const model equals an object ID and name. So the object of model is containing ID and name, and ID is coming from the argument and name is coming from here, and I put a semicolon. Then I'm going to make a use of Ajax once again. So I have $.ajax, and inside here I'm going to have URL, and for the URL we are going to go AdminController add edit category, and for type is post, and data is the model. So we pass the model as a data. Then we have success. So upon success receive message, we are going to receive function, and inside function we have data. And over here I'm going to console.log the data. So we need to create this action inside our AdminController. So I stop the application and I open AdminController. And just underneath of categories, I'm going to have HTTP post, and we have public async task, my action result, and I name it as add edit category, and I'm going to receive category add edit underscore VM, and I name it as model. Then I'm going to check if the model state is valid. Okay, after here I'm going to add the closing curly brace, and inside my if statement I'm going to have if model.id is 0, that means adding a new category. So I'm going to have UnitOfWork.categoryRepo.add, and I'm going to create a new category. So I have new category, so I can select core.entities.category, or I can remove the naming space and I bring category. So I control that and I select using ClipShare.core.entities, and I open and close the parentheses, and I have curly brace, and we pass name equals to model.name, and then we are going to save it to the database. So we have await UnitOfWork.complete async, and we return a JSON, and inside here we are returning a new API response, and we pass 201 as the status code, and for the title we pass created, and for the message we pass new category was added. And after my if statement I'm going to have else, and this is for updating. So first of all we need to fetch the category. I have var category equals await UnitOfWork.categoryRepo.get by ID async, and we pass model.id, and then we are going to check if category is null, then we return JSON, and we return API response, and we pass 404. So we return basically a bad request. And if the category was found, so we are going to update the category. So we have var old name is category.name, and then we are going to have category.name equals model.name. So we save the old name because for response message. And then we are going to save the database. We have await UnitOfWork.completeAC, and we return JSON, new API response, and we pass 200. And for the title, we say edited. And for the message, we say, I use from a string interpolation, and I can say category of old name has been renamed to the new name. So we have model.name. And after this if statement, so we are checking for the model is valid. We are going to return JSON, and we return new API response, and we provide 400 as a bad request. And for the title, we can say name is required. So we have finished our API endpoint for add edit category. So I can head back to the category.chtml, and inside here we are going to console log the data. So I run the application, and let's see what happens. So I open console log, and inside here I hit edit for music, and I change it to sport. And when I save, then I can see 400 name is required. So that means we don't pass the name. And the reason was because we have data. So I have put date. So this should be data. So with that change, I'm going to remove my console log, and I save, and let's refresh the page and do the same thing. So if I save, then I'm inside my breakpoint, and if I hover over my model, so I can see ID number 2 and name is sport. So if I step forward, then we are going to inside else part, because the category is being edited, and we are going to fetch the category from the database, and we receive that. Then we are going to save it to the database with a new name, and we return JSON. So if I continue, I can see I have received my API response. So we are going to provide a notification to the user that category has been renamed, and we are going to display the message that we have received from the API, and we are going to make a use of Toastr. So I stop the application, and I remove my breakpoint. First of all, I'm going to make some modification to our notification partial view that we have created earlier. So I open underscore notification, and in this notification, we are going to get the value from the API, that's why I'm using from temp data. But I'm going to convert these for both API and as well as JavaScript. So for now, we are only handling for the API response. So in order to do that, I'm going to have a script tag. So just after my if statement, I'm going to have a script, and I open and close my script tag. Then I'm going to have function display notification, and display notification is going to receive is success, comma, title, comma, message, comma, type equals modal. First of all, I'm going to remove whatever is inside notification modal content inside here. So I copy the ID name, and inside here I have $, and inside quotation I have tag, and I paste a value for the ID, and I'm going to empty this part. Then I'm going to have if type equals modal, then I have var modal content inner HTML equals. So basically I'm going to copy this. So I'm going to cut this part from the above script tag. I'm going to cut this, and instead of here, I'm going to paste it over here. So the code remains the same, and I'm going to remove the extra tabs. And after here, I'm going to cut these 2 lines of code as well. So from the above script tag, I'm going to cut, and I paste it down here. So we have separated the display notification. And inside here, we are going to have let type equals notification modal, and inside the force index. And then we are going to call the display notification function. So display notification, I copy the name and I paste it down here. And I'm going to pass is success, comma, title, comma, message, comma, and type. And I put a semicolon. Okay, Then I'm going to head back to the category, and over here I'm going to have, so if I go back to notification and I copy the name and I head back and I paste it over here, and I'm going to pass data dot is success, comma data dot title, comma data dot message, and comma we pass modal as a type. So soon we are going to replace it with Toastr, but for now we use modal. And I can remove my console log, and let's try our application. So I run the application, and we are going to expect that we receive some modal once we edit the category. So I edit the sport and I edit it back to music. And if I save, then I can see edited category of sport has been renamed to music. And this message is coming from the API. So if I head back to AdminController, and that's exactly what we have received over here. But instead of calling that notification from the API side, we are going to call that from the JavaScript side. So if I head back to the category, so we receive the data as the API response, and we are going to call display notification, and we pass all the values that we have received from the API. But instead of calling the modal, I'm going to make a use of Toastr. So I open my browser and I search for Toastr CDN. Then the first link. So click on the first link, cdnjs.com, and we are going to copy the first part. So I copy the script tag, and if I open my underscore layout, and just below my jQuery, I'm going to paste the script tag, and I head back to the browser, and we are going to copy the CSS file as well. So I copy the first one, which is the minified version. So I copy and I head to the top, and just after the bootstrap.css, I paste that over here, and I'm going to open underscore notification once again, and over here, so after if the type is modal, I'm going to have else, and that is for the Toastr notification. So we have toaster.options equals an object, and we have position class is toast dash bottom dash right. So we are going to position it to the right corner bottom, and I put a semicolon. Then I'm going to have if is success, then we use from success notification. So I have toaster dot success, and we pass message, and else we have, I copy this and I paste it, and instead of success we have error. So with this change, I'm going to head back to the category, and instead of modal, I'm going to substitute with Toastr. So I have Toastr over here, and I save. So I save all the files, and let's rerun our application. So I'm going to edit my music back to sport, and if I save, then I can see the Toastr notification over here, and this contains the message that we have received from the API. And I would like to change this back to edit mode once we update the category. So if I head back, and over here after displaying the notification, I'm going to check if data that is success. So if the data was success, and I'm going to call get categories function, and this get categories is going to update my table body. So if I save and if I refresh, I'm going to change it back to the music. And once I save, this has been updated and the table is set back to the edit mode. Okay, let's handle create. So once we hit create button, I would like to have a new row inside my table. And in that row, we are going to have an input and with action buttons for save and cancel. So I open the category.html file. After display table, I'm going to have another function. So I have function create new row, create new record. So over here, I'm going to disable the actions. So for all buttons that contains action class, I'm going to disable that. So I copy this and I paste it down. And then I'm going to have const index equals categories. Then we have dot length. So if you remember, we are going to set each tr with the index value. So we are going to have the length of our categories. In this case is number 2. So the third tr is going to have the id of number 2 because the first one starts from 0. So if I inspect and if I hover over tr, so we have trid underscore 0. And the second one is 1, and the third one that we are going to create is going to be number 2. So that's why I have const index is categories.length. And then I'm going to have let inner HTML is backtick, and I have tr id equals trid underscore $, and I pass index. And after here, I'm going to have a closing tag. Then I'm going to have inner HTML plus equals so I have const index, then I have inner HTML, and for the inner HTML I'm going to have the following codes. So first of all, I'm going to create a tr tag, and then I'm going to have a empty td tag, and then I'm going to have another td, and inside the second td I'm going to have input tag. Then I'm going to have a span for validation text, and then I'm going to have td action id, and this is where the buttons are going to be placed. So if I save and I refresh the page, then I'm going to hit create. So once I hit create, I can see my new row has been added and all other buttons has been disabled. So let's handle providing the action buttons over here. So I head back, and the reason that I have provided the ID because I'm going to add some HTML element inside this td tag. So I'm going to have const $td action id equals $tag, and I copy the name. So I copy the name, I paste it, and I remove the extra $sign plus index, and that's the ID of this td tag. And over here I'm going to have const $sign save button equals. So for the save button, I have the following element tags, and we name it as save. And I have const $sign cancel button, and I have the following, and we name it as cancel. And after here, I'm going to append my save button and cancel button to my td action. So I copy this and I paste it, and I'm going to have append, and I paste $save button, and I put a semicolon, and I'm going to copy and paste one more time, and I for the second one I copy cancel button and I paste it instead of save button. So if I save and let's see, so I refresh the page, and if I hit create, then I can see save and cancel button over here. And if I head back, so the reason that we have done this way is because once the user is clicking save or canceling, we are going to handle some functionalities, and we would like to have those functionalities inside this function. So I'm going to have $sign save button dot on click event. We are going to have function, and inside the function I'm going to console.log save button click, and I put a semicolon, and I copy this and I paste it down here. And for the second one we have cancel button, so we can say cancel button clicked. So I'm going to save and let's refresh. So I open console, and if I hit create, then if I hit save, then I can see save button click, cancel button click. So that's why we have done through this way, so we can handle those as well instead of creating a separate function. So we are going to handle save and button inside our create new record function. So once user is clicking on save, so we are going to call our save function, and we pass the index. So save function is receiving the index, And for the ID, by default is going to be 0 because we're not passing that. And for the cancel, so I remove the console log, and I'm going to have $ tag TRID underscore plus index dot remove. So we are going to remove that row, and we are going to enable the buttons. So I copy this and I paste it down here. And for the disable becomes false for the actions class. So if I save and I refresh, so if I hit create, then all the buttons are disabled. If I cancel, the row is removed and the buttons becomes enabled. For the input tag, we have ID and we have the open quotation, but we haven't closed the quotation. So I'm going to close it over here. So since we are using from string value and we don't have any IntelliSense, so make sure to double check whatever you are going to write. So the extra quotation is coming from here. So I remove this, and if I save and I refresh, so I hit create and I'm going to create a sport. If I save and I hover over my model, then I can see I receive a sport. And if I continue, then I can see new category was added and a sport has been added to the table. And the next change is if I hit create and if I save, so we need to make sure that we see some error message over here. So if I head back to the category.chtml, and inside here we are going to check if the name is not empty, and we can have else. And for the else part, I'm going to have $ tag, and I'm going to copy validation text ID. So I copy this, and that's the span tag that we have created, and I paste it over here. And I remove the extra $ and I'm going to concatenate it with index. So we are targeting that ID value, and we can say that text name is required. So with that change, I'm going to save an empty input. So if I save, then I can see name is required. And if I cancel, and for music, I'm going to edit, and if I remove and if I save, then we have to handle that over here as well. So I open the category.chtml, and we are going to copy this span tag from create new record. So I copy this and I scroll to the else part and I paste it over here as well. So we are going to concatenate that inner HTML for the edit mode with this span tag as well. So I save, and if I head back and if I remove music and save, then I can see name is required. So I can cancel, but let's try another test. Inside here, I'm going to comment out my if statement. So if I comment out my if statement and as well as the else statement, and I put a breakpoint inside my AdminController. So I have that inside add edit category. So I refresh, and if I hit create and I save an empty element. So if I save, then I see name is not. So we are going to hit this. So that means our model state is invalid. So if I step forward, we haven't passed the model state for validation. We are going to return a JSON with a status code of 400. And we are passing name is required as a title. So if I continue, then I can see bad request. And the reason that we have received bad request because we are only displaying the message, but we have passed name is required as a title. So I can provide message over here. So with message colon, we are providing that this parameter is being replaced for the message. So I had to reload my application, and I'm going to remove the breakpoint. And if I do the same thing, so I hit create and I save, then I can see name is required because we have passed that as a message. So with this change that we can verify, we are handling the API validation as well, and as well as the front-end validation. So this is our front-end validation, and we have handled both validation. So I'm going to remove the commented part and I put it back to the normal code and I save. Okay, the final part for this section, we are going to handle delete functionality. So that's how we can complete our CRUD operation for categories. For the delete, I'm going to provide a confirmation modal. So once the user hit delete, we are going to confirm, and if the user hit confirm, then we are going to delete that category. So in order to do that, we are going to create another partial view. So I stop the application, and inside shared, I'm going to right click and I hit view. So we are going to add a new view. So I select view from here and razor view empty, and I hit add, and I'm going to name it as underscore confirmation. So I head back to the notification.html, and over here I'm going to copy the script tag and I paste it inside my confirmation. So I remove the extra code and I paste it over here, and just above here I'm going to have my modal. So I head back to the notification and I copy this part, and inside confirmation I paste it over here. And for the ID, we name it as confirmation modal. So instead of notification, we name it as confirmation modal. And the div tag is confirmation modal content. Then I copy confirmation modal and I paste it inside data BS target. So this is going to target the confirmation modal. And inside my function, I'm going to have function confirmation. And inside confirmation, I'm going to only receive message. So I receive message as a parameter. Then we are going to return. So after here, I'm going to have return new promise. So we are going to make a use of promise. And inside here, resolve. And after here, I have an arrow function. And inside my curly brace, I'm going to have dollar, and inside tag, I'm going to clear out my confirmation modal content. So I copy this and I have tag and I paste the value. So I have dot empty to clear this part, and then I have var modal content inner HTML equals. Basically, I can copy my var modal content inner HTML from here. I copy this and I paste it instead of here. And I'm going to remove the extra tabs. And inside our modal, I'm going to remove this part. And instead we have BG info as a header background. And then we have H5 and the title. The text is white, so we add text white. And we don't need to have a ID, so I remove ID. And instead of $sign title, we have confirmation as a title. Then we are displaying the message, and inside footer we are going to have an OK function and as well as cancel function. So I copy this and I paste it down. And for the second one, for the cancel, we have btn danger and bs data bs dismiss modal. And for the second button, we name it as cancel, but the first one we name it as OK. So for the first button, we have ID equals confirm OK. So for the ID, we name it as confirm OK. And the second button, we have ID equals, and inside quotation, we have confirm cancel. So after here, I'm going to have, so I can copy these two line of code and I paste it just above here. And I'm going to correct the ID. So for the ID, we have confirmation modal content. So we are going to append to that. So I copy this and I paste it down here. So we have confirmation modal content dot append modal content inner HTML. And we are going to trigger modal button, which is this one, and we trigger by click event. Then I'm going to have $sign tag confirm OK. So I copy the ID and I paste it down here. And on click event, we have function, and inside curly brace, we are going to resolve our promise by providing true value. And I put a semicolon over here. Then I copy this and I paste it down here. And for the second one, we are targeting to confirm cancel. So confirm cancel ID, and we resolve by false value. And for my promise, I'm going to put a semicolon. So this is my promise. And we are going to remove the extra codes. So I'm going to remove all these codes. So we don't need those. And I remove the extra lines. So this is our code. So we have a script tag and we have a confirmation function which receive message, and we are going to return a promise. And the reason that we are returning a promise is because we are going to wait for that. So if the user hit OK, then we know that we have to do some actions. If the user hits cancel, then we know that the action is cancel. So that's why I have used from promise. I'm going to make a same structure for my notification. So if I head back to the notification, and I can cut this part, and just above my if statement, I'm going to paste it over here. In that case, we have our HTML tag just above all the script tags. And with this change, I'm going to head back to the category.chtml. And after my function save, I'm going to have async function delete record, and we receive ID and we receive name. Then I'm going to have const result is await confirmation, and we provide. So we say, are you sure you want to remove whatever? And then we can provide question mark, and we can check if result is success. Then we console.log delete, else we console.log cancel. I open underscore layout.chtml, and the same way we have provided the notification. So over here we have provided the notification. So I copied this partial view, and this time we are going to provide confirmation. And if I save and let's refresh the page, and if I hit delete, so we receive promise is not defined. So if I head back to confirmation, and this is promise with E at the end. And if I save and I refresh, and if I hit delete, then I can see the modal, and another error we receive. So we don't see that our modal, and the reason is because inside our modal we have class modal title, and we don't have space over here. So we have to provide the space, and then we have text void. And the other problem is because the button for the confirm should be different from notification. So if I open notification, and inside here we have trigger modal button, but for the confirmation we have trigger modal button as well. So I'm going to make a different name for the ID. So I name it as confirm modal button, and I copy the ID and I paste it down here. And if I save and I refresh, if I hit delete, then I can see my confirmation modal. So for the OK, so we can change the text to success instead of default. And if I refresh and I open my console log, so I hit delete, and if I hit OK, then I can see delete. And if I hit cancel, then I can see cancel. And that's coming from category.chtml and inside my async function. So I console log delete and I console log cancel, and we are going to await for the response. So that's why we have used from promise. So we can await for the response, and we are going to display the result inside here. So once the user is hitting OK, we are going to delete the category. So I open AdminController. Inside here, I stop the application. So we are going to have HTTP delete, and we have public async ask my action result delete category, and we are going to receive integer of ID, and then we are going to fetch the category. So I can copy this part and I paste it down here, and I remove the model and we pass the ID. Then we are going to check if category is not null. We are going to use UnitOfWork category repo.remove, and we pass the category. Then we have await UnitOfWork complete async, and we return JSON, and we have new API response. We provide 200 for the status code, and the title is deleted, and message is, and for if the category was not found, then we can return JSON API response 404, and for the message we can say, and we close off with semicolon. So I head back to the category.html, and inside my success I'm going to have $.ajax, and then I have URL of /admin/delete category / and we provide the ID. So we provide the ID over here, then the type is delete, and then we have comma and success function, we receive data, and then we are going to display notification, and then I'm going to provide data.isSuccess, comma data.title, comma data.message, and we provide modal as the type, and then we are going to call get categories. And for the else part we don't do anything, so I remove the else part and I put a semicolon over here. So with this change I'm going to save and I start my application. So I'm going to remove the sport. So if I hit delete and if I hit OK, then I can see deleted category of sport has been removed. We have configured our CRUD operation for category. So I'm going to stop the application. I'm going to provide the following message. So I have provided section 05 CRUD for categories, and I commit on and I push to the GitHub. Okay, let's work on my channel page. So if I click on my channel, now I would like to have some tabs, and the user can click on each different tabs. So I head back to the Visual Studio, and inside index.html for channel. So I'm gonna remove the else part, and then I have my UL tag, and inside each UL we have 3 li tags. One of them is my video, and the other one is analytic, and the other one is profile, and they are going to target to ID of my videos, analytics, and profile. And after my UL tag I'm going to have okay, then I have the div for tab content, and inside the div we have 3 div as well, and one of them is for my video and the ID is my video, so that's the same as over here. And the next one is analytics, and the last one is profile. So I'm gonna save and let's try. So I head back to the browser, and if I refresh, then I can see my tabs over here, and if I click on each of them, then I can see the proper text value. Now we want to have, once the page is loaded, we want to display my video by default. And if the user clicks on analytics and if they refresh, I would like to have the analytics open. So we have to store the current tab inside our local storage. And if the local storage is empty, then we display my video by default. So in order to do that, I head back, and over here I'm going to have my script tags. So I have section and scripts. Then I have my script tag, and over here I'm going to target once the page is loaded. So I have dollar function, and inside my dollar function I have $, and I'm going to target to a bracket data dash bs dash toggle equals tab, and I put a quotation. Then I have dot on, and over here I have shown dot bs.tab. Then I have a comma, and I'm going to have a function, and we receive e as element. Then I'm going to have var current tab ID equals $e.target.at, and inside here we have href. Then I'm going to set to the local storage. So I have local storage dot set item, and I'm going to have a key as active tab, comma, current tab ID. So I put a semicolon, and I'm going to put a semicolon for here as well. Then I have var active tab equals local storage dot get item, and we are going to look for active tab. Then I have if active tab. So if active tab is not null, then I have $a bracket href equals, and I close my single quote. Then I have plus active tab plus, then I open my single quote, and then I close my quotation for my href. Then I have dot tab, and inside tab we have show, and then we have else. So if the active tab is empty, then we are going to have, so I copy this and I paste it down. We are going to display my videos. So I'm gonna remove these two single quotes, and inside href I'm going to have tag my videos. So that's exactly the same as this ID. So I copy this and I paste it here. Let's try our functionality. I save and then I head back to the browser. So if I refresh, then it keeps coming to the my videos. And if I go to profile and if I refresh, then it keeps opening the profile. And the reason is if I open the console log and I open application, so inside application we have local storage. Then if I open local storage and HTTPS local storage for my URL, then I have a local storage over here, and the key is active tab and the value is profile. So if I select analytic, then it becomes analytic, and if I refresh, that keeps persistent. So what we are trying to do, once the user is clicking on each individual, then they are going to target to that div tag. And inside here, we are going to target to href, and inside there, we are going to target to database toggle. And then for shown.bs.tab, we are going to have the current tab ID, and the current tab ID is going to get from the element that we have received dot target, and we are looking for the href, and we are going to set the item to the active tab. So local storage dot set the item is setting the local storage key value. So that's basically is going to set this inside our local storage, which is over here. And then we are going to get the active tab from the local storage. And if we have some active tab, then we are going to display that. Otherwise, we are going to display my video. So if I head back and I remove my local storage, so I'm gonna clear this, and if I refresh, then it goes back to my video, and we have the active tab as my video. But if I click on profile and I refresh, then it keeps coming to profile. Now I would like to have some form inside my profile, which the user can edit their own channel. So I head back and inside my profile, so I'm gonna remove this, and I'm going to have my form. I'm gonna write and I'm going to copy this. I paste it down, and for the second one we are going to have for about, and the ID is profile about. So I adjust that, then ASP4 is about, and for both input tag we have disable, and for the about, instead of having input tag we have text area. So we have a text area, so I need to remove the closing tag, and then we have closing tag of text area, and we can have row 6, so it displays 6 rows. And for the SP validation we have about, and after here I'm going to have so we have another div tag, and I have given it an ID. Then we have a button inside div core. So I'm gonna save, and let's take a look at our form. So I head back, and then this is our form. So we have channel name, about your profile, and a text area for whatever was inside our about. Both of the input tags are disabled by default. So the goal is once the user is clicking on edit, then these two becomes enabled, and the user can edit their channel name or about their channel. Then I'm going to have Okay, I have added another div tag and I have give it an ID. By default, the display is none. And we have two buttons inside this div tag. So one of them is for update and the type is submit. The other one is cancel. So whenever the user is trying to cancel whatever they're trying to save. If I refresh the page, there's nothing new to the page because the display is none by default. So we need to create the JavaScript functionality. First of all, I need to create my edit profile function. I copy the name and inside my script tag after $function, I'm going to have function and I paste the value. So I have function edit profile and inside here, I'm going to target to update profile button. So if I scroll up, so this is the ID that we have, give it to our div tag. So I'm going to target to this. So I copy the name and inside here I have $. And then I copy this and we do the same for about text area. So I have about and the disable is false. Then I'm going to hide div edit button. So inside here we have div edit button. So I'm going to hide this edit button. So I copy the ID. Inside here I'm going to have $, and I target to that ID, and then I have hide. And let's complete our cancel button. So we have another function for cancel. So I copy the function name and inside here we have function for cancel edit. So I save. I need to restart my application and let's take a look. And inside here, if I click edit, then the form becomes enable. And if I hit cancel, then they go back to cancel. So if I hit edit and I change something, and if I cancel, then it goes back to admin, whatever it was. And the same thing happens to the about. So in edit profile, we are displaying the update profile buttons. The update profile buttons is going to display the following two buttons, which is update and cancel. And then we are going to enable both of the inputs, and we hide div edit buttons, which is the edit button division. And then for the cancel, we are going to display the vice versa. And then we are going to set back the values and enable both of the input. And this is for the validation. I'm going to discuss this once we are going to submit our form. Okay, let's complete the backend side for our form. So I head back to the channel controller, and inside here, I'm going to have another action. So I have HTTP post. Then I have public async task of iAction result, and I name it as edit channel. And we are going to receive channel add edit underscore VM, and we name it as model. Then I'm going to check for the validation of the model. So if the model is valid, then I'm going to have var channel equals. So I'm going to fetch my channel. I have await UnitOfWork channel report first or default async. And inside here, I'm going to have x goes to x dot app user ID. So we are fetching the channel for the current user. So we have x dot app user ID equals to user dot get user ID. So we have the user ID inside our cookie. So we are going to fetch that from the cookie, and that's coming from the claims principal and the extension that we created early on. And we are going to pass this criteria to the first or default async. And I'm going to check if channel is not null. Then we have channel.name equals model.name and channel.about equals model.about. And we are going to save it to the database. So we have await UnitOfWork.complete async. And we can provide a notification. So we have temp data, and inside here we have notification. So I copy notification and I paste it equals. So the notification type is true. And then for the title, we have channel updated. And for the message, we have your channel is updated. And we are going to return redirect to action. And we return back to index. And for any channel that was not found, so we can have, so I copy these two and I paste it down here. And for the not found channel, have false as a notification type. And over here, we have not found. And here, your channel was not found. And this basically comes after all of the if statements. So I cut this and I paste it after the if statement for validation of the model. And then I head back to my channel, index.html, and inside my script tags, I'm going to have the partial for validation script partial. We are going to have partial name equals underscore validation script partial. So I'm gonna save everything and let's restart our application. So I head back to my channel browser, and if I hit edit and if I remove the channel name and I click update, then I can see the validation. And if I change the channel name to new name and if I hit update, then we have an error, channel edit profile. And that's because if I head back and inside here, the ASP action is edit channel basically. So I remove edit profile and this should be edit channel, because we have named edit channel inside our controller. So I'm gonna save and let's refresh the page. I'm gonna edit and I change it to a new name. And if I hit update, then I can see your channel is updated. And for this part that I was talking about in the previous section, this part for the validation on canceling, that's because, for example, if I comment this part out and I save and let's refresh the page, then I'm going to edit the profile and for example I empty out the channel name and I hit update, then we're gonna have a validation text message over here. But as soon as I cancel, then the validation class and the text message is still there. So that's why I have emptied out the part for a profile name dash error, and that's exactly this part. So if I snip for my validation text message, that's exactly this one. So the ID is profile underscore name dash error. And for the input tag, we have added input, basically the MVC has added input dash validation dash error. So we are going to remove the class and as well as emptying out the span tag. So I'm gonna remove the commented part and I put it back in. So if I save and I press edit and if I remove my about and if I update, then if I cancel, then the text message and the input validation class is gone. Okay, I click on my videos and let's have a button over here. Once the user is hitting the button, then it goes to another page for creating or editing a video. So inside index.html, I head to the my videos part, and instead of my videos, I'm going to have a. So I'm gonna have an A tag, which is a target to controller of video and action of create edit video. And inside controllers, I'm gonna right click and I hit add a new class. Then I name it as video controller. So that's my video controller. And the video controller is deriving from core controller. So the controller that we created early on, and we are going to inject UnitOfWork. Okay. And we are going to make it authorize. Only logged in user with role of user role can access to this controller. So we have roles equals to and string interpolation, and inside here we have st.user role. So only with user role can access to this controller. And inside here I'm gonna have public async task of action result, and we name it as CreateEditVideo. So this is both for creating or editing a video, and we are going to receive int of id and we return to view. So I'm gonna right click on view and I add a new view and I select razor view empty and I hit add and I name it as CreateEditVideo and I hit add. Okay, we are going to create a new view model for video add edit underscore VM. So I'm gonna open my view models folder and I'm gonna create a new folder, and inside here I call it as video, and inside here I'm gonna create a new class and I name it as video add edit underscore VM. So this is our view model, and I can copy the namespace from here and I head back to the CreateEditVideo.html and I can provide my model over here. So I have add sign model, and inside here I'm gonna bring video add edit VM. Then I'm gonna provide the following properties for video add edit VM. So we have ID, title, description, and these are required. And we have image upload, and the type is iForm file. So we're gonna upload image for thumbnail. So that's why I have the display for upload thumbnail here. Then we have another iForm file for video upload. That's basically where the user is going to upload the video. And then we have category ID, and the category ID is gonna be selected from a drop down. So we have select list item of IEnumerable, and the name is category dropdown. And then we have image content types, video content types, and image URL. So I'm gonna talk about this very soon. For the content types for image and video, I would like to have it inside my app settings. So inside app settings.development.json, after here I'm going to have comma, and inside here I'm going to have the following. Okay, I have a section for file upload, and inside my section we have image size in MB, and we have specified 5, and image content types, the following image content types, and then that's inside an array. Then we have video max size in MB, and we have 100, and video content types, and we have the following content types for the videos, and we have specified that we are only allowing for maximum size of 100 for the video and 5 megabytes for image upload. Then I head back to video controller, and inside CreateEditVideo, first of all, I'm going to check if the user that is accessing to this endpoint has already a channel. Otherwise, we have to tell them that you have to create a channel, or a channel was not found. So they have to create a channel before creating a video. So over here, I'm going to have if await UnitOfWork .channel repo .any async, and inside criteria, I'm going to have x goes to x.app user ID double equals to user.get user ID. We are going to have temp data, and we provide notification of the following, and we pass the user back to index of channel controller. We are going to send back the user back to index of channel controller if the user doesn't have the channel yet, and they're trying to hit this endpoint by navigating through browser. And then I'm going to have var to return equals new video add edit underscore VM, and we have to return dot image content types equals string dot join, and we are going to join all the values by comma, and we are going to make a use of a helper method. So we have acceptable content types, and we provide the type as image, and I copy this down. For the second one, I select video content types, and the second type is video. So we need to create this private helper method. So first of all, I'm going to have a region. So I have region of private methods. I'm going to end my region here, and inside here I'm going to have private string array. So it returns a string array, and I copy the name and I paste it here, and we are going to have a string of type, and I'm going to check if type dot equals of image, and else we do the following. For the if statement, we have return, so we need to inject configuration. So in order to do that, I can inject it to core controller, because we are trying to access to app settings.json. So in order to access to app settings.json, we need to inject configuration. So I can either inject it over here by typing ctor, and I type iConfiguration. So I can select iConfiguration from Microsoft extension.configuration, and I type it as configuration, and I'm going to inject the private field for my configuration. So I have injected configuration, but instead of this, I would like to inject it inside my core controller, and from the core controller we can access the configuration from any other controller that is going to derive from the core controller. So I'm going to remove this, and then I'm going to open core controller, and I copy iUnitOfWork and I paste it down, and instead we have iConfiguration. So I select iConfiguration from Microsoft extension.configuration. I name it as underscore configuration, and then I copy this part and I paste it down, For the second one, we have configuration. So I paste a value here and I name it as configuration. And we have underscore configuration, and we are going to inject configuration over here. So I copy configuration and I paste it over here. So we have injected configuration inside our core controller, and from video controller, we can access to that configuration part. So inside here, we can have return configuration, the one that we have injected inside core controller, and we can have that get section. And for the section, we are going to target to the file upload. So if I open app settings.development.json, so we have file upload. So I copy the name and I go back to the controller and I paste it here. Then we have column. So if I go back, we are going to target to image content types. So from file upload column image content types. So I copy the image content types, and inside video controller, I paste it after the column value. So we are going to get that section and we are going to return as a string array. So we have .get and we can provide the type, which is a string array, and we open and close parentheses. And I can copy this and I paste it down here for the video. So for the video, we are going to target to video content types. So I copy this and inside here, I paste it over here. This part is returning an array of a string, and then we are going to concatenate all the string values into comma separator. That's why we have a string.join. So I can put a breakpoint here and let's start our application and let's see what we have so far. Okay, I go to my channel and then I hit create video. So if I hit that, then I'm inside my breakpoint. And if I hover over my image content types, then I can see a string value of comma separator, the contents. So we have image /JPG, comma, image JPJ, and image PNG. And the same thing happens to the video. So these values are coming from app settings.development.json that we have provided, and we can access to that from configuration. And I can stop the application and I continue CreateEditVideo endpoint. So after here, I'm going to check if ID is greater than 0, and this is for edit part. So whenever the user is trying to create a video, the ID is 0. But whenever the user is trying to edit a video, the ID is greater than 0. That actually has an ID of a video that they're trying to edit. But we're gonna complete this part later. So let's focus on the create part. So we have to return dot category dropdown equals await get category dropdown async. And this is another helper method. So I copy the name, and inside my private methods, just above here, I'm going to have public async task of IEnumerable. So I select IEnumerable and I provide select list item. So I select the select list item, then I paste the function name, and then I have open and close the curly brace. So we need to provide the category drop-down list. Inside get category dropdown, we have var all categories equals await UnitOfWork dot category repo dot get all async. Then I'm going to return all categories dot select. So I'm going to project into category is new select list item. So I'm going to project into select list item. So I have open and closing parentheses, and then I have open and close curly brace. And inside here we have text equals category.name and value equals category.id.toString. And I put a semicolon. So I'm trying to convert my all categories into select list item. And inside select list item, we have a text and a value. So in the dropdown, we have a text for each individual option, and each individual option has a value. So that's why we have value and text over here. And then I have fulfilled my category dropdown. So I open CreateEditVideo, and inside here I'm going to have so we have a div card border secondary, and then we have another div for card header, and inside card header we have model. If the model.id is greater than 0, that means editing. So we provide edit, otherwise we provide create, and this is video. And then for the card body we have. Okay, then I have a form and I have provided a ID, and then ASP action is create edit video, and we have enc type multi-part form data. And why we need this? Because we are going to upload some files. So in order to upload files, we need to provide these attributes for our form. And then I have a input tag which is hidden, and this is holding for the video ID basically, and I have a ID for that. Then I have div row, and inside that we have label and select list item. So this is our dropdown, and the dropdown is for category ID, and the items are for model category dropdown. That's where we have provided the dropdown item list. So inside here, so we have category dropdown, and we have taken all the values from this function, and this is going to provide the values for our dropdown. And after here, I'm going to have, so I have another div, and inside that we have for the title, and this is an input tag, and we have ASP validation. So I copy this and I'm gonna paste it over here for my dropdown as well. And the ASP validation for is category ID. And I'm gonna copy this and I paste it down here. And for the third one, we have for description, and the ASP4 is description, and validation is for description. And instead of having input tag, we have text area. So I change it with text area. I can provide rows with 6, and then I need to remove the closing tag and then close the closing tag. So we have this format. These two div tags are gonna be inside my call MD6. So I have mistakenly put it in the wrong spot. So I cut these two div and I paste it over here. So inside my div call MD6, we have the 3 div elements. And after here, I'm gonna have div Okay, after that, I have another div, and inside here we have a div for card, and this is going to display the preview image, and we have a label for image upload, and we have ASP for image upload, and the type is file. So we can upload some files inside this input tag, and we have provided the ASP validation. And I'm gonna copy this and I paste it down here for the video upload. So we don't need the div for card and preview image, so I remove that. And ASP4 is video upload. I copy the name and I paste it for ASP4, and as well as for ASP validation. And the ID is gonna be video upload. And then after my div tag for card body, I'm gonna have my card footer. So I have div class. So inside my card footer, I have a button, and the type is submit, and form is video edit form. And this is exactly the same ID as we have provided for our form. So if you look into here, we are going to close the form inside the card body, but the button submit for submitting the button is outside of our form. So that's why I have provided an ID over here, and inside here I'm going to target to this. So I say form is video add edit form, which is the same ID as here. And we have another btn warning for going back to the channel index. So I need to create this CSS class. So I copy the name and I open wwwroot css site.css, and inside here we have the class of preview image, and we have height of 100 pixel and width of 200 pixel. Let's save everything and let's take a look. So I'm gonna click on create video, and once I click create video, then we have an error over here. The model is null. So I stop the application, and the reason is we haven't return our model to view. So I copy to return and I paste it over here, and I'm gonna restart my application. So I head to my channel and I hit create video, and once I do that, then I can see my form create video, because we are creating the video, and this is the drop down, and this is coming from the category, and we have only one category so far. I can create some more categories, so I can head to the category, and inside here I'm gonna create sport, and I'm gonna create animal, and the last one is nature. So I have created these 4 categories. And if I go back to my channel and I hit create video, then I can see all these 4 categories inside my dropdown. Okay, one thing I noticed, by default movie is selected for a dropdown. So I can head back to the Visual Studio, and inside here I can have selected. So if I do that, and this is select here. So if I save and I refresh my page, then I can see select here, and this is the default value. And once you select something, you cannot select that value anymore because this is disabled. Okay, inside here, I would like to, once the user is uploading some files, I would like to see that file inside my preview image. So in order to do that, I need to have some functionality inside my scripts. So at the end, I'm going to have add section, and I provide scripts. Then inside here, I'm gonna copy and paste the validation scripts. So I head back to the channel, and inside here, I copy this part and I go back to the create edit video and I paste it here. And after here, we are going to have a script, and inside here I'm going to target to, so I have dollar, and I'm gonna target to image upload. So I'm targeting to image upload ID, so which is this one. So whenever the user is trying to upload some image, I'm gonna target to that. And we have dot on change, then we have comma function, and inside the function we have if this dot files, then we have $ tag preview image dot empty, and we have var render equals new file reader, and we have reader dot unload equals function event, and inside event we have $, and we have tag preview image dot append, and we are going to append the following. So we have backtick, we are going to append image source is event.target.result, and that's coming from this input tag. So this should be reader. So I have reader, and the top one should be reader as well. So I have var reader equals new file reader, and after my curly brace I have reader.read as data URL, and I'm going to provide this dot files, and we target to index of 0. So let's try our functionality. I'm gonna start the application. So I'm inside my create video, and inside here if I select choose a file, then inside your course asset we have a folder called upload file. So double click on that, and here we have thumbnails. So you can select any photo that you wish to select. So I'm gonna select one of them, the animal, and then we can see the preview image for our thumbnail, and this file has been provided inside this input tag. And if I select a different file, then we are going to empty this out and then display the new image. So that's what this functionality is doing. I'm gonna submit my form. So I open video controller, and just after my create edit getter, I'm gonna have HTTP post. After my HTTP post, I have public async task, action result, and we have create edit video, and we are going to receive video add edit underscore VM, and we call it as model. And over here I'm just gonna do return to view, and I pass the model, and I'm gonna put a breakpoint here. So let's start the application and let's see. So I'm gonna choose a category, and I have a title and some description, and I'm gonna choose some photo for the thumbnail and some video for the videos. So I'm gonna select one of them, and then if I hit save, then I'm inside my breakpoint. And if I hover over my model, then I can see category ID is number 4, and that's the number for the category that we have selected from the dropdown. And this is the description. ID is 0, and image upload has some files. So if I expand that, I can see it's got some contents, and the length is greater than 0. And the same thing happens for the video uploads. We have some files over there, and the title we see it over here. Okay, I stop the application, and inside here I'm gonna remove my breakpoint, and inside here I'm gonna check if model.state is valid. If the model state is not valid, then I'm gonna copy my category dropdown and I paste it down here, and we pass the category dropdown along with our model. So instead of to return, we have model.category dropdown, because otherwise we're gonna lose our dropdown if the model set is not valid. And after here, I have bool proceed is true. So by default, we have proceed to true. And over here, I'm going to check if model.id is 0, that means create. And we are going to add some security check. So I say adding some security check for create. So the first security check is if model.imageUpload is null. So the user has to provide the both for the thumbnail as well as the video. So if the image upload, which is referring to the thumbnail, is null, then we are going to say model state add model error. And for the key, we have image upload. So I put image upload, and for the value, we have please upload thumbnail, and I put a semicolon. Then I have proceed equals false. So that means we're not going to proceed anymore. So for the second security check, we have if proceed. So if the first one is passed and the proceed is still true, then I'm going to have double ampersand model.video upload is null. So we are checking for the video upload this time. So I can copy these two and I paste it down here. And for the second one, we have video upload as a key. And for the value, we have please upload your video. And we set the proceed to false. And after my if statement, I'm gonna have some other security check. So this security check was for only creating, but the rest is for both editing and creating. So the next one is if model.imageUpload is not null. So if the image upload is not null and the user has provided image, then I'm going to check if proceed and double ampersand is not. So I put a question mark and the function name is acceptable content type, and I provide the type as image, and I pass my model.imageUpload.content type. So if that's the case, then we are going to display another error message. So we have model state.add model error, and we are going to target to image upload for the key, and for the value we can have a string.format. So we have a string format, invalid content type. It must be one of the following. And for the argument, for number 0, we have comma. Then we have string.join, and we are going to concatenate all the content types. So I provide comma plus. After here, I have comma acceptable content types, and we provide image as a type. And I'm gonna close all the parentheses, and I put a semicolon. So I'm missing another parenthesis. So if the content type is not the acceptable content types, we are going to display the following, and we can say proceed is false. So we need to create this private helper method. So I copy the name, and I'm gonna head down to my private methods. So after here, I'm gonna have private bool. So we are returning a boolean, and I paste the value. And over here we have a string of type and a string of content type, and I open and close the curly brace. And inside here I have var allowed content. So I have var allowed content types equals acceptable content types, and I pass the type. So we're gonna get the allowed content types from this helper method, and I'm gonna have for each for var allowed content type in allowed content types. I'm going to check if content type, the one that we receive, dot to lower dot equals the allowed content type dot to lower. If that's the case, then I'm going to return true. Otherwise, if we reach to this far, we return false. So is accepted the content types is going to take the type, which is either image or video. And based on that, we are going to get all the allowed content types from this helper method, and we're gonna have a for each loop, and if the received content type is one of them, then we return true. So this is going to check for that, and we are passing model.imageUpload.content type as a content type value. And the next security check is if proceed. So for some reason the proceed is false, then we're not going to bother checking this one. So that's why I have proceed everywhere. So we have if proceed, then go ahead and do the next if statement. And for this if statement, I have if proceed and double ampersand model dot image upload dot length is greater than int dot parse configuration, and inside there we have bracket, and we are going to target to file upload. So I can open app settings.development, so I can copy this file upload. We are going to target to that, and then we have colon, and then I head back and I'm gonna target to image max size in MB. I'm gonna target to here, and we are going to parse it to integer value, and we times it to st.mb. I'm gonna create MB inside of our static details. So I open utility, ClipShare utility, and st class. And just below my roles, I'm gonna have public const int of MB, and the value is 1 million. So I have 1 and 6 zeros, and that's the MB value, megabyte. So megabyte in bytes is 1 million. And I head back to video controller, and we have that over here. So we're gonna parse it to integer value, and we times it to 1 million. And if the image length is greater than that, so I have a closing parenthesis, and inside my if statement, I have the following model state. Copy this and I paste it down here, and we are going to target to image upload. And for my string format, so I'm gonna remove all these values, and we have a normal string format. For the string format, we have the following text messages. And we are going to set the proceed to false once again. And this is the if statement for image upload. So we're gonna have the similar for video upload. So I can copy this and I paste it down here. So if the image, I can change it to video upload, is not null, and then we are going to check is acceptable, and this is video. And this is video upload dot content type, and if that's the case, then we have to target to video upload for the key, and the message can be the same, but the acceptable content type is video instead of image. And the next one, we have video upload dot length is greater than image max size. So this should be substituted with, if I open, should be substituted with this one, video max size in MB. So I copy this and I paste it over here, and I can paste the value over here as well. So we have file upload video max size in MB in these two scenarios. And for image upload, I can copy video upload and paste it over here, and the text message can be the same. So we are going to check for image upload and as well as video upload that they both follow the allowed content types, and as well as they are within the range of allowed size. And after my if statement, I'm going to have if proceed. So if the proceed is still true, then do the following. So I have string title is empty string, and a string message is empty string. Then I have if model.id is 0, that means for create, and we are going to create the video to our database. So we have var video to add equals new video. So I select video from ClipShare.core.entities. That's our model. And inside here, I'm going to have title is model.title, description is model.description, content type is model.videoupload.content type, and contents is some array. So I'm gonna put null for now. And then we have category ID equals model.category ID, and we have channel ID equals the channel ID. So for now I put 0, but this should be channel ID of the current user, and I put comma, and then thumbnail URL is some URL, and this is some URL that we are going to provide, and I put a semicolon. Then I'm going to have UnitOfWork.videoRepo.add video to add, and for the title I can have created, and message I can have new video has been created. And for the else part, this is for update. So for the update, first of all, we are going to fetch the video. So we have var fetched video equals await UnitOfWork video repo dot get by ID async, and we can provide model.id. And then if fetch video is null, then we are going to provide temp data notification equals. So I have temp data for notification not found and requested video was not found. Then we are going to return to redirect to action, and we redirect back to the index of channel. And if the model was found, so fetch video was found, then I have fetched video dot title is model dot title, fetch video dot description is model dot description, and fetch video dot category id is model dot category id. And we are going to check if model dot image upload is not null, then we are going to handle re-uploading the file. So we are gonna handle re-uploading the image file over here. And for the title, so I can copy these two values and I paste it down here, and the title is edited. And for the message, we can say video has been updated. And finally over here, I can say temp data notification equals string interpolation. The first one is true, the second one is title, and the third one is message. So we provide these values to our notification modal, and we are going to have await UnitOfWork dot complete async. So we are going to save to the database and we return back to the channel. So I copy this and I paste it down here. So let's take a look what we have so far. So first of all, I'm going to receive my model, and then I'm going to check if the model is valid. If the model is valid, then we do the followings. Otherwise, we are going to return back to the view and we provide the category dropdown from our private method that we have created. Otherwise, we are going to lose our dropdown values. So that's why I have that provided over here. But if the model is valid, then we have provided a bool proceed to true. By default, it's true. And this is for creating. This is for some security check for the creating. So I'm going to check if for creating the image upload is null or the video upload is null. So for creating a video, the user has to provide both thumbnail and as well as video. Otherwise, we are going to return back to the view with the following error message. And then I'm going to check if model.image upload is not null. Okay. But in if statement, I have another two if statement, and for each of them, I'm going to check if the process is still true. So if for some reason the process is false, then we don't bother coming to here. So if the process is still true and the image upload is not the following from the content type, then I provide the following message. And if the length is greater than the allowed content types, the size that we have provided inside app settings.development.json, and we provide the following message. And we do the same for video upload. And if the process is still true, then we provide title and we provide this if statement. So this is for create, and for create we are going to create a new object for video, and we provide the following properties, and then we are going to add it to our video table. And for update, we are going to fetch it from the database, then we are going to update the values, and finally we are going to save it to the database. Before this, I'm gonna comment out my UnitOfWork.complete async. So let's comment this out and let's start our application. I'm gonna put a breakpoint inside my CreateEditVideo HTTP post. So let's put a breakpoint here as well. And I head back to the browser and I hit save. So it says please choose a category, title, and description. So I'm gonna select some category and as well as title and some description. And I'm not going to provide the thumbnail over here. So if I save and if I continue, so I can see please upload thumbnail, and that's coming from here. Please upload thumbnail. And if I provide some thumbnail, so I'm gonna provide an image, and if I save and I'm gonna continue. So this time we can say, please upload your video, but we have lost the thumbnail over here. So the model is invalid. We are going to lose both of the input values, but that's fine for now. Let's do another check for the thumbnail. I'm gonna select a video for my thumbnail. So I go inside my video and I select a video. So the content type is invalid. And if I save, you can see the preview image is also not showing over here. We need to select something for the both of them. So I'm gonna select the video for thumbnail, and I'm gonna select a video for video as well. So if I save, then we have both of the files provided. So this is fine. So we are going to bypass these security checks, and then I step forward, and image upload is not null. The process is still true, but the is accepted content type is gonna be false. So if I step forward, then we are inside our if statement because the content type is not the proper content type. And if I continue, then I can see invalid content type. It must be one of the following of whatever we have provided. So in fact, I'm gonna remove my breakpoint and let's do another security check. So I'm gonna choose a image for my thumbnail, but for my video, I'm gonna choose an image as well. So for both of them, I'm gonna choose an image. And if I save, and this time I can see the error message for the video. So invalid content type, it must be one of the following. Okay, I head back to video controller and inside CreateEdit for HTTP post. And over here, we are going to provide the channel ID. So first of all, we need to fetch the channel. So we can create a function inside our repository. So if I open core and IBaseRepo and inside iChannel, so I'm gonna provide the following function. So I have task and it returns int, and I can have get channel ID by user ID, and we are going to receive int user ID. And I need to implement this. So I copy the signature and I open data access and repo, and I open channel repo. So we need to implement that function. So I can have public async and I paste the value, and inside here I'm going to inject context. So we have the context over here, but we need to provide the private read-only property as well. So I put my cursor and I press Control dot. So I'm gonna hit create and assign field. So we have private read-only context underscore context, and we are going to inject that context over here. And inside here we have return await underscore context dot channel dot where x goes to x dot app user ID is user ID dot select x goes to x dot ID dot first or default async. So why do I have created a new implementation and we could have used from the BaseRepo? The reason is this is going to traffic the database much less than we are going to fetch the entire channel. So in this case, we are only selecting the ID. And for that ID selection, we have a less query for our database. That's why I have created a new function inside my channel repo. I can make a use of this. So if I head back to my video controller and for the channel ID, I can remove this, and instead I can have await UnitOfWork dot channel repo dot get channel ID by user ID. So that's a method that we just created, and we provide user dot get user ID. And instead of having await over here, I can remove my await, and instead I can have dot get awaiter dot get result, and that does the same thing. So I'm going to assign the channel ID to the user channel ID. And for the contents, I'm going to have another helper method. So I have get contents async, and we provide modal dot video upload. So I copy the name, and inside my private methods, just below all of them, I have private async task, and it returns byte array, and I paste the function name, and we are receiving iForm file, and we name it as file, and inside here we have byte array equals contents. Then we have using var memory stream equals new memory stream. And we have await file dot copy to async, and we pass memory stream. So this should be contents. So the first one is byte array of contents. So I have contents over here. And after here, I have contents equals memory stream dot to array. And we return the contents. So we are receiving a form file, and inside here we have a byte array of, we name it as contents, and we are going to make a use of using. So for using, this is going to be disposed. So we have dispose over here. Once the function is done, then memory stream is going to be disposed. A memory stream is a type of memory stream. And if I go to the definition, and this is coming from system.io, and this represents a stream in memory. So I head back, and after that we have await file copy to async memory stream, and we have contents equals memory stream dot to array. So basically we are going to convert our file into byte array. And if I open video entity, so inside my ClipShare.core, and if I open video, so we have contents, and which is the byte array, and as well as content type. So in order to save the video into our database, we need the byte array of contents as well as the content type. And if I head back to the video controller, that's what we are trying to do. So we are receiving the file, and we get the byte array from that file. So I can make a use of that over here. So contents equals get contents async, and I can have get awaiter dot get result to make an async function call. Okay, for the thumbnail image save, I'm going to create a folder inside my ClipShare. So I right click on ClipShare and I add a new folder. So I have a new folder and I name it as services. I'm gonna save all the files, and let's close all the files except the video controller. So I close all other tabs, and then I'm gonna minimize all the files over here. I expand ClipShare, and we have created a new folder called services. And inside here, I'm gonna create another folder, and I name it as iServices. This is the interface. So inside iServices, I'm going to create a new item, and I select interface, and I name it as iPhoto service. And over here I have a string upload photo locally, and we are going to receive iForm file. So I select form file from Microsoft ASP.NET Core HTTP, and I name it as photo. And for the second argument, we have a string old photo URL equals to null. So we set it to empty string by default. And then inside services, I right click and I add a new class, and I name it as photo service. So this is going to derive from iPhoto service. And if I put my cursor and I press Ctrl dot, then I'm going to implement the interface. So inside here, we are going to inject iWebHost environment. So I have created a constructor, and inside here I have iWebHost environment. So I select iWebHost environment from this, and I name it as host environment, and I'm going to inject. So I have injected iWebHost environment, and inside here, so I'm gonna remove the throw. So I have string web root path equals underscore host environment dot web root path. Then I have string upload directory equals path. So I select path from system.io dot combine, and I provide web root path. Then I have @ images / thumbnails, and I put a semicolon. Then we check if the directory exists. So we have if directory dot exist, and we provide upload directory. So if the directory doesn't exist, then we have directory dot create directory, and I provide the directory name. So basically, if the images folder doesn't exist in our www.root, and as well as we don't have the folder for thumbnails, then we are going to create those folder inside www.root. Then I have a string file name equals st.get random name. So we are going to provide some random name, and we have var extension equals path.get extension, and we have the photo.file name. So we are going to get the extension from our photo which we have received from the file name. And then we have if not string dot is null or empty old photo URL, then we are going to replace the image. And after that we have using var file stream equals new file stream, and we have path dot combine and upload the directory file name plus extension, and after here we have comma file mode dot create, and we have photo dot copy to file stream. Then we return @ /images / thumbnails plus file name plus extension. And for the replacing the file, we have var old image path is path.combine wwroot path comma old photo URL dot trim start, and we are going to trim the \. Then if file exists, and we provide old path. If the file exists, then we are going to delete the file. So we have file.delete, and we are provide the old image path. So I'm gonna talk about this very soon, but for now let's create our get random name. So I copy the name and I head back to utility and SD, and inside here I'm going to have public static string, and I paste the value get random name, and inside here we have var random number equals new byte of 10 indexes. Then we have using var rng equals random number generator. So I select random number generator from system.security.cryptography, and we have dot create. Then we have rng dot get bytes, and we pass random number. Then we return convert dot to base 64, and we pass the random number. So I'm gonna save all, and let's head back to the photo service. So over here basically we are receiving a file, and we are receiving an old photo URL. That's basically whenever we are trying to edit the video and we are trying to replace the thumbnail. So we have wwroot path, so this should be root. So I correct the name over here, and we are going to get the wwroot path from iWeb host environment. So basically the path of our application, and then we are going to have a string of upload directory, and the directory is going to coming from the wwroot path plus the images plus thumbnail. So this is our wwroot path. So this wwwroot is our wwroot path, and inside there we are going to inside images folder and inside thumbnail folder. So if those folders doesn't exist, then we are going to create those folders, and then we are going to get a file name. The file name is coming from the static detail, the function that we have provided over here. So this basically generates up to 10 random characters, and we are going to save our images as a random character so we don't conflict with each other. So I head back to the photo service. So we have provided the file name, and the extension is coming from the photo.file name, whether is it PNG, JPG, or whatever. And this is for the edit. If the old photo URL is not null, then we try to replace the image. And first of all, we need to delete the image. So we delete the image as this. And finally, we are making use of using, again, this is a disposable. At the end of this function, this is going to be dispose. And we have file stream, and we are going to create that image. And we copy to the file stream, and we return the URL for the image that we have created. So we need to provide the photo service inside our dependency injection. So I open extension on web application builder, and after here, so I can copy this part and I paste it down here, and we have iPhoto service, and for the implementation we have photo service. So we have provided that inside our dependency injection, and I can head back to video controller, and inject that inside my video controller. So I have controller, and inside here I have iPhoto service, and I name it as photo service, and I'm going to create an assigned field. So I have injected underscore photo service inside my video controller. And finally, so I head down, and for the thumbnail URL, so I'm gonna remove this part, and I'm going to have underscore upload underscore photo service dot upload photo locally, and we provide model dot image upload. Okay, let's actually create a video. So I start the application, and I'm gonna put a breakpoint inside my HTTP post. I head to my channel and I hit create video, and inside here we can choose a file, but for this file we are going to restrict it only for the content types that we have provided for the image. So in order to do that, so that's why we have provided the image content type and as well as video content types inside HTTP GET. So I head back to the views, and inside video I open CreateEditVideo. And for the input value for the image upload, I can have accept equals to model dot image content types, and I can copy this and I paste for the video. So for the video we have video image content types. So if I save and I refresh the page, then for the image, for thumbnail, so if I choose from any videos, then we can't see those videos because we are only accepting the image contents. So I can choose from up files, and inside up and inside the thumbnail I can choose any of the image. So I select the second one, and for the image I choose from the videos. So I select the second one and I choose animal, and the title is wild, and description is some description, and I'm gonna hit save button. Then I'm inside my breakpoint, and if I step forward, so we have tested all these. So the image upload file is not null, and as well as the video upload. And over here we are going to check for the content types and as well as the size. So everything is passing, and over here we are going to check if the process is still true, and for the model.id is 0, that means create. So we are going to create. And for the video to add, we are getting the content types and as well as the contents, and this photo upload locally is going to create our image inside wwwroot. So if I step forward, then I can see the images folder, and inside there we have thumbnail, and inside there we have some random characters .png, and that's exactly the image that we have uploaded. And we are going to add that video to video repo. And if I step forward, then inside here we have the notification, and let's put this back, and I'm gonna apply the changes so we can save it to the database. And if I step forward, then we are going to save it to the database. And if I continue, so I can see created new video has been created. So I'm gonna open my video table from my database, and if I execute, then I can see the video that we have just created. So we have the title, description, video content type is video /mpg, and this is the contents, which is the byte array, and the category ID is number 5, and the channel is number 4. So for this user, we have the channel of ID number 4, and this is the URL for the thumbnail. So we have created that video for our channel, which is for the admin for now. So I'm gonna hit create video, and instead I'm going to manually provide the video ID that we just created. So number 1 is the video ID. So if I put 1, then nothing happens. So that's because if I head back to the video controller, and inside here we haven't provided the edit part. So we're gonna finish this. So I stop the application, and inside here, first of all, we are going to fetch the video. But before fetching the video, we need to make sure that the video is being requested to edit is one of the video of that user. So how do we find out? We can find it out through the channel. So this video is assigned to a channel ID, and inside channel table we have the app user ID, and that channel is assigned to the app user. So we can have var user ID equals await UnitOfWork dot video repo dot get user ID by video ID, and we pass the ID. So we need to create this inside video repo. I'm gonna open ClipShare.core and iRepo, and I choose iVideo and inside here we are going to have task, and we have int, so this returns an integer, and we have, and I paste the value, and we are receiving int of video ID. So this is our signature. So I copy the signature and I open data access repo, video repo. Over here we have public async, and I paste the value. So we need to inject the context. So I put my cursor and I press Ctrl dot. So I select this one. So we are going to inject the context inside here as well. And over here we have return await underscore context dot video dot where x goes to x id x dot id equals video id dot select x goes x dot channel dot app user id, and then we have that first or default async. So I can break this down into separate lines. So we are going to go to the video table, and we have a where class, and we get the video based on the video ID that we have received, and we are only selecting the app user ID. Through the video table we are going to get the app user ID, and we have that app user ID through the channel. So I head back to the video controller, and inside here we are going to get the user ID. And the reason that I have created a new method inside my repo is because I can show you how to add your own methods inside the repository. So for our repository, we have some built-in formula that we have created in early sections, but we also can create our own formula over here. So this is going to hold my own formula, and this is going to get me the user ID from the video ID. Instead of going to the get first or default from the BaseRepo and providing the criteria and including the channel, so I have created my own function which does it in a simpler way to provide the app user ID. And this shows you how to create your own formulas or functions inside something that you have some generic repository. So with this, I head back to the video controller, and I'm going to get the user ID from the video. And after here, I have if exclamation mark user ID dot equals user get user ID. So if that's not the case, then I copy the temp data and I paste it down here. And for the notification, we have false not found, and we can, for the message, we can say requested video was not found, and we return back to the index of channel. And then we have var fetched video equals await UnitOfWork dot video repo dot get by ID async, and we provide the ID. So the ID that we have received inside our action endpoint. And then I can check if fetched video is null. And if the fetched video is null, then I can provide the following error message as well. And after here, I can have to return dot ID equals fetched video dot ID. And to return dot title is fetch video dot title. And to return dot description is fetch video dot description, and to return dot category ID is fetch video dot category ID, and to return dot image URL is fetched video dot thumbnail URL. And we are going to provide the drop down for our category, and we return to the view. So for my edit part, first of all, I'm going to get the user ID, and I'm going to double check if the user ID is the same as for that video. And we are going to fetch the video from the database. And if everything passed, then we are going to provide the model with the fetched video. And after this, I can head back to the CreateEditVideo.chtml, and inside here I can have another hidden input tag. So I have input id equals image URL, sp4 is image URL, and this is also hidden. So we have the image URL that we have saved it into the database. So inside video we have this image URL, and we are going to put it inside our input tag. And the reason is because we want to provide the preview image whenever the page loads. So inside my script tag, I can have $function. And once the page is loaded, then I can check if $tag video id dot val is greater than 0. If that's the case, that means we are editing. So for that case, we know that we have image URL. And then I can have $tag video upload dot prop disabled is true. So we are going to disable the video upload input tag. The user, whenever they're trying to edit a video, they cannot re-upload a new video. They only can re-upload the thumbnail and as well as the other attributes, but not the video. So in order to re-upload a new video, they have to create a new video. But for editing, we're not allowing to re-upload a video into existing one. So that's why I have set it as disable for the video upload. And after here, I have const URL equals $tag image URL. And this is exactly the same as image URL. So I copy this ID and I paste it over here. And we have .val, so the value of that. Then we have $tag preview image. So I'm targeting to preview image. So I copy the ID tag and I paste it over here. And I have .append, and inside append I have a backtick, and I can copy my image source from here and I paste it over here. And instead of event, I have the URL. So let's try our application. I save everything and I start the application. And I know that I have ID number 1 for video, and this is for the admin user. So I head to the channel, and if I hit create video, and inside here, I'm gonna manually provide the video ID. So I put number 1. And once I put number 1, then, so I can see I have fetched all the values, but the image doesn't show. So let's see what the error message is. And the reason is we have thumbnails over here. So if I see my database, the thumbnail URL must be images thumbnail / and the file name. So we have done something wrong inside the photo service. So I open photo service, and inside here we are going to return @images thumbnail, and we are missing a / over here. And let's create a new video. So this case, I'm going to create a new video. I close the console log, and I'm going to get rid of number 1 so we can create a new video. And inside here, I can select nature, and the title is nature is beautiful, and some description for the description part. And I'm gonna choose nature from thumbnail, and I can see some nature over here. So I select this photo, and I can select the following nature video from the videos part as well. So I select nature -2, and if I save, you can see new video has been created. And if I select my videos, then I can see the thumbnail URL is correct now. If I head back and I hit create video, and I'm going to provide the number 2 for the ID. And once I put that, then I can see the preview image that has been saved inside our database. And this image URL is, so if I copy this and if I paste it over here, then nothing shows. But in order to get the image, we need to provide our app URL as well. So I put app URL before here, and if I hit enter, then I can see the image. And we can edit our file. So if I select a new image, so I select animal 2 this time, but everything else is the same. And if I save, then I can see video has been updated. And if I go back to create video and I provide number 2, so the image is still the previous one, so that's something else, and we need to debug that part. And inside my else part, I can see I have provided the handle re-uploading the image, but we haven't provided the actual code. So I can remove the comment and I can have fetched video.thumbnail URL equals underscore photo service dot upload photo locally, and I provide model dot image upload as a file, comma, fetched video dot thumbnail URL as the old photo URL, and I put semicolon at the end. So I'm gonna save and I hot reload. So once I hot reload, and this time I can save a new image. So for now, if I see my thumbnails, I can see I have two images, and one of them is the nature and the other one is the animal. So we are going to replace the nature one. So if I choose a new file and I'm gonna choose a foot, and if I save and if I continue, then if I head back to the create video and I provide the following URL for the number 2, I can see the image has been replaced. And if I see over here, so that the old image is removed and the new image has been uploaded. And that's what we have done inside photo service. So for if the old photo URL is not null, we are going to remove that and we are going to replace it with a new one. Okay, that comes to the end of this section. We have implemented creating a new video and as well as editing a video. So we have completed this section, but before completing this section, I'm gonna open categories.cshtml from admin, and inside here, for the ending tag, we have tbody. So this should be tbody. So I'm gonna fix this and I'm gonna hit git changes and I provide the following message. So I have typed section 06, comma, create/edit video, comma, image uploader locally. So I commit all and I'm gonna push it to the GitHub.